My girlfriend of many years turned out to be a lesbian, so don't blame me for taking her lover. Chapter 1. My girlfriend got turned gay right from the start. Jiang Dongwen stood outside the hotel room door, fists clenched so tightly he wished he could set the entire room ablaze. Just an hour ago, his phone had buzzed with a text: "Dear Platinum member, your reserved room tonight is number 606. 100% romantic couples hotel wishes you a pleasant evening." But this message was a mistake. Back when Jiang Dongwen and his girlfriend, Qin Yubai, had stayed at this 100% romantic hotel before, he had registered his phone number under her membership account. So when Qin Yubai accidentally used her membership card to book a room tonight, the confirmation text was sent to his phone instead. Now, the glowing digits on his lock screen read 2 a.m. Who the hell is she in that room with? Just a few days from now, they were supposed to graduate together, move to Shanghai, find jobs, and eventually get married and start a family. If she didn't love him anymore, she could just broken up with him. Why betray him like this? On their way here, his mind had spiraled into dark places. He even considered buying a kitchen knife. But then he thought better of it. Life wasn't worth throwing away over this. He wasn't going to ruin his future over murder. No, he just wanted to storm in, beat the crap out of the cheating couple, say "we're done," and walk away like a boss. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Dongwen took a deep breath and knocked lightly. From inside, Qin Yubai's sweet, girlish voice called out, "Who's there?" "Food delivery," Jiang Dongwen answered, slightly altering his voice. "I didn't order anything." Her tone was hesitant. "Room 606, phone ending in 2663, right?" He recited the details convincingly enough to pass as a delivery guy. After a brief pause, the door creaked open. Qin Yubai peeked out cautiously, only for Jiang Dongwen to shove the door wide and step inside. She shrieked in surprise, but when she saw it was him, her shock twisted into guilt. Dressed in a delicate silk nightgown, her petite frame and fair skin slightly flushed, Qin Yubai looked every bit the adorable campus sweetheart she was, the same girl Jiang Dongwen had once been head over heels for. But now, that love was gone. "Babe, why are you?" She clutched her chest, her hair slightly disheveled. Ignoring her, Jiang Dongwen barged past, scanning the room for the other man. Qin Yubai panicked, grabbing his arm. "Wait, let me explain." "Move." He shoved her aside, convinced she was protecting her lover. His eyes locked onto the bed. The covers were bunched up. He's hiding under there. Furious, Jiang Dongwen yanked the blanket off, fist raised to strike. But his punch froze mid-air. Because there was no man in that bed. Curled up under the sheets was none other than Gui Tongyao, Qin Yubai's best friend, his own high school classmate, and the reigning campus queen who had topped every university's most beautiful girl list for 4 years straight. "Dongwen, I'm sorry," Gui Tongyao whispered, tears streaking her face. "It's not Yubai's fault. I was the one who turned her." Her voluptuous figure, wrapped only in the bedsheet, was painfully alluring. Jiang Dongwen couldn't even look at her. How could he hit a woman, especially one he'd known for nearly 7 years? Instead, he turned back to Qin Yubai, who was trembling. "So you're into women now?" "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Qin Yubai sobbed, her big, tearful eyes begging for mercy. Jiang Dongwen's heart twisted. He devoted his entire youth to her, 3 years of secret pining in high school, 4 years of doting in college, bending over backward to be the perfect boyfriend. And now, his woman had fallen for another woman. Who would believe this? As for Gui Tongyao, his feelings were even more complicated. They'd been friends since freshman year of high school, studying together, hanging out on weekends. They'd even made a pact to attend the same university, and fate had granted it. After getting into college, he mustered the courage to confess to Qin Yubai, his longtime crush. To his joy, she admitted she liked him too. He thought their love story would be epic. But tonight, behind this door, that dream had shattered. "I hope you two are happy." With those final words, Jiang Dongwen cut ties with both women. After graduation, he moved to a new city alone, opening a small guest house. But later, he heard that Qin Yubai, unable to find him, took her own life the following year. Gui Tongyao followed soon after. Haunted by guilt, Jiang Dongwen never dated again, sinking into depression. Maybe it was the years of sorrow, but over a decade later, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. On his hospital bed, an old friend who spent his nights chasing women came to visit. Jiang Dongwen finally shared the story of Qin Yubai. Dude, you should ve stayed, his friend groaned. You should ve gone after Gui Tongyao and turned the tables. Go after Gui Tongyao? Qin Yubai would ve never allowed it. Bro, are you still stuck in simp mode? Who cares what Qin Yubai wanted? Break up with her. And if she was cool with it, congrats. You'd have 2 girlfriends. The realization hit Jiang Dongwen like a truck. He could ve had both. But it was too late now. No rewinds in life, only the sleeping pills waiting on his nightstand. After months of suffering, he finally swallowed the entire bottle. If I could start over, I'd never simp for Qin Yubai again. I'd straighten Gui Tongyao out. I'd make them both mine. As his consciousness faded, his last thoughts were filled with regret. A dull ache throbbed in Jiang Dongwen's skull. Hey, wake up. This is a library. If you wanna sleep, go back to the dorm. Blinking, he looked up to see a guy tapping his forehead with a pen. Who are you? The face was familiar, but the name escaped him. You got a fever or something? It's me, Zhang Yuger. The guy pressed a hand to his forehead. Then it clicked. Zhang Yuger, the guy who lent me money for my guest house. In his past life, Zhang Yuger had been scammed by a woman who took his dowry and house. You zoned out hard, Zhang Yuger said. Didn't you drag me here to sneak a peek at the legendary campus belle, Gui Tongyao? Following his gaze, Jiang Dongwen spotted a stunning girl shelving books. Long, silky hair. Porcelain skin. Even the plain blue and white school uniform couldn't hide her curves. The armband on her sleeve read, Librarian. Memories flooded back. Did I just reincarnate? Back to his college days. Heart pounding, he checked the textbook in front of him. First semester, sophomore year. Zhang Yuger sighed dreamily. They say Gui Tongyao is still single, huh? Of course she is, Jiang Dongwen muttered, suppressing a grin. Gui Tongyao only has eyes for Qin Yubai. No way she'd date a guy. But even after all these years, seeing her again sent a jolt through him. As the top campus beauty, Gui Tongyao's face and body were flawless, a lethal mix of innocence and allure. Countless guys had confessed to her over the years. Yet this perfect woman had stolen his girlfriend. The absurdity still pissed him off. But this time, with a second chance, Jiang Dongwen wasn't running. He defaced Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao head on and rewrite his regrets. Chapter 2, I'll Steal Her Crush. After being reborn, Jiang Dongwen sat in the library, contemplating life. Though only 19 in body, his mind carried the wisdom of a man who had lived a full lifetime. First, he analyzed the root of his regrets from his past life. It all started when Gui Tongyao turned Qin Yubai gay. But what if he could change Gui Tongyao's preferences? What if he made her fall for him instead? After all, bisexuality existed. To put it bluntly, he was going to steal Qin Yubai's crush. Once his plan was set, Jiang Dongwen stood up decisively and whispered to Zhang Yuger, "Bro, I'm going after Gui Tongyao." Zhang Yuger nearly choked. Dude, you already have a girlfriend as pretty as Qin Yubai. Aren't you busy enough simping for her? Now you wanna chase Gui Tongyao too? Jiang Dongwen scoffed. Who said a man can only have one girlfriend? I've sealed my heart in concrete, no more simping in this lifetime. But internally, he was thinking, how the hell do I make a lesbian go straight? In his past life, after Qin Yubai, he never dated again. But as a guesthouse owner, he met countless beautiful women over the years. Even if he hadn't acted on it, his flirting skills had naturally improved with age. Before making his move, he carefully strategized. First, he and Gui Tongyao weren't strangers. But women, especially stunning ones like her, had strong boundaries. As the campus belle, she was constantly hit on, making her wary of men and immune to pick-up lines. Given that, a straightforward date invitation wouldn't work. Their relationship wasn't close enough for private outings either. Zhang Yuger, watching him rack his brain, laughed. See? A goddess like Gui Tongyao is impossible to chase. Even figuring out how to talk to her is a challenge. Or, I wonder who these beauties end up marrying in this brutal world. His words triggered a memory, a pickup artist who once stayed at his guest house. The man's wife was drop-dead gorgeous. They hit it off so well that night, they even went out for drinks together. Over beers, the pickup artist had shared his playbook. The key to seducing women? Thick skin. And step 1, create a situation where you're alone together. To bag a rich beauty, first get into her life, then get into her. Jiang Dongwen's eyes lit up. Thick skin. Easy. Just shamelessly go for it. But step 2, how to get alone with her. What if he used Qin Yubai as an excuse? Plan a group study session, then say Qin Yubai can make it boom, alone time with Gui Tongyao. System detected host S love for cat novels. Activating cashback lottery. Converting past life votes for authors into lottery draws. Total draws available, 981,237 auto drawing now. Congratulations! You've won the super dating system. Super dating option system has automatically bound to host. System description: host gains points and fun items through romantic choices. Usage: points exchange for red votes 1 to 100 ratio. Items come with instructions. Current dateable targets: Gui Tongyao, Qin Yubai. Jiang Dongwen grinned. No question, bind Gui Tongyao first. System: bind Gui Tongyao. Binding successful. Target: Gui Tongyao. Charm: 100. Stamina: 95. IQ: 78. EQ: 33. Relationship: 41 friends. Note: relationship resets to 0 upon reaching 100, upgrading status. He checked the stats. Charm: ability to attract others. Stamina: physical endurance. IQ: intelligence. EQ: emotional intelligence. Now armed with the system, Jiang Dongwen boldly strode toward Gui Tongyao. Target proximity detected. Romantic options triggered. Choose wisely. Option 1, Xiao Yao, you smell amazing. Can I kiss you? Option 2, Xiao Yao, any book recommendations? First choice bonus, execute choice to earn rewards. Jiang Dongwen hesitated. Option 1 would get him slapped as a creep. Option 2 it is. Gui Tongyao, hearing footsteps, looked up. Her frosty demeanor melted into a warm smile. Dongwen? Didn't he expect to see you here? This was his first close-up look at her since rebirth. The campus queen had silky black hair, a slender waist, full curves, legs for days, and a face that blended innocence with allure. I came to borrow books. Any recommendations? He forced himself to glance at the shelves, heart racing. How about Sherlock Holmes? Her eyes darted behind him, clearly hoping Qin Yubai was there. Option 2 complete. Plus 30 points. Reward: basic mind reader 1 use. Gui Tongyao's relationship, 41-42. His relationship score had risen. Plus, he got an item though single use. No hesitation. He activated it immediately. System: use mind reader on Gui Tongyao. Mind reading activated. Gui Tongyao, Dongwen's so handsome but his hair's always messy. A new haircut would do wonders. Jiang Dongwen touched his hair, then studied her closed lips. She hadn't spoken yet he heard her. To test it, he asked, Xiao Yao, is my hair messy? A little. She blushed, caught off guard. Gui Tongyao, did I say that out loud? I only thought it. Gui Tongyao, was I staring too hard? Gui Tongyao, honestly, I want a new hairstyle too but I'm broke. Listening to her thoughts, Jiang Dongwen smiled. How about this tomorrow afternoon, let us get haircuts with Yubai. I have a 90% off coupon from Maiko Salon. Her eyes sparkled. Seriously? That cheap? Cross my heart. Internally, Jiang Dongwen grinned. Phase 1 complete. Chapter 3, Breaking Free from the Shackles of a Dog. Jiang Dongwen was feeling complacent and thought he had successfully fooled Gui Tongyao. Zhang Yuger suddenly sneaked up behind him and whispered in his ear, Brother, I saw Zhu Mali eavesdropping on you and Gui Tongyao behind the bookshelf. You're going to be in big trouble when you get back later. When Jiang Dongwen heard the name, Zhu Mari, anger suddenly ignited in his heart. Zhu Mali is Qin Yubai's roommate. She is ugly and has a bad heart. Her favorite immoral thing to do is to persuade Qin Yubai to break up with him. When she returns to the girls' dormitory, she will definitely exaggerate the situation in front of Qin Yubai. Sure enough, Ju Mali overheard Jiang Dongwen's flirting conversation with girls and ran back to the girls' dormitory excitedly. She saw Qin Yubai sitting at the table putting on makeup, so she immediately walked over and started muttering. Yubai, I just saw Jiang Dongwen chatting up a pretty girl in the library. He even said he wanted to ask her to do her hair. Ju Mali didn't know at this time that the beauty she was talking about was actually Qin Yubai's secret lover Gui Tongyao. Qin Yubai paused slightly with the eyebrow pencil in his hand. His eyes reflected a chill in the mirror, but the corners of his mouth were forced into a confident smile. As the most beautiful girl in the literature department, she possessed a petite and delicate figure, with delicate and lovely features. Especially when she smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on her face. This extremely cute and childish appearance often aroused men's desire to protect and conquer her. Since middle school, Jiang Dongwen has been unable to resist her charm. He is intoxicated by her cute and adorable voice every day and has become her adorable boyfriend who is always available at her beck and call. So after listening to Ju Mali's report, Qin Yubai did not take her words to heart. Instead, he first felt suspicious about the authenticity of the matter. Mary, Jiang Dongwen pursued me for 4 years, from my freshman year of high school to my freshman year of college. Please stop saying that. He's obsessed with me. If I say east, he doesn't dare to go west. He's just my cute little dog. Ju Mali was anxious. She grabbed a stool and sat down next to Qin Yubai. I really saw it with my own eyes. If I lied to you, I would go eat rice at Machingong right away. Seeing Ju Mary utter such a rare oath, Qin Yubai frowned, and his confident tone gradually faded. Really? Mary, you can't play tricks on me about this. Why would I lie to you? Do I have the money? You can go directly to the boys' dormitory and confront him face to face. Jiang Dongwen will definitely reveal his true colors as a scumbag. Ju Mali said, pointing her finger at the ceiling as if swearing. Qin Yubai was disturbed by Ju Mali's words. She hurriedly put down the eyeliner in her hand and ran straight to the boys' dormitory building opposite to find Jiang Dongwen to question him. On their way back to the dormitory, although Jiang Dongwen was mentally prepared to be questioned by Qin Yubai, he didn't know that Qin Yubai had already been waiting for him at the door of the boys' dormitory. Elder brother. Qin Yubai seized the opportunity and took advantage of Jiang Dongwen's inattention to flash in front of him and cleverly block the way back to the dormitory. When she called her brother by his nickname, a sweet smile blossomed on her face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing 2 dimples, and her little finger gently twisted a strand of hair. Coupled with her sweet low-liter voice like honey, she was simply a textbook example of a woman acting coquettishly. Jiang Dongwen's heart tightened, and he looked at the beautiful first love by Yue Guang in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. He had a crush on Qin Yubai since middle school. After they were admitted to the same university, Jiang Dongwen took the initiative to confess his love to her during the first semester of their freshman year. They fell in love and became a couple. During that time, he was a very traditional good man and rejected all women except Qin Yubai. He also imagined countless times the happy days of marrying Qin Yubai and having a bunch of children, and planned to protect Qin Yubai for the rest of his life like the loyal dog Hachiko. However, precisely because Jiang Dongwen loves Qin Yubai so deeply and regards her as the most important person in his life, he has been giving without limit, even at the cost of himself. In the end, Jiang Dongwen became a suck-up with no bottom line. Give Qin Yubai expensive gifts during holidays. The living expenses saved every month are given to her as pocket money. In the end, he emptied his scholarship and had to work part-time to earn pocket money for Qin Yu. On the other hand, Qin Yubai was spoiled and gradually lost her previous cuteness and thoughtfulness. She became more and more arrogant and domineering towards Jiang Dongwen, and would criticize him in every possible way if he was not satisfied. Of course, Jiang Dongwen has completely changed now. After a person has really experienced something, his or her personality may change. His state of mind is no longer the same as before. Although he still liked Qin Yubai from the bottom of his heart, he no longer had that feeling that he couldn't live without her. Maybe time has changed my heart. Maybe it's because I haven't been in love for so long since we broke up, and I feel like I've become a stranger to love. Just take life lightly and go with the flow. If she doesn't behave, the next sister will be better behaved. Brother, why don't you say anything? Are you angry because I scolded you for buying ugly roses for Valentine's Day? Who told you to buy such cheap roses? I want white roses. At this time, Qin Yubai wanted to question Jiang Dongwen about chatting with the beautiful woman in the library, but she found that her boyfriend's mood was not right, so she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and decided to act cute and coquettish first to see what happened. No. I'm tired. Jiang Dongwen responded coldly, with an indescribable tiredness in his voice. Qin Yubai felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard such a perfunctory answer. After being in a relationship for so long, this was the first time she felt her boyfriend's unprecedented indifference. She couldn't tolerate this attitude for even a second. I think you are tired of looking at beautiful women. Qin Yubai snorted coldly, and finally couldn't help but burst out with the temper of the little princess. I am tired. Jiang Dongwen looked at Qin Yubai helplessly. That delicate and cute loli-like face was now staring at him angrily. If it were this moment in his previous life, he would have already hugged her slender waist and begged for mercy in a low voice. But now, Jiang Dongwen has vowed not to be a bootlicker anymore. He walked around Qin Yubai and turned to leave. Qin Yubai thought Jiang Dongwen was trying to escape, so he grabbed his sleeve tightly, intending to play a punishment game on him. You're not being honest. Today, as a punishment, you can't even think about sleeping. You have to run 10 laps around the girls' dormitory. Every time Jiang Dongwen made her unhappy, she liked to use all kinds of perverted punishment games to satisfy her desire for control. For example, Jiang Dongwen was asked to run downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and she was responsible for counting the steps upstairs. Or ask Jiang Dongwen to write a self-criticism and post it on WeChat Moments, starting from 100,000 words. Jiang Dongwen was exposed on WeChat Moments for carrying out Qin Yubai's perverted punishment game, and he couldn't hold his head up in front of his classmates. Qin Yubai's reminder reminded Jiang Dongwen of the punishment game in his previous life. He was annoyed and replied coldly, if you don't believe Ju Mary, forget it if you don't believe me. Although it was true that he had flirted with Gui Tongyao, Jiang Dongwen just didn't want to admit it. Why could Qin Yubai lie to him and get involved with Gui Tongyao, but he couldn't? If we want to be scumbags, let us be scumbags together. You're a grown man, how dare you do it but not admit it? Qin Yubai's tears began to well up in her eyes. She was always like this. When she couldn't win the argument with reason, she would show weakness and threaten Jiang Dongwen. The truth of the facts is not important to her, what she wants is Jiang Dongwen's attitude of admitting his mistakes. Unfortunately, after his rebirth, Jiang Dongwen no longer relies on this CPU. Jiang Dongwen was instantly enraged, his eyes widening as his roar increased in volume. Whatever others say is true. You have no judgment. Do you believe me or Ju Mari? You keep talking about Ju Mari. Is she your mother? This was the first time in his life that he spoke loudly to Qin Yubai. Qin Yubai was so shocked that he took several steps back. You dare to be mean to me. Jiang Dongwen, I want to break up with you. Her voice trembled, she bit her lower lip tightly, and tears flashed in her eyes. Let's divide it. Jiang Dongwen gritted his teeth and fought back without hesitation. He stared at Qin Yubai's shocked expression, and an inexplicable pleasure surged in his heart, as if he had finally broken free from the shackles of being a bootlicker in his previous life. After finishing speaking, Jiang Dongwen walked away quickly, leaving Qin Yubai standing there in a daze. When Qin Yubai watched Jiang Dongwen's figure disappear at the end of the dormitory corridor, he realized that he was not hallucinating. She covered her sour nose tightly, trying to suppress the sourness that was rushing up from her nasal cavity, but what came with it was an unprecedented and indescribable fear. Qin Yubai couldn't understand why her boyfriend Jiang Dongwen, who used to obey her every word and do everything for her, suddenly became so cold. Could it be that he's just too tired today? He probably doesn't dare to really break up with me, right? Qin Yubai bit his lower lip tightly, unable to help but speculate. Chapter 4 You've changed. You're mean to me. You're not gentle anymore. Qin Yubai's eyes flushed red as he returned to the empty dormitory with a gloomy look. She fell headfirst onto the bed, her tears soaking the pillowcase. Logically speaking, with her beauty that she is proud of, she is undoubtedly a top beauty in the university. Which boyfriend would not dare to hold her carefully in his hands and protect her for fear that she will melt? Moreover, the two were each other's first love as early as high school. How many couples can be together after they met as first love in middle school and then confess their love to each other after being admitted to the same university? Qin Yubai choked up and looked up at the photo of herself and Jiang Dongwen hanging on the headboard. Other girls hung posters of TF boys, but she only hung a photo of Jiang Dongwen, which shows how devoted she is. Stinky brother. You don't know how to cherish such a good girlfriend like me. Woo woo. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Yubai considers herself a very insecure woman. She really likes the clingy and caring attitude of a boyfriend like Jiang Dongwen, because it can satisfy one's need for a sense of security. When she is sad, make her happy. When she is lonely, play with her. When she squanders, give her money to spend. Anyway, it would be best if Jiang Dongwen stayed with her 24 hours a day and stayed by her side all the time. Qin Yubai suddenly realized at this moment that breaking up with Jiang Dongwen was impossible. How could she easily give up such a good man who perfectly meets her clingy needs and let other women get the upper hand? Besides, she had already developed a physical dependence on Jiang Dongwen's licking. Saying good morning, saying good night, picking up express deliveries, doing laundry. In short, Jiang Dongwen takes care of almost everything from food, clothing, housing and transportation. Qin Yubai bit her pink lips and looked at the clothes that had piled up on the balcony without being washed for a day. If they hadn't broken up, Jiang Dongwen would have brought the bucket and washed her clothes by hand. Now he dares to be so arrogant as to ignore her for a whole day. It's obviously just a little wang. Qin Yubai lay on the pillow with a sad face, kicking her white jade-like feet up and down. She felt that her life in college was really unbearable. We must find a way to make Jiang Dongwen continue licking. She looked out the window at the balcony again and gradually fell into reflection. But what he reflected on was not his own problems, but the possible problems that might exist in Jiang Dongwen. What major problems did Jiang Dongwen have during this period? To be honest, I haven't been intimate with Jiang Dongwen for a long time in recent weeks because of my period and academic matters. Har har, men are really creatures with lower bodies. They actually develop rebellious emotions because they are not satisfied with such a small thing. After Qin Yubai found the reason, a seductive smile appeared on his face. Anyway, according to the old rules, give brother a frog squat as a reward. She was going to send a coquettish voice message and ask Jiang Dongwen to go to the old place to hand in his homework. But when she looked at her WeChat chats with Jiang Dongwen, they were all filled with endless greetings from her boyfriend. Qin Yubai hesitated. Why did she take the initiative to send a message to apologize? It should have been Jiang Dongwen who apologized first. Putting aside the last time I scolded him for sending roses, today I just asked a few questions about whether he had approached any beautiful women, but his attitude was so fierce. You've changed. You're mean to me. You're not gentle anymore. If you want to put this matter behind you, you must apologize first. By the way, I will also punish you by making you buy a gift. This time I must make you bleed heavily. Qin Yubai thought of this and confidently opened Daobao, wondering which gift to buy for Jiang Dongwen. Anyway, just be patient, it will take 2 days at most. Jiang Dongwen will come over and beg for mercy humbly. At this moment, Zhu Mali, having eaten and drunk her fill, strolled back to the dormitory from the cafeteria. When she walked in, she noticed Qin Yubai's red eyes and said with a gloating tone, "Yubai, are you crying? Did I predict Jiang Dongwen was cheating on you?" Qin Yubai was upset when he heard this, but he refused to show weakness and said, "There is no evidence at the moment." She thought of how Jiang Dongwen had just blamed her for believing Zhu Mali in everything, and she suddenly felt unhappy with Zhu Mali. Zhu Mali had no idea what Qin Yubai was thinking. She kept nagging, "Listen to me, someone did an experiment and found that 99% of men who approach strange women are actually falling in love with someone else. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe he just happened to be asking for directions." Qin Yubai snorted coldly and put on his Bluetooth headset, trying to shut Zhu Mali up. Seeing this, Zhu Mali was even more anxious than when her boyfriend cheated on her. She climbed up the ladder beside the bed, lifted Qin Yubai's quilt, and advised, "Tomorrow afternoon, I'll take you to that hair salon and stake out the place. I guarantee you'll see that couple getting their hair done together. If you lie to me, I'll punish you with lightning speed." Really? Qin Yubai saw that Zhu Mari had sworn such a curse, and he began to hesitate. "Trust me. I'm not lying to you. If you tell a lie, I'll be struck by thunder right now." Zhu Mari saw that Qin Yubai was wavering, and her tone became more firm. Qin Yubai had no choice but to nod silently. She actually also wanted to know whether Jiang Dongwen was having an affair with other women. At least, with evidence in hand, he will be able to apologize and admit his mistake quickly. If no one washes the clothes, they will get smelly. The next afternoon, Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao came to the Mac hair salon together. Gui Tongyao sat elegantly on a high chair, and her long legs instantly attracted the attention of the men in the store. Her snow-white legs are long and straight, with smooth and tight lines, and her pores are so fine that there is no floor to be seen. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but be moved and look sideways, and after Gui Tongyao loosened her ponytail, her long black hair fell down like a waterfall, which was even more fascinating. At this moment, Gui Tongyao noticed Jiang Dongwen's gaze and felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by him, so she turned her head and said with a slight smile, "Brother Dongwen, when will Bai arrive?" Jiang Dongwen came back to his senses and replied vaguely, "She will be here later. Let's do our hair first. Is today's discount really 90%? Certainly. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, tell Gui Tongyao, my sword is thirsty for energy. Don't leave after school tomorrow. Option 2, ask Gui Tongyao if she's free to come over to your house after getting her hair done. Your cat can do backflips. Option 3, give Gui Tongyao a VIP membership card worth 1,000 yuan for the Mac hair salon. Love options are here. The first option is too straightforward, so eliminate it. As for option 2, he couldn't help but cough twice, his eyes falling on Gui Tongyao's curvy body. Isn't the timing for a backflip not ripe enough? Jiang Dongwen finally chose third. He wasn't stupid enough to use his own money to recharge his VIP membership card. System, help me redeem 10 points of love fund. The exchange ratio between points and love funds is 1 to 100. 10 points exchanged for 1,000 yuan successfully. Your CITIC bank card with the last number 8910 has received 1,000 yuan. Please check. This amount can only be used for dating options and dating partners, otherwise it will be withdrawn within 3 working days. Jiang Dongwen used his points to redeem a 1,000 yuan love fund. Then he used the money to top up his VIP membership card and handed the card to Gui Tongyao, who was getting her hair done next to him. "Xiao, let me give you a VIP card. I have 2, and this one is an extra." Jiang Dongwen was full of confidence and thought that Gui Tongyao was overjoyed and immediately accepted his gift, which greatly increased their relationship value. After all, which woman in real life doesn't love money? But the next second, Gui Tongyao's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and she said in a firm tone, "Brother Dongwen, you are too polite. I don't need it. Thank you." Option 3 was executed successfully. Received 100 points as reward, current total points are 120. Primary attribute free point addition card X3. Permanent attribute sensor X1. Gui Tongyao's relationship value has decreased from 42 to 36. Jiang Dongwen was confused. What's going on when the relationship value drops? Obviously the option was executed successfully, and he even sent the card, but the relationship value is decreasing. Jiang Dongwen's heart was suddenly filled with doubts, and he chose to use the free point adding props. After loading, his own property panel appeared soon. Host, Jiang Dongwen. Charm value, 85. Endurance, 62. Intelligence, 79. Emotional quotient, 61. Currently, there are 3 primary attribute free point adding cards, each card can enhance a certain attribute by 1 point. His own panel. Jiang Dongwen secretly sighed that his charm was still quite high. But why are his intelligence and emotional intelligence so low? Is his low emotional intelligence because he was a bootlicker in his previous life? After thinking for a few seconds, Jiang Dongwen added all the points to charm without hesitation. Charm value increased from 85 to 88. Consumed primary attribute free point card X3. Just when Jiang Dongwen finished adding attribute points, there was a noise coming from the corridor outside the hair salon. "You can't come in without an appointment. We're here to look for someone." This shrew-like cursing voice was undoubtedly Zhu Mali's voice. If he guessed correctly, Qin Yubai must be here too. Chapter 5. Is it your business if I do my hair with her? Zhu Mali's face was pressed against the transparent glass, her face and mouth were deformed, but her hand did not forget to point at Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao, who were sitting opposite each other in the hair salon. "Yubai, look. Jiang Dongwen is in there, and that woman is in there too." Zhu Mali's voice was filled with inexplicable excitement. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, she did not get a response from Qin Yubai. Zhu Mali turned around in confusion and saw Qin Yubai standing there in a daze, as if he had suffered a major blow. She became even more anxious and stepped forward to grab Qin Yubai and shouted, "Yubai? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch this couple." Qin Yubai seemed to be awakened from the abyss. He moved his feet subconsciously, but each step seemed so heavy. A memory flashed into her mind like lightning. A few months ago, Gui Tongyao suddenly confessed to her. From that moment on, Qin Yubai couldn't calm down. She has always regarded Gui Tongyao as her best friend. I didn't expect my best friend to make a sincere confession to me. From then on, the relationship between Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao went from being good friends to one of inexplicable ambiguity. Qin Yubai gradually felt that something was wrong in her daily interactions with Gui Tongyao, and began to have strange thoughts about her former best friend. We usually hold hands while shopping, but my palms are actually sweating. When the two looked at each other, she felt the affectionate gaze in Gui Tongya's eyes, and her heartbeat accelerated. Could this be the legendary being turned gay? So, when she saw Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao sitting side by side, she felt inexplicably guilty. How could she like a woman other than Jiang Dongwen? No, it doesn't seem like it's a problem for my brother to like women, right? Anyway, it doesn't affect his homework. Let's not go in. Let's go. Qin Yubai was struggling fiercely in his heart, his voice trembled slightly, and he seemed a little flustered. She turned around and tried to escape, waiting until she figured out how to deal with the situation. Zhu Mali was puzzled and held Qin Yubai's wrist tightly. "I'll take you in, don't be afraid. Follow me." She thought Qin Yubai was timid and didn't dare to face her boyfriend's cheating, so she dragged Qin Yubai and strode into the store. The doorman immediately stopped the two and reminded them to make an appointment, but Zhu Mali, with her unique boldness, forced the doorman to let them in. Finally, Qin Yubai and Zhu Mali came to Jiang Dongwen with murderous intent, and took up their positions one in front and one behind. Jiang Dongwen had already seen everything through the glass window in the store at this time, and couldn't help laughing to himself. For this upcoming show, he wanted to see how the two women performed. First of all, there is the lesbian relationship between Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao. If Qin Yubai said that Gui Tongyao seduced him, the theory would be completely untenable because Gui Tongyao likes women. Qin Yubai must be aware of this, so he will never attack Gui Tongyao. It would be better for him to gradually express his love for Gui Tongyao, which would definitely make their relationship fall into suspicion and freezing point. The so-called love between best friends will also be destroyed in the fire of Qin Yubai's jealousy. "Yubai, it's her?" Zhu Mali gritted her teeth and shouted as if she saw an enemy. Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao's eyes met in the air, and then they seemed to lose the ability to speak, leaving only awkwardness and silence in the air. Qin Yubai was initially afraid that Gui Tongyao would accidentally reveal her secret of liking him. But when she saw Gui Tongyao's embarrassed expression and quickly realized that her best friend would keep her mouth shut, she finally felt relieved. Seeing Qin Yubai remain silent, Zhu Mali took advantage of Qin Yubai's presence and shouted at Gui Tongyao, "What's your name? You stole my roommate's boyfriend. Do you have any sense of propriety or shame?" Her voice echoed in the hair salon, attracting the surrounding crowd to gather around, curious about who the lucky scumbag was. Gui Tongyao looked at Zhu Mali's furious expression and was confused for a moment. Whose boyfriend did I steal? She thought Qin Yubai was called by Jiang Dongwen to do her hair together. Why did the fat woman she didn't know suddenly appear and yell at her? When Gui Tongyao looked at Qin Yubai in confusion for an answer, Qin Yubai remained silent. She was struggling in her heart at the moment. Because of her ambiguous relationship with Gui Tongyao, she is unable to display her skills of acting coquettishly and throwing tantrums at this moment, and is immersed in the discussion of the proposition whether her love for a woman will affect her brother's homework. He. Zhu Mali glanced back at the silent Qin Yubai, feeling even more indignant. She put her hands on her hips, pointed at Gui Tongyao's nose, and continued to curse, "How dare you, mistress, be so arrogant? Watch out! The beautiful woman behind me and the handsome guy next to you are a couple. How dare you seduce someone else's boyfriend in broad daylight? How shameless!" After she finished speaking, she pulled Qin Yubai forward and said, "Yubai, say something." Gui Tongyao was stunned after hearing this. She turned to Qin Yubai, her eyes flashing with a signal for help. Qin Yubai took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to look up and glance at Gui Tongyao, and finally his gaze fell on Jiang Dongwen. She decided to start with her boyfriend, who was a bootlicker, and hold him accountable. Jiang Dongwen, why are you getting your hair done with Xiao Yao? Don't you need to report to me? Do you have feelings for Xiao Yao? The contemptuous smile on Zhu Mali's face suddenly froze. She stared at Qin Yubai with wide eyes. Yubai, do you know each other? Gui Tongyao is my best friend and high school classmate. Qin Yubai explained to Zhu Mali briefly, then cast a vicious gaze on Jiang Dongwen, waiting for his answer. Jiang Dongwen looked at Qin Yubai's angry expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The two women acted quite well, their eyes and their minds full of drama. You guys deserve an Oscar. But since I'm going to act, I don't want to miss out on the Best Actor award either. He frowned slightly, putting on a ruthless face like a scumbag. Qin Yubai, I've already broken up with you, why are you still pestering me? Besides, although Xiao Yao is your best friend, she's also my old classmate. She and I just went out to get our hair done together, what's it to you? Separate? When Gui Tongyao and Zhu Mali heard this word, they were so shocked that they looked at Qin Yubai. Qin Yu's fair and tender face suddenly turned blue with anger. Jiang Dongwen. Are you serious about breaking up? Her tone was filled with anger. Qin Yubai, do you think I'm joking? Jiang Dongwen asked jokingly, not caring at all about the sour face Qin Yubai made. Qin Yubai was overwhelmed by Jiang Dongwen's determination. She originally thought that Jiang Dongwen was just being naughty. The condition for reconciliation is just to wear black stockings to seduce him, make him do his homework once, and at most give him 2 more candies, and he will be trained again and continue to lick her obediently in the future. But Jiang Dongwen was obviously competing with her. How dare you to offend me? Jiang Dongwen. I'm telling you now, no matter how much you try to coax me, I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to block you on WeChat. I'm going to block your phone number. You'll never be able to find me again. You'll regret this for the rest of your life. Qin Yubai's eyes gradually turned red. She uttered some harsh words and made a gesture as if to leave, but she was hesitant in her movements, which was obviously a way for Jiang Dongwen to admit his mistake and beg for mercy. Jiang Dongwen didn't want to back down at all. He didn't feel too much in his heart at the moment. In the past, he might have succumbed to Qin Yubai's strong threats and become a bootlicker who wrote a 100,000-word self-criticism and posted it on WeChat Moments. But now? Jiang Dongwen sneered and looked at Qin Yubai with contempt. Let's block each other now and delete each other. Qin Yubai looked at Jiang Dongwen in astonishment, obviously not expecting him to be so decisive. The grievances in her heart surged like a tide, and her eyes were red. Scumbag. Jiang Dongwen, I misjudged you. You are not a human. You are really a dog. Qin Yubai gnashed his teeth and cursed in a sobbing voice, then covered his face and ran out of the hair salon. Seeing that the person involved had run away, Zhu Mali glanced coldly at Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao, and chased after Qin Yubai. Brother Dongwen, hurry up and chase after Bai and explain. Gui Tongyao tried to stand up and chase Qin Yubai, but Teacher Tony held her shoulders and reminded her that her hairstyle was not yet finished. Jiang Dongwen waved his hand at the anxious Gui Tongyao, don't worry about her, just let her be. It's all my fault for spoiling her before, she's become unreasonable. Don't take it too seriously. Besides, what's wrong with us 2 high school classmates getting our hair done together? After hearing this, Gui Tongya's face suddenly turned slightly red, and she looked at her beautiful self in the mirror thoughtfully. Chapter 6 Men get tired of eating and like to change the taste. Jiang Dongwen, you'll always be on my blacklist. Don't come downstairs and yell at me, no one will pay attention to you even if you yell at the top of your lungs. Qin Yubai lay on the bed, tears streaming down her eyes, wetting her pillow, and she cried like a lark. After cursing, she dragged Jiang Dongwen's profile picture into the blacklist with trembling fingers. To make matters worse, she also added Jiang Dongwen's phone number to the caller blacklist from her mobile phone. In this case, Jiang Dongwen couldn't find her no matter whether he called or sent WeChat messages. Unless Jiang Dongwen personally goes to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, kneels on his knees, holds up a plaque that reads I love Qin Yubai, and kowtows 520 times on the ground to apologize. She wants to let Jiang Dongwen know the price of daring to disobey her. Bye, you are so gentle that it makes me feel distressed. If it were me just now, I would have slapped that scumbag to death. Ju Mali followed Qin Yubai back to the dormitory. She tiptoed to close the dormitory door, a look of ecstasy flashing across her strange eyes. Jiang Dongwen, you heartless guy, do you want to rebel? Under Ju Mali's instigation, Qin Yubai couldn't help but curse. Ju Mali had a malicious smirk on her face. If you ask me, your best friend is a green tea. She tried to seduce your boyfriend while you weren't paying attention. No, she probably doesn't have that idea. Qin Yubai immediately denied Ju Mali's words. She knew very well that Gui Tongyao liked her and it was impossible for her to like Jiang Dongwen. As for Jiang Dongwen, did he have any bad intentions towards Gui Tongyao? However, looking back on the 3 years of high school, as Gui Tongyao's deskmate, Jiang Dongwen always revolved around her and treated her well. The relationship between Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao always maintained a moderate distance between male and female classmates, and they never crossed the line. Besides, there were beautiful girls who confessed their love to Jiang Dongwen and were rejected in the past. He was able to stand the test and was not fooled by those coquettish and cheap girls. Therefore, in Qin Yubai's heart, Jiang Dongwen is loyal in love and is her exclusive bootlicker. Thinking of this, Qin Yubai felt a dull pain in her heart. In the past, she was the one who broke up with Jiang Dongwen, and she begged him not to break up and tried to coax her not to be angry. But now that they are breaking up, he readily agreed. Does he really like Gui Tongyao? Ju Mali came over and interrupted Qin Yubai's thoughts. Yubai, you're too naive. Don't they often say online, beware of fire, theft, and best friends? Besides, your best friend is really pretty. As a woman, I'm telling you the truth, you're a bit inferior to her. Qin Yubai was angered by Ju Mali's blunt comments. She stood up and tightened her clothes with her hands, outlining a perfect S-shaped figure. I'm thin where I should be thin, and fat where I should be fat. How can I not compare to Gui Tongyao? Mary, please stop talking nonsense, okay? Ju Mali smiled and placed her hand on Qin Yubai's slender waist, groping upwards. Yubai, you're a petite and cute Lolita type, but in front of the charm of a mature woman, your cuteness seems insignificant. Men get tired of it and like to change the taste. I don't believe he'll get tired of it. Mary, you're always saying depressing things. I'm going to ignore you. Qin Yubai turned sideways, not wanting to hear Ju Mali's teasing anymore. However, a few minutes later, Qin Yubai's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Gui Tongyao's figure. After all, she had seen the real size of it when she was in the swimming pool changing room with Gui Tongyao. Even as a woman, she was envious. Who wouldn't want a bigger one? Ju Mali's teasing words really made her lose confidence. If Gui Tongyao really wanted to compete with her for Jiang Dongwen, she really couldn't win in terms of body shape. But fortunately, she knew that Gui Tongyao liked women. But what if Jiang Dongwen falls in love with her? What if Gui Tongyao is the type that appeals to both men and women? Qin Yubai lay on the bed, biting his thin lips irritably, the quilt in his hands almost crumpled to pieces. After Qin Yubai left, Gui Tongyao's hairstyle was finally done. However, during the checkout process, Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao had an argument. I can't let you pay, Dongwen. How about we split the bill? Gui Tongyao gently pushed open Jiang Dongwen's VIP membership card and quickly showed her payment QR code to the clerk. Jiang Dongwen reached out to stop Gui Tongyao, handed his VIP membership card to the clerk, and said with a smile, "Today's incident was caused by me. I'm sorry you've been wronged. Let me handle the checkout. 10% off, right?" He had already privately informed the clerk that there was a 10% discount when checking out. The clerk quickly nodded and said it was a 90% discount. She also took Jiang Dongwen's VIP card and swiped it skillfully to assist. "Miss, this handsome guy is paying for you, so don't refuse. You have spent 988 yuan with your VIP membership card at the Mac Luxury Hair Salon. Thank you for your patronage." This time the hair salon's cash register system issued a voice message. "Is it still so expensive even at a 90% discount? I'm so sorry, brother Dongwen, why don't I just return the money to you?" When Gui Tongyao heard the expensive bill, panic flashed in her eyes, as if she felt guilty for spending other people's money. Although her family was not well off, she had been working diligently and frugally since she went to college, living a life of hard work and self-payment. Only this kind of lifestyle can make her feel at ease. "How about this, you can treat me to a meal next time. This time it's on me." Jiang Dongwen didn't want to argue with her, So he said this, and at the same time, they also set the date for the next time. Gui Tongyao had no choice but to nod and thank Jiang Dongwen. Brother Dongwen, you spent a lot of money. Next time I will treat you to a meal to repay you. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, you said, what's the point of eating? Why not eat meat instead? Option 2, you compliment her on her new hairstyle. Option 3, invite her to the amusement park and let her be your companion to pay you back. Jiang Dongwen examined the 3 options and decisively chose the second one. Xiaoyao, your new hairstyle looks so good. Jiang Dongwen pretended to stare at Gui Tongyao's new hairstyle. Gui Tongyao used to have long straight black hair that reached her waist. After using air cushion curling, the wavy curls between the hair made her facial features even sweeter. She is no less beautiful than the lead dancers of the girl groups selected by the consortiums with huge sums of money, and it can even be said that she is slightly better. Thank you, Dongwen brother, you are good at choosing hairstyles. I don't have much experience with hairstyles. Gui Tongyao seemed to notice Jiang Dongwen's gaze. She raised her head, gently lifted the hair that was covering her eyes, and gave him a sweet smile. This beautiful smile made Jiang Dongwen feel an electric shock of love. Option 2 was executed successfully. Receive 50 points as reward, total points currently 170. Permanent Attribute Sensor X1. Primary Psychic Clarion Device X1. Gui Tongyao's relationship value increased from 36 to 38. Despite some efforts, the relationship value did not increase much. Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao's beautiful profile and couldn't help wondering, how can I quickly improve my relationship with her? At this time, he and Gui Tongyao were still on their way back to the school dormitory from the hair salon. Jiang Dongwen suddenly remembered that the system reward had a permanent attribute sensor. I got one before and got another one this time, but I haven't tried it yet to see if it works. Jiang Dongwen curiously clicked on the instructions, hoping that the new props would bring him a surprise. Permanent Attribute Sensor senses the permanent attributes of a love interest, helping the host determine the direction of a date. Please use it on the love interest. Jiang Dongwen used both props on Gui Tongyao. Dating partner, Gui Tongyao. Charm value, 100. Endurance, 95. Intelligence, 78. EQ, 33. Relationship value, 38 friends. Permanent attributes, solid as a rock, innocent fool. Solid as a rock? Innocent fool. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but be curious and checked the description of the permanent attributes. Chapter 7. This is the authentic silk stocking milk tea. Solid as a rock, no man can improve the relationship by directly giving valuable items, and it will significantly reduce the relationship. Jiang Dongwen saw this attribute description and understood why giving Gui Tongyao a VIP card actually reduced the relationship value. But Gui Tongyao's family was not wealthy, so why was she so stubborn? This kind of pride is truly rare and precious. At least she is much better than his ex-girlfriend Qin Yubai. He continued to check another permanent attribute of Gui Tongyao. Innocent fool, once she falls in love with you, she will never leave you and will become your eternal follower. She will also do all kinds of ridiculous and stupid things just to be with you. But then again, to call her a fool is quite accurate. Gui Tongyao is a little silly, especially when there is no smile on her face. She is lovable when she is in a daze, and she has completely lost the charm that can make a woman fall in love with a smile. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth when he thought of this. He looked up and continued to look at Gui Tongyao, and coughed lightly twice. At this time, the two had finished their hair and walked back a few hundred meters along the commercial street near the school. As they talked about Qin Yubai's troubles, Jiang Dongwen felt his throat was a little dry. I'm a little thirsty, why don't I go to that store and buy a cup of milk tea? After Jiang Dongwen finished speaking, he walked alone to a milk tea shop on the street. What do you want to drink? Gui Tongyao immediately followed and quickly took out her phone. Brother Dongwen, let me treat you this time. Just order whatever you want. Jiang Dongwen didn't refuse. He knew that asking women to pay, even if it was just a small cup of milk tea, was a way to make them more devoted to love. Because when a woman spends money on you, she is not only giving you money, but also giving you the feelings that she is willing to spend money on. Only when a woman really gives you money, it means that she loves you more. He used to be too stupid and naive. When he went out with Qin Yubai, he would rush to pay for everything. In the end, he became a bootlicker that no one looked down upon. Then, while waiting for Gui Tongyao to order, Jiang Dongwen sat in a leisure chair at the door of the milk tea shop, looking indifferently at the passers-by around him, looking relaxed and comfortable. Gui Tongyao paid the money and was still waiting in a long line for milk tea. Jiang Dongwen suddenly felt like he had turned the tables and became the master. After waiting for a while, Gui Tongyao finally received 2 cups of brown sugar pearl-flavored milk tea from the clerk. She walked over to Jiang Dongwen, handed him milk tea and comforted him. "Brother Dongwen, please go back and apologize to Bai. You've been pursuing her for 4 years, you can't give up halfway." Jiang Dongwen suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. He took Gui Tongyao's milk tea and took a sip. At this moment, he couldn't figure out how much truth there was in what Gui Tongyao said. "Are you teasing him? In his previous life, he broke up with Qin Yubai because of you, Gui Tongyao, who was causing trouble. Now you come here to persuade them to get back together? What do you think if I break up with her?" Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao with a playful look, trying to test her reaction. Gui Tongyao's reaction was unexpectedly intense. She suddenly put down her milk tea and stood up, her expression extremely excited. "Bai loves you so much. Brother Dongwen, how could you break up with her?" Jiang Dongwen almost couldn't catch his breath, staring at Gui Tongyao's serious expression with wide eyes. "Love me." Gui Tongyao's words touched his soft spot, and he couldn't help but slowly tell her everything he had done for Qin Yubai, but he always suffered all kinds of pain. Gui Tongyao listened to Jiang Dongwen's bitter words and comforted him softly. "It's okay. As long as you two have a good chat, you can definitely make peace. Otherwise, I'll send you a text message to intercede. Oh, and send my voicemail from your phone." As she spoke, she quickly took Jiang Dongwen's phone, which was still unlocked and was watching a video, and quickly opened WeChat. Jiang Dongwen's heart tightened when he saw this. He quickly reached out to grab his phone and stopped her, saying, "Don't send it. I don't want to send her WeChat messages anymore." At this time, Gui Tongyao had already opened the WeChat dialog box. "No. The conflict in this matter is caused by me, and I must help you resolve it." Gui Tongyao, however, was very adamant, believing that the conflict had arisen from her and therefore she had a responsibility to help resolve it. Furthermore, she had just been treated to a meal by Jiang Dongwen at their hair salon, and she wanted to take this opportunity to repay him. So, despite Jiang Dongwen's obstruction, she wanted to continue editing the apology text message. Jiang Dongwen was driven to desperation and resorted to rough treatment against Gui Tongyao. He grabbed her delicate wrist with one hand and said impatiently, "Xiaoyao, I really don't want her to send a message to apologize. Hurry and give my phone back. If you do this again, we'll be friends forever." But just as the two were fighting over the phone, the plastic chair in the milk tea shop couldn't support Gui Tongyao's plump weight. The chair tilted backwards and a crack appeared on the old legs. Plop! Gui Tongyao, her cell phone, and the milk tea on the table all fell to the ground at the same time. The plastic-wrapped milk tea exploded onto the ground, and her whole body was covered with the smell of milk. "Xiaoyao, are you okay?" Jiang Dongwen was stunned. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He quickly squatted down to help Gui Tongyao, full of apology. "It's okay." Gui Tongyao grimaced in pain, but still tried to force a smile. At this moment, she only felt the rich milk tea spreading on her flesh-colored stockings, soaking the thin stockings and leaving a large dark stain. Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao's bewildered expression. He thought of her permanent attribute, innocent fool, and couldn't help laughing out loud. "You really are a fool. Brother Dongwen, your phone is broken. I'm really sorry." Gui Tongyao didn't care about the stains on her stockings. Instead, she was more worried about Jiang Dongwen's mobile phone because the screen of his mobile phone was already broken. "The tempered glass is broken. It's not worth much at just a dozen yuan." Jiang Dongwen said casually and picked up the phone from the ground. Then he noticed that milk tea was still dripping down Gui Tongyao's thigh, so he immediately turned around and walked into the milk tea shop to ask for tissues. "Take off your socks and wipe them clean with a tissue before leaving, or you'll catch a cold." Jiang Dongwen handed over a tissue. "Good." Gui Tongyao blushed slightly as she took the tissue. She leaned slightly to the side, delicately slipping her fingers under the top of her stockings and pulling them down slowly and gracefully. Jiang Dongwen stood aside, quietly admiring Gui Tongya's movements of taking off her socks and her slender legs, and jokingly said, "This is authentic silk stocking milk tea." "Stop joking, brother Dongwen." Gui Tongyao took the tissue and slowly wiped the water off her legs. She felt a sense of shyness she had never felt before as she wiped her body in front of Jiang Dongwen. "This is really my fault. So I want to help brother Dongwen persuade Bai not to be angry." Seeing that Jiang Dongwen was still staring at her, Gui Tongyao was too shy to help but break the silence. Jiang Dongwen laughed and teased, "You want to use my phone to persuade Qin Bai? The problem is that she's a jealous person, so that would only deepen the misunderstanding." Gui Tongyao woke up as if from a dream after hearing this, and shook her head in annoyance. "Oh, how could I forget, Bai really is super jealous." Jiang Dongwen shook his head helplessly at Gui Tongya's naivety. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently swept from Gui Tongya's body to her small handbag that fell on the ground. The zipper of the small shoulder bag was undone. A pink object lay there quietly. Chapter 8. Her acting skills don't seem fake. An alarm was buzzing in Jiang Dongwen's mind. "Pink, isn't that what it is? Those vibrating toys you see in porn movies. Gui Tongyao and Qin Bai are having so much fun playing with them." Even as Qin Bai's boyfriend, he didn't play so extravagantly. The two women had all the fun things to do by themselves, and they didn't even take him with them. It was really abominable. Trigger the love option. Please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, you take the toy and ask her what it is right in front of her. Option 2, you can just take the toy and invite her to play with you in the hotel across the street. Option 3, you just hold the toy and shout to the people around you, "Sell it for $1." Jiang Dongwen smiled evilly when he saw the options coming. This time, he chooses one. Jiang Dongwen picked up the small black bag on the ground without hesitation, took out the pink gadget, placed it in his palm and said to Gui Tongyao with a wry smile, "Xiao Yao, this little thing is so cute. What kind of novelty is it?" Now, he has only one goal. Gui Tongyao must be ashamed in public. Gui Tongyao took the pink gadget from Jiang Dongwen's hand with suspicion. After taking a closer look, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, my facial cleanser fell to the ground and got dirty." Jiang Dongwen was so shocked by the unexpected answer that he almost vomited the milk tea in his stomach. He stared at Gui Tongya's serious expression in disbelief and confirmed again, "Is it really a facial cleansing device? Do you use it to wipe your face?" "It's a facial cleansing brush. I bought it on Taobao for 9.9 yuan. The quality is okay, right?" Gui Tongyao nodded innocently. Seeing that Jiang Dongwen didn't believe her, she pressed the switch of the cleansing device. The cleansing device made a humming sound of motor vibration. This confused Jiang Dongwen. He looked carefully at Gui Tongya's clear eyes. Amazing. This kind of acting doesn't seem like something she could fake. Does she really think this motorized toy can only be used as a facial cleanser? Option 1 was executed successfully. Received 100 points as reward, current total points are 270. Get Psychic Clarion X1. Primary Attribute Free Point Edition Card X3. Gui Tongya's relationship value increased from 38 to 40. No, that's impossible. She must be hiding something. Jiang Dongwen decided to use the telepathic device on Gui Tongyao, and currently has 2 in stock. System, use the telepathic device on Gui Tongyao. Gui Tongyao, brother Dongwen, why is he always staring at my facial cleanser? I've never heard of a guy using a facial cleanser. Gui Tongyao, actually, it's not expensive. Since he asked me to do his hair, I might as well buy him one. The top model is only 99 yuan anyway, and he seems to like it very much. Gui Tongyao, but after buying this, my food budget for next week will be lower, so I might not be able to afford meat, woo woo. Jiang Dongwen listened to Gui Tongya's inner thoughts for 3 minutes, and only heard her repeatedly struggling between eating a few more bites of meat or buying a top-of-the-line cleansing device. Brother Dongwen, I'll buy you a facial cleansing device. I think you like it very much. After a fierce ideological struggle, Gui Tongyao gritted her teeth and made the decision. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help laughing out loud after hearing this ridiculous answer. Gui Tongyao looked so silly and cute when she was so serious. I completely overestimated her. It seems that this pink thing is indeed a facial cleansing device. As a grown man, he really doesn't know anything about girls' things. That's fine. I can buy it myself. Jiang Dongwen rejected Gui Tongyao's suggestion. He gently tore off the broken tempered glass film on the phone, and the original screen was intact. But when he swiped away the screensaver on his phone and opened the WeChat chat box with Qin Yubai, he found that Gui Tongyao had sent him a happy emoticon package. However, the dialog box shows the message has been sent and has been rejected by the other party. Qin Yubai actually blocked him. Jiang Dongwen was surprisingly calm at this moment. Since Qin Yubai wants to block him, it will save a lot of trouble. After he deals with Gui Tongyao, he can come back and deal with her. After Jiang Dongwen bought another cup of milk tea, he walked parallel to Gui Tongyao on their way back to the dormitory. While chatting and laughing, his eyes inadvertently fell on Gui Tongyao's simple canvas shoes. These cheap canvas shoes only cost about 10 yuan a pair at a roadside stall. He had learned from Qin Yubai before that Gui Tongyao's family was in financial difficulty and that her college tuition was entirely supported by her single mother working as a farmer in her hometown. However, it is said that Gui Tongyao's tuition was funded by Qin Yubai's father. No wonder these two best friends have such a good relationship. Is your mother still in her hometown? Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but ask with concern. Gui Tongyao nodded gently, yes. She is farming alone in her hometown. When talking about her mother, Gui Tongyao's eyes showed a hint of inferiority. Jiang Dongwen saw the uneasiness and inferiority in her heart, and he continued to ask, she can't make much money farming in her hometown, why doesn't she try something else? Gui Tongyao's eyes darkened. After a moment's silence, she slowly explained, my mom doesn't have any technical skills, so she came to the city to work in a factory. But if we stayed in our hometown, we could work on the farm while finding daily wage work in a nearby town. That way, we could earn money from both farming and daily wage work, and have more freedom. I see. Have you ever thought about opening ABB? Your place is near a scenic spot. Jiang Dongwen recalled his experience of running ABB in his previous life. With his dedicated research, he made a lot of money running the BB and became a well-known BB owner in the local area. If it weren't for Qin Yubai, his previous life should have been very happy and fulfilling. Gui Tongyao couldn't help but laugh when she heard what he said, we don't have much business sense. Besides, opening ABB requires a lot of investment, and my family doesn't have the money. Jiang Dongwen nodded, then said, how about I invest in your family to open ABB, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Gui Tongyao shook her head, thinking that Jiang Dongwen was just joking. While chatting, Jiang Dongwen casually opened Gui Tongyao's circle of friends. In the video she posted, there was a stream winding past her doorstep, with green mountains behind it, as beautiful as a landscape painting. It was not far from the current Suicheng. Occasionally there are a few selfies of Gui Tongyao and her mother, also standing in the fields. I have to say that her mother is also very beautiful and doesn't look like someone who often does farm work. I remember your mother's surname is also Gui. Jiang Dongwen said as he looked at Gui Tongyao's circle of friends. Yeah. I have my mother's last name because my father is. Gui Tongyao stopped talking mid-sentence. She saw Jiang Dongwen scrolling through his moments in front of her, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Brother Dongwen, do you often check my moments? We're all friends, after all. I often give you likes, and the scenery in your house is really beautiful. He thought Gui Tongyao's question was a bit strange. As old classmates, wasn't it normal for them to browse each other's moments? But according to Gui Tongyao's few friends, the only people who liked her post were Qin Yubai, her mother, and Jiang Dongwen. The scenery at my house is quite beautiful. If Brother Dongwen likes it, he can come and stay for a few days when he has time. Gui Tongyao unintentionally said a few polite words, but immediately imagined that she would be living in the same house with Jiang Dongwen, and she could see him in pajamas showing his strong muscles when brushing his teeth, and she couldn't help feeling nervous. She had never been so close to a boy since she was a child. They even chatted alone for such a long time. Come to think of it, I didn't resist Jiang Dongwen's approach. Is it because he is Bai Bai's boyfriend? Gui Tongyao was thinking while chatting, staring at Jiang Dongwen's handsome face from time to time, and gradually felt some indescribable throbbing in her heart. Time passed by unknowingly, and the two of them walked all their way to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. At this moment, the eyes of many surprised girls upstairs gradually focused on the two people, and they were especially curious about the handsome Jiang Dongwen. As we all know, Gui Tongyao has always been known for her reserved and cold image, and she doesn't like to be alone with boys. However, today was the first time the girls upstairs had ever met each other. Chapter 9. He is just too considerate to his girlfriend. The dormitory building was packed with curious girls. They all leaned over and whispered to each other, "Hey, look, who's that handsome guy? He's flirting with the school beauty, Osmondus. Oh, I know him. He's Jiang Dongwen, the bootlicker boyfriend of Qin Yubai, the beauty in the Department of Literature," a woman shouted. "What? Is he some super slutty dog who posted a 100,000-word apology on WeChat Moments just to win back his girlfriend? How could he possibly be worthy of our school beauty Gui?" Jiang Dongwen vaguely heard a few words of the girls' noisy discussions, but at this moment he didn't care about the gossip. Jiang Dongwen's purpose of accompanying Gui Tongyao back to the girls' dormitory was to declare his sovereignty and give others the illusion that Gui Tongyao was his girlfriend in advance, so that other opponents would give up. Even in the animal world, male lions must first defeat their competitors before they can win the love of a female lion. Now, all he had to do was stand alone with Gui Tongyao at the door of the girls' dormitory, which was already a symbolic announcement to their whole world. This woman has been conquered by him. "Brother Dongwen, you should go back first." Gui Tongyao heard the girls in the dormitory making a fuss. Her face flushed as she said this and walked quickly towards the girls' dormitory. However, when she was halfway there, she turned around and waved to Jiang Dongwen, her voice a little shy, "Bye, Brother Dongwen." Such a sweet and innocent farewell speech made Jiang Dongwen embarrassed. "What a foolish fellow." Jiang Dongwen shook his head and laughed. When he saw Gui Tongyao's innocent look, he couldn't help but recall the feeling of his first date with Qin Yubai. It is a kind of youthfulness between young men and women, like taking a bite of a green apple, with the mixed taste of sweetness and bitterness flooding into their heart. After Gui Tongyao and Jiang Dongwen parted ways, her heart was pounding. She covered her restless heart with her hand and hurried back to the dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, her three roommates surrounded her as if they had discovered a new world. The girl named Meng Chudong, who was sleeping on the bed opposite Gui Tongyao, grabbed Gui Tongyao's wrist. "Oh, our school beauty Osmondus has blossomed today. That boy is so handsome. Which department is he from? Tell us quickly, the sisters can't wait to eat melon." Gui Tongyao's face was as red as the clouds in the sunset. She gently broke free from Meng Chudong's hand, placed her bag steadily on the table, lowered her head, and said in an unnatural and trembling voice, "I just chatted with him for a few minutes as an old classmate." "Oh. We are old high school classmates again. It turns out that our old love has rekindled." Meng Chudong stretched out his tone and looked at Gui Tongyao intriguingly. Meng Chudong was quite dissatisfied at this moment. She came from a wealthy family, was pretty, and her clothes weren't as shabby as Gui Tongyao's, all of which were cheap street goods. How could Gui Tongyao seduce Jiang Dongwen, who was even more handsome than her boyfriend? Her current boyfriend also fell in love with Gui Tongyao and pursued her like a stupid lickspittle for a whole semester, but was eventually coldly rejected by Gui Tongyao. The key point is that Meng Chudong's handsome rich second-generation boyfriend only started pursuing her this year, and it only took him one day to win her over. This matter also spread in the school. From then on, many people thought that Meng Chudong was a cheap woman. In comparison, the aloof school beauty Gui Tongyao has a broad mind and knows how to be reserved. She is the true flower of the school. This incident ruined Meng Chudong's reputation overnight. As a result, the relationship between the two in the dormitory took a sharp turn for the worse. Oh no. It turns out our Tongyao is the kind of person who likes to reminisce about the past. Did they already get a room and have sex? Meng Chudong recalled old and new grudges, and spared no effort to mock Gui Tongyao. Gui Tongyao faced Meng Chudong's malicious teasing with a cold look. She changed into cheap cartoon pajamas without taking it seriously and said, "Don't talk nonsense. He already has a girlfriend. We are really just old classmates." As soon as their words fell, Meng Chudong seemed to have caught some explosive news, and his tone of sarcasm intensified. "He already has a girlfriend. Wow, that's interesting. Are you trying to poach her? I didn't realize you were so capable, Gui Tongyao." The other two roommates couldn't help but gossip. "Who is his girlfriend? Tell me quickly." Hey, I remember now. Isn't that handsome guy the slavish boyfriend of Qin Yubai, the beauty from the literature department? Hearing his roommate's comments, Meng Chudong's eyes blazed like a shark smelling blood. He continued to poke at Gui Tongyao's sore spots without mercy. Now that you mention it, it reminds me. He wrote a full 100,000-word letter of repentance and posted it on his WeChat Moments. He's definitely a lowly lickspittle. Gui Tongyao, are you crazy? How could you fall for this kind of stuff? Gui Tongyao couldn't hold it in any longer. She retorted, Brother Dongwen is not a bootlicker. He's just a little too considerate towards his girlfriend. Meng Chudong burst into laughter. Look, he's even starting to protect her. Gui Tongyao, what are you to him now? Are you his mistress, or just a spare tire? Har har har. She smiled, her eyes inadvertently glancing over Gui Tongyao's newly wavy hair. As if she had discovered a new world, she exclaimed, Sisters, look. Gui Tongyao even got a perm. Amazing. This must have cost hundreds of dollars. Sister Tongyao, your family is so poor, where did you get the money? Could it be that your brother Dongwen generously donated money? Please stop meddling in other people's business. You are such an annoying person. Do you know what it means to shut up? Gui Tongyao felt her self-esteem was hurt. She didn't want to get entangled with Meng Chudong, so she pushed her away forcefully and buried her head in the quilt. Meng Chudong was furious. She put her hands on her hips and mocked Gui Tongyao loudly in bed. Alas, a beautiful woman like you, Gui Tongyao, whose family is poor, will either sell herself after graduating from college or become a mistress. In any case, the child must be born by a slutty bitch. Even rabbits will bite when they are cornered. Meng Chudong's insulting words completely trampled on Gui Tongyao's bottom line. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, she jumped off the bed, nimbly pulled out a shiny fruit knife from behind the table, and rushed straight towards Meng Chudong. The blade is as sharp as snow and the cold air is overwhelming. Meng Chudong was frightened by the sudden knife tip and fled to the dormitory door in panic. The two roommates were so scared that their faces turned pale, but they quickly reacted, hugged the excited Gui Tongyao tightly, and tried to carefully take the knife from her hand. Tongyao, calm down. Don't bother with her. Chiu Dong just speaks without restraint. You don't have to take her words to heart. A roommate comforted softly. Yes, we are all roommates, so don't ruin the relationship because of a single word. Another roommate echoed. Seeing Gui Tongyao tightly grasping the fruit knife, Meng Chudong turned pale with fear and screamed repeatedly, Oh my god! Murder! Murder! But when she saw Gui Tongyao's two roommates snatch the knife away, she regained her arrogance and sneered, Har har, Gui Tongyao, what are you so proud of? You don't deserve to be criticized for what you did yourself. Gui Tongyao's eyes were red and tears welled up in them. She waved her fists in anger and said in a choked voice, It doesn't matter what you say to me, but you are not allowed to insult my mother. Meng Chudong disagreed, putting her hands on her hips and saying, Oh, you're still anxious. Who do you think you are? My family is much richer than yours, why are you acting like a spoiled brat? Seeing the conflict escalate, the roommate who had hugged Gui Tongyao finally lost her patience. She suddenly grabbed the pillow on the chair and threw it at Meng Chudong's face, shouting, Meng Chudong, please stop talking. Do you really have to make it so that we sisters can't live in the same dormitory together? We are all good friends. Gui Tongyao gradually calmed down under the gentle comfort of another roommate. She looked up and glanced coldly at Meng Chudong. She and I can never be friends in this life. Gui Tongyao knew that although she was the most beautiful woman in the dormitory, her family's economic situation was the worst, so she often felt unintentional contempt from her roommates. Meng Chudong is just the most obvious one. The friendship between women may seem calm on the surface, but secretly it is turbulent, full of comparison and jealousy. Especially for a woman like her who is blessed with beauty by God, but comes from a peasant family and has nothing except her beauty. The three roommates had just entered university. Some of their parents had already prepared a dowry house, some had directly bought them luxury cars, and some had even reserved a lucrative job within the system. However, when it comes to beauty, none of the three can compare to 1/10 of Gui Tongyao. Especially Meng Chudong, who has a high opinion of himself, feels jealous when facing Gui Tongyao, whose appearance far exceeds his but whose family background is not as good as his. She speculated that Gui Tongyao could only change her fate as a poor person by becoming the mistress of a rich man or falling into prostitution. Tomorrow, I will ask the teacher to change my dormitory. Gui Tongyao threw down these words, opened the door of the dormitory and walked straight out. Chapter 10 Do you like men too? The next day, Jiang Dongwen lay in bed, his face full of fatigue. He stared at the ceiling with empty eyes, thinking about life. Brother, did you really break up with Qin Yubai? His roommate, Zhang Yuger, who was playing Honor of Kings nearby, asked casually. Jiang Dongwen took a deep breath, spread his words into a large character, and exhaled slowly, we've broken up. Don't mention her anymore. Zhang Yuger looked up in surprise, staring at Jiang Dongwen in confusion. Fuck. Qin Yubai is such a beautiful woman, and you are so ungrateful. Jiang Dongwen was amused by Zhang Yuger's words. He smiled and asked, who do you think is prettier, Gui Tongyao or Qin Yubai? Gui Tongyao. Zhang Yuger answered without hesitation. That's it. Don't mention Qin Yubai anymore. Jiang Dongwen was just about to cover himself with the quilt and fall asleep when he was interrupted by Zhang Yuger's hesitant voice. He frowned slightly, looking at Zhang Yuger, hesitant to speak, as if he had something to hide. What's wrong? Jiang Dongwen was a little curious. Zhang Yuger scratched his head and said hesitantly, I was browsing my friend's circle recently and someone said she has violent tendencies. What violent tendencies are you talking about? Jiang Dongwen sat up suddenly and looked at Zhang Yuger with wide eyes. Seeing Jiang Dongwen's reaction, Zhang Yuger showed him a woman's circle of friends. What caught my eye was a picture of a fruit knife with the caption, there's a murderer living in my dorm. She's the campus beauty in your mind. Next to the picture of the fruit knife, there is also a real photo of Gui Tongyao. Who posted this on WeChat Moments? Jiang Dongwen became interested, but his brows were furrowed. It is hard to imagine that the usually gentle and lovely Gui Tongyao is associated with a fruit knife. This matter is not simple. Zhang Yuger blinked and said, the woman who posted on WeChat Moments is called Meng Chudong. I heard that she and Gui Tongyao were roommates, and after a conflict between them, Gui Tongyao pulled out a knife. Jiang Dongwen thought of Gui Tongyao's usual style of doing things. The summary is very low-key. Unless something really pushed her to the brink of despair. How could a woman who usually speaks in a gentle and polite manner and never uses a curse word suddenly resort to knife attacking her roommate? He opened his phone and found Gui Tongyao's WeChat profile picture. Gui Tongyao's WeChat avatar is unique, while other beautiful college girls' avatars are all selfies. She just posted a photo of the rural scenery of her hometown. If she added the nickname Peace is a Blessing, Jiang Dongwen would have thought it was the WeChat account of some auntie who dances square dance. Jiang Dongwen, did something happen? A tentative message was sent, but Gui Tongyao didn't reply for a long time. Jiang Dongwen didn't care. If he didn't want to reply, then so be it. Anyway, he was not the same stubborn bootlicker as before. The time had come, so he should do what he had to do. Afterwards, Jiang Dongwen took a shower, lay on the bed and started playing games happily, and then prepared to sleep until he woke up naturally tomorrow. It was already 1 in the morning. Gui Tongyao suddenly replied, and the chat box interrupted Jiang Dongwen's game screen. Gui Tongyao, I don't want to talk. I feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Dongwen glanced at the message, quickly deleted the dialog box, then thought about it and stopped playing the game on his phone. At this moment, curiosity took over. He didn't try to hide it and asked Gui Tongyao directly, why did you show your knife to others? Gui Tongyao was silent for a few minutes, as if hesitating whether to reply to Jiang Dongwen. But in the end, she still replied, it's okay for her to scold me. She also scolds my mother. After a few conversations and a long time, Jiang Dongwen finally understood the whole story. Next time, don't be so impulsive, okay? Jiang Dongwen advised. Okay. Gui Tongyao reluctantly replied with an aggrieved expression, looking like a helpless child after being scolded by an adult. Next time, you should slap her 100 times. Slap her until her face turns red like a monkey's butt. It would be too easy for her to be stabbed to death. Jiang Dongwen was dissatisfied with Gui Tongyao's soft feedback attitude and immediately sent another message. Gui Tongyao sent back a smiling expression. What a silly woman, even this can make people laugh. Jiang Dongwen thought his chat with Gui Tongyao was over for the day, but he received another message from Gui Tongyao, Brother Dongwen, a famous professor from Peking University and Tsinghua University is coming to our school to give a lecture tomorrow. Are you interested in attending? Lecture? Jiang Dongwen frowned slightly. If it were in the past, he would definitely refuse without hesitation, but now Gui Tongyao actually took the initiative to invite him, which meant that she had already opened a window to him. Okay. Send me the classroom number and time, and I'll see you at the door. The next day, Jiang Dongwen arrived at the tiered classroom location that Gui Tongyao sent him on time as agreed. There were crowds of people outside the classroom, and it was very lively. People had to queue up to register for admission, which showed that there were many people who wanted to attend the lecture. Brother Dongwen. A greeting as sweet as spring water rang in Jiang Dongwen's ears. He turned around and looked. Gui Tongyao stood stiffly in front of him, with her hands behind her back and a shy look on her face. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come on, line up. Jiang Dongwen pointed to the end of the line and motioned Gui Tongyao to follow him. Okay. Gui Tongyao responded, but her steps seemed a little hesitant. It was then that Jiang Dongwen noticed that her permed hair was tied into a ponytail with an elastic band, completely losing the sweet, pure and flowing feeling she had when she came out of the hair salon. Why is your hair tied up again? It doesn't look good. After Jiang Dongwen made a brief comment, he thought to himself that if Gui Tongyao tied up all her permed hair, wouldn't his 10 points be wasted? Hearing this, Gui Tongyao looked up at Jiang Dongwen, put her hand to her mouth, clenched it into a tube, and whispered, I feel like having my hair down is too ostentatious, so it's easier to take care of it this way. Jiang Dongwen raised his head and looked around. Many boys had already cast admiring glances at Gui Tongyao. Even though Gui Tongyao used low-quality rubber bands that cost 10 for 1 yuan, it still couldn't stop these veterans from grading the beautiful woman. It's okay. While you're young, be a little arrogant. Jiang Dongwen raised the corner of his mouth and strode to Gui Tongyao. After untying the rubber band on her head, he hung the rubber band on his wrist, looking like a real boyfriend, which made many peeping boys want to angrily send an good luck emoticon. The moment the rubber band was untied, Gui Tongyao's long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and she instantly became dignified and beautiful, no longer the shy school beauty with a student-like air. It still looks beautiful like this. Jiang Dongwen nodded with satisfaction and praised sincerely. Perhaps due to his memories from his past life, he currently has quite a good understanding of women's aesthetic tastes. When Gui Tongyao heard Jiang Dongwen's praise, her face flushed and her movements became slow. Jiang Dongwen felt a strange feeling when he saw her being shy. Why does Gui Tongyao get shy after just a few words? Is she actually attracted to men and has feelings for him? Could she really be the legendary bisexual? At this moment, a tall and handsome boy walked up to Gui Tongyao and said with a confident smile, Hello classmate, can you add me on WeChat? Didn't you see I was standing next to her? I'm her boyfriend. Jiang Dongwen stood in front of Gui Tongyao with a sharp look in his eyes. The guy who approached her was stunned. He couldn't believe that Jiang Dongwen, dressed so casually, was the boyfriend of the super sweet girl next to him. His own clothes and shoes were all branded, so how could they compare to Jiang Dongwen's shabby clothes? Excuse me, beautiful lady, is this true? Gui Tongyao blushed. She didn't want to pay attention to this boy, but she also didn't want to follow Jiang Dongwen's wishes and admit that she was his girlfriend. But after a few seconds of pausing, she blushed slightly and hummed softly, in order to save face for her old classmate Jiang Dongwen. The handsome guy's face was full of embarrassment and disappointment. He mumbled, sorry for disturbing you, and turned and ran away. I accidentally became a flower protector, you don't have to thank me. Jiang Dongwen looked at the handsome guy's dejected back with a sly smile on his face. Seeing that Jiang Dongwen was taking advantage of her and acting like a good boy, Gui Tongyao had no choice but to stick out her tongue and make a face to complain about him. Behind the two of them, Qin Yubai's trembling voice suddenly came. You guys are here too. Chapter 11 Let her go, I don't want to serve her anymore. At some point, Qin Yubai and Zhu Mali quietly appeared in the bustling crowd. Jiang Dongwen turned around and his eyes met theirs. Qin Yubai's pupils dilated as he stared at Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao in disbelief. Zhu Mali quickly came to her senses and whispered to Qin Yubai, I wasn't lying to you, was I? After Jiang Dongwen dumped you, he got back together with Gui Tongyao. After hearing Zhu Mali's provocation, Qin Yubai turned his gaze to Jiang Dongwen, as if hoping to get an explanation from his expression. Even if Jiang Dongwen said, we just happened to meet each other, she would still believe it. However, Jiang Dongwen's eyes were surprisingly calm. He did not avoid Qin Yubai's scrutiny, but instead looked at him calmly. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, tell Qin Yubai that Gui Tongyao is your girlfriend. Option 2, you steal a kiss from Gui Tongyao in front of Qin Yubai. Option 3, you drag Gui Tongyao into the classroom and ignore Qin Yubai. This time, Jiang Dongwen was satisfied with both options. But he was worried that Gui Tongyao would resist, so what was the best way? A secret kiss to Gui Tongyao resulted in an irreversible situation. Then, he moved closer to Gui Tongyao's face, wanting to steal a quick kiss. Gui Tongyao seemed to have predicted his intention, and she quickly turned her head and cleverly avoided Jiang Dongwen's kiss. This silly girl is totally uncooperative. What are you going to do, brother Dongwen? Gui Tongyao widened her eyes, her face flushed, and looked at Jiang Dongwen in panic. Qin Yubai also saw such a bizarre scene. She was stunned for a moment, then she rushed forward in anger and grabbed Jiang Dongwen by the collar. What are you doing? Hooligan! How dare you kiss my best friend? Jiang Dongwen then realized that he had made the wrong choice. In fact, he should have pulled Gui Tongyao directly into the classroom, so that Qin Yubai would be pissed off to death. He just didn't expect that the silly and cute Gui Tongyao was so agile. I've already broken up with you. I'm with Xiaoyao now. What do you want to do? Since he couldn't cause any misunderstanding, Jiang Dongwen simply laid his cards on the table and acted like a scumbag. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yubai's slap was already in the air. However, Jiang Dongwen was quick-witted and grabbed Qin Yubai's palm, staring at her cute little face. What do you want to do? You. That's too much. Qin Yubai's eyes turned red and he began to sob uncontrollably. Zhu Mali stepped forward and pulled Qin Yubai back. Har har. Man, look. Yubai, I was right. He's a scumbag who falls in love with every woman he meets. You better keep your eyes open from now on. As more and more people gathered around, Qin Yubai was worried that people would talk about her and make her a hot topic, so she rubbed her red eyes and turned to go into the lecture hall. Zhu Mali rolled her eyes at Jiang Dongwen and followed her in. Brother Dongwen, what are you doing? We can't wash ourselves clean even if we jump into the Yellow River. Gui Tongyao said anxiously. She instinctively wanted to chase after him to explain, but Jiang Dongwen held her wrist tightly. Ignore her. Let her go. I don't want to serve her anymore. Jiang Dongwen's tone was full of fatigue. But, you two love each other so deeply, don't let it be because of a momentary misunderstanding. Gui Tongyao tried to persuade them, with a flicker of pity in her eyes. Why were you avoiding me just now? Jiang Dongwen interrupted her, looking straight at her with a meaningful tone. Gui Tongyao met Jiang Dongwen's deep gaze, her pretty dimples filled with shyness. You suddenly kissed me, how could I not hide? Jiang Dongwen chuckled. I just played the boyfriend and helped you chase away the hitchhiker, but you refused to help me play the girlfriend. This is inappropriate. Gui Tongyao argued softly, but the two things are different. She looked up at Jiang Dongwen's lips and thought to herself, if I had really been kissed just now, my first kiss would have been taken away by Dongwen. However, she didn't seem to reject him in her heart. Why did she have this inexplicable strange feeling? Let's go. Let's go in and attend the lecture. Xiaoyao, please continue to play my girlfriend and help me cure Qin Yubai's princess-like temper. Seeing that Gui Tongyao was silent, Jiang Dongwen took her hand without hesitation and walked into the classroom. A blush spread across Gui Tongyao's cheeks, and she struggled with shame as if she was burning in flames. However, under the grip of Jiang Dongwen's warm big hands, she compromised inexplicably. At this moment, Jiang Dongwen felt like he was really a devil walking on earth. A twisted pleasure gradually spread to every corner of Jiang Dongwen's body. He contentedly pulled Gui Tongyao to sit on the seat. Not far behind him were Qin Yubai and Zhu Mali. He had chosen this position specifically so that Qin Yubai could see everything he and Gui Tongyao did. After sitting down, Jiang Dongwen remembered the system reward for the option he had just chosen. Received 100 points as reward, current total points are 370. Basic skill card X1. Gui Tongyao's relationship value increased from 40 to 55. Although Gui Tongyao said that she didn't want to play the role of his girlfriend, their relationship still improved significantly. What a hypocritical woman. Jiang Dongwen now has reason to suspect that Gui Tongyao has feelings for him. At least it proves that the orientation can be male. Jiang Dongwen gradually felt that the fact that Gui Tongyao liked women was becoming a little confusing. Before he had time to think about it, a well-mannered professor wearing glasses walked in from outside, followed by two beautiful female teaching assistants. Professors from Peking University and Tsinghua University are indeed very pompous. Classmates. Hello, I'm Sun Huatsai from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Today, I'll lead you in a deep exploration of the mysteries of sociology. I believe this topic will be of great benefit to you all. Professor Sun Huatsai hadn't finished speaking. Qin Yubai sat in the back row, but he was panicking. She had naively thought that Jiang Dongwen's proposal to break up was just a momentary impulse, and that after both parties had calmed down, he would come back and coax her humbly. But today, when she saw Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao sitting side by side, her heart felt like it was cut by a knife. Qin Yubai couldn't help but open his circle of friends and look at the sweet time he spent with Jiang Dongwen in the past. Her circle of friends is full of photos of her and Jiang Dongwen checking in at various attractions in this city, and their smiles look so happy and sweet. Qin Yubai closed his eyes and dared not look again. His heart ached a lot. But she couldn't bear to delete all her moments. She still has love for Jiang Dongwen in her heart. She knew she had to stay calm. Although she could not control her temper, she overturned the table, rushed to Jiang Dongwen and slapped him hard. For now, she still believes that Gui Tongyao will not like Jiang Dongwen. Jiang Dongwen was just angry and did not fall in love with someone else, Gui Tongyao. But for Qin Yubai, being with Gui Tongyao was just a novelty of the lesbian relationship. Jiang Dongwen is her only true love. Only when she hugs Jiang Dongwen can she feel that her life is completely filled with love, which is something Gui Tongyao can never give her. But now, love and desire, everything has disappeared. The man she loved most was actually sitting next to the woman who loved her most. Yubai, that scumbag Jiang Dongwen is whispering with his mistress in front. Hurry up and post a message on your moments to curse them. Zhu Mali leaned over to Qin Yubai's ear, pointing her finger at Jiang Dongwen in the distance. Class is about to start, shut up. Qin Yubai gritted his teeth and said with an annoyed look on his face. Chapter 12, if he stops pursuing someone halfway, what else can he do but a scumbag? Professor Sun Huatsai from Peking University and Tsinghua University began his lecture. The title of the PPT courseware is, Why Are Boys Nowadays Unwilling to Pursue Girls? As soon as this title appeared, it immediately aroused heated discussion among the students. Because I paid tuition, fell in love, and failed miserably. The heart is sealed with cement. Not pursuing is the only way to be clear-headed. Who dares to chase version T0? Why don't girls chase boys? For a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, I would rather choose a BMW. Professor Sun Huatsai saw that the students in the audience were very active and enthusiastic, so he smiled gently and waved his hand to signal everyone to stay calm. Then he pointed to a boy with anxious eyes not far away and motioned him to stand up and speak. The professor asked, Excuse me, student, how old are you this year? 21 years old. The boy replied. Why do you think boys don't chase girls anymore? The boy took the microphone from the teaching assistant, cleared his throat, squinted his eyes, and spoke with anger. Girls nowadays must be 1.8 meters tall, have 8-pack abs, own a car and a house, and be as handsome as a celebrity. Who would dare to pursue such requirements? As soon as the words fell, a girl stood up suddenly and raised her arms high. Seeing this, Sun Huatsai nodded and asked her to stand up and speak. The tall, pretty woman glared at the man who had spoken, a disdainful sneer curling her lips. I'm just confused. Why don't you men look for the reason within yourselves? We women want abs, a house, a car, and good looks. What's wrong with that? Haven't you men always demanded that we women be beautiful, considerate, and gentle, capable of both housework and family life? Over the years, have you men ever truly made an effort to improve yourselves? Have your salaries increased? Have you ever put in the effort? Her words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing the girls present to cheer and applaud. Now it was the boys' turn to get restless. A burly guy stood up, walked over to the first guy who was speaking, and grabbed the microphone. That girl said it so easily. Everyone, let me be frank, I'm a bootlicker. I'm a senior this year, and I've been pursuing a girl for 3 years. Last month, it was her birthday, but I was busy writing my thesis and forgot to send her a birthday red envelope, so I was immediately blocked. So, the old saying comes true: once the money transfer stops, the relationship is gone. Which woman would still talk about love with you these days? It's all about money, to make her love me. Without money, there's no love. The burly boy spoke, and the boys around him nodded in agreement, and some even cheered uncontrollably. At this moment, Jiang Dongwen also felt the same way. He recalled the various situations when he was in love with Qin Yubai in his previous life. Giving gifts on holidays and birthdays seemed like a life or death test. Giving gifts to girls should be a way for boys to express their love. However, in an era of consumerism, gift giving, which should be a simple act, has become increasingly complicated. Men must always pay attention to changes in their girlfriend's preferences, pay attention to her daily words and deeds, and even try to figure out her thoughts, in order to find a gift that can make her feel thoughtful. However, Jiang Dongwen almost never received any gifts from Qin Yubai. Once, it was his birthday, but Qin Yubai suggested going out for a meal. In the end, he was the one who paid the bill. When Jiang Dongwen raised his head from his thoughts again, the scene in the classroom was already a little chaotic. Men and women scrambled for the microphone to speak, accusing each other of logical flaws, just like a debate competition. Professor Sun Huatsai on the stage frowned slightly, obviously realizing that if free speech continued like this, the situation would become chaotic. He made a new decision, waved to the teaching assistants, and asked them to help take back their microphone and change the speaking rules. Next, Sun Huatsai called on everyone to speak. His eyes quickly locked onto the pretty and lovely Qin Yubai. Sun Huatsai believed that such a cute and innocent-looking girl must have rich emotional experience, so she called out to her, "Hey, female student, please stand up and express your opinion." Qin Yubai was stunned. She was actually a bit socially anxious and afraid to speak in large groups. So after entering the room, she deliberately chose a seat farthest from the professor, hoping to avoid the questioning session. Just as Qin Yubai was about to refuse, Jiang Dongwen turned around and gave her a cold look. This time, Qin Yubai's anger value was raised to the maximum. She slowly stood up, holding the microphone tightly with both hands. A blush appeared on her face, her pink lips moved, and she finally spoke. "Professor Sun, I think boys nowadays would rather hide in their dorms playing games than pursue girls. This is a passive behavior and also shows a lack of social responsibility. Do they still expect us girls to actively pursue boys? Don't boys desire love anymore? Do they just want to muddle through life? Moreover, many boys nowadays are scumbags. They fall in love with every girl they meet, and they are purely animals who think for themselves." As she spoke, she glanced coldly at Jiang Dongwen, as if to indicate that she was talking about him. But Jiang Dongwen was very angry. "Playing games? Does she know I'm playing games? Oh, and did she delete my QQ friend? Maybe she found out when I was playing King of Glory with my QQ account. What a scheming woman. Even though we broke up, she still checks on him to see if he is playing games. This can give her an excuse to blame." Jiang Dongwen felt like his head was about to explode at this moment. "Qin Yubai, you cheated on me." Lin Huangmao was righteous and said a few words to other women. "Let's play a game. I have to write a 100,000-word self-criticism and post it on WeChat Moments. I can't stand it anymore. I won't stand it anymore." Jiang Dongwen stretched out his hand and signaled to Professor Sun that he wanted to speak. Seeing Jiang Dongwen's anxious expression, Sun Huatsai asked the female assistant to hand him the microphone. Jiang Dongwen took the microphone, turned to Qin Yubai and taunted him, "Taking the initiative is servile, being affectionate is like being a bootlicker. We're tired of being bootlickers. Now you girls spend the men's money on dates, and you girls think it's your right to spend our money. If it's love, why not go Dutch?" Before Jiang Dongwen could finish, Qin Yubai gripped the microphone tightly and retorted angrily, "You're not paying, so you're expecting to get something for nothing. Isn't it normal for boys to spend money on girls?" Jiang Dongwen didn't tolerate her bad temper and directly retorted, "We guys struggle to afford 3 meals a day, and we even have to save our living expenses to pay for our relationships. And yet you guys are content to enjoy everything. The slightest dissatisfaction leads to nitpicking. You say we're animals who think with our lower bodies, but aren't you also animals obsessed with money?" Jiang Dongwen's speech caused all the boys to cheer, and some boys even raised their mobile phones to take pictures of him. Sun Huatsai on the podium smiled slightly at this time. He wanted to ask the teaching assistant to take back their microphone and let the next person speak. However, Qin Yubai was so angry that she was unwilling to return the microphone. Her palms, gripping the microphone, were already sweating slightly. When you love someone, shouldn't you give your all? Those who give up halfway through pursuing someone are nothing but scumbags. And especially those who have already possessed someone's body and then let go so easily are complete scumbags. This time, their whole audience sighed. Finally, someone with a curious mind recognized the relationship between the two. Isn't this the literature department beauty Qin Yubai and her adoring boyfriend Jiang Dongwen? Oh, there's something exciting going on. Hurry up and record the video. Chapter 13. Is it true that newcomers are better than old ones? Jiang Dongwen took a breath. Qin Yubai's unreasonable words caused a surge of anger into his mind. Their heart is beating faster and faster, and the blood vessels in the body are churning. Jiang Dongwen suddenly realized that his behavior was a bit reckless. He actually argued with Qin Yubai in public. Isn't this making a fool of himself? But then he thought, the meaning of his rebirth is to teach Qin Yubai a lesson. I have to calm down and think of ways to refute this bad-tempered little princess. He suddenly remembered that he had not used the skill card rewarded by the system. The skill card seems to be able to temporarily enhance personal skills, so why not take it out and take a look first? Basic skill card. Choose any basic skill to improve your ability, including running, pull-ups, swatting flies, mixing juice. The skills that can be improved by skill cards are varied and carefully categorized. Even skills like cleaning toilets are available. Jiang Dongwen quickly selected the debate skill. This skill was perfectly suited to the situation. He was worried about running out of words to refute Qin Yubai. Debate can enhance their host's debating ability, lasting 30 minutes. After Jiang Dongwen improved his debating skills, a steady stream of sentences emerged in his mind. Just when everyone thought Jiang Dongwen had nothing to say and the female assistant was about to take back his microphone, Jiang Dongwen took a deep breath, gripped the microphone tightly, looked directly at Qin Yubai, his eyes sharp, and said in a steady tone, being unconditionally nice to someone will eventually make you look like a clingy bootlicker. Why do boys have to fawn over women? Isn't a man's body his body? Isn't a man's youth his youth? Why do you always have to pretend to be the vulnerable group? Haven't we boys ever been hurt? Why do you always turn a blind eye to our wounds? Jiang Dongwen's words were as impeccable as the logic of the debate. The boys in the classroom were deeply moved by his words. They applauded and cheered for Jiang Dongwen's debating skills. Qin Yubai was shocked. She never thought that Jiang Dongwen, her bootlicker boyfriend, actually thought she was hurt. Hadn't he always been enjoying it? Isn't it because Jiang Dongwen was so persistent in licking her that she gradually accepted this superior subordinate relationship between master and licker? Now, it's her fault. Qin Yubai angrily picked up the microphone and fiercely retorted to Jiang Dongwen, I'm not after your wealth. I just want you to be truly good to me. Is that wrong? You don't even have the patience to be my lapdog. What else can I expect from you as my husband? Zhu Mali also echoed, yeah. Be a good bootlicker, it's not like they don't want you anymore, they are just testing you. Jiang Dongwen curled his lips into a cold smile, and an idea of how to deal with the situation quickly came to his mind. If it weren't for the help of skill cards, he might not be able to beat version T0. She can even say with such a straight face that she lets her boyfriend be a bootlicker. I'm afraid that what she says next will contain all kinds of bizarre double standards. Jiang Dongwen coughed lightly to moisten his throat, then stared at Qin Yubai and said slowly, the premise is that girls can be loyal to each other in their relationships. The reality is, there are always some girls who have fish in their ponds, with a full range of fish models, but still expect men to be their constant bootlickers. Isn't this a double standard, Mr. Qin? When Jiang Dongwen called out the three words, classmate Qin, Qin Yubai was stunned again, and couldn't find any reason to refute for a moment. Indeed, there is a delicate relationship between her and Gui Tongyao. Although they have never crossed the line, the ambiguity in their hearts has long exceeded the scope of friendship. She thought that as long as they loved each other, it was enough. Why did Jiang Dongwen always keep on picking on her bad temper and said that he didn't want to be a bootlicker? How many men want to lick her feet through the phone screen but can't? Besides, Jiang Dongwen actually dared to call her Qin, such a strange name. In the past, people always called her Little Cutie, Little White, or at worst Little Yubai. Is it true that newcomers are better than old ones now? Qin Yubai couldn't help but glare at Gui Tongyao, who was beside Jiang Dongwen. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Gui Tongyao keenly noticed Qin Yubai's gaze. She realized that their relationship had changed. Gui Tongyao was confused and wanted to stand up at this moment, walk to Qin Yubai and explain to her. Because ever since the hairdressing incident, she had sent WeChat messages to Qin Yubai, but Qin Yubai hadn't replied to a single message. But now, with so many people staring at her, Gui Tongyao didn't dare to move and had to continue sitting next to Jiang Dongwen, watching in amazement as the two continued their PK match. Sun Huatsai, who was standing on the podium, was also quite surprised at this time. The confrontation between Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen made his heart, which had been silent for a long time, feel excited to teach. When he saw that Qin Yubai was speechless, he quickly waved his hand to signal her to sit down. After Sun Huatsai took the microphone, she began the lecture's introduction. Just now, we had a very meaningful dialogue between the sexes. It's not difficult to discover a phenomenon. This is because in modern society, the importance of individual values is emphasized. For example, the male student just mentioned that licking dog is actually a giving personality. The lecture continues. Jiang Dongwen gradually understood the wrong behaviors in his previous life from Sun Huatsai's lecture. If someone had shown him the way at that time, he would not have fallen into the dilemma of being a bootlicker in his relationship with Qin Yubai. Pity. It's too late to say anything now. He spread his hands, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. At this time, Sun Huatsai's lecture was about to enter the next game session. The PPT displayed the big words, Lightning Blind Date Conference. Classmates, let's continue with an interesting social practice. Let's invite a few students to come up on stage and state your requirements for a significant other. As soon as Professor Sun Huatsai finished speaking, the students in the lecture hall became as lively as a boiling pot, discussing with each other. Gui Tongyao slowly leaned towards Jiang Dongwen and whispered to him, Brother Dongwen, why don't you take this opportunity to go up on stage and apologize to Bai Bai in front of everyone? Jiang Dongwen glared at Gui Tongyao coldly. After confirming that her brain wasn't short-circuiting, he slowly said, actually, rather than apologizing to Qin Yubai, I'd rather know what your blind date requirements are. When Gui Tongyao heard this, her cheeks flushed red as if by the sunset. She widened her eyes and muttered, What are you talking about, Brother Dongwen? Why would I go on a blind date? Stop teasing me. Jiang Dongwen looked at her shy and angry expression, pointed at the 6 big words, Lightning Blind Date Conference, on the PPT, and said with a smile, How about you go up and play the professor's game too? Chapter 14, I want to get closer but I am more afraid of being rejected. Jiang Dongwen didn't know whether Gui Tongyao had heard the hidden meaning. If she goes on a blind date, is it with a woman or a man? Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Dongwen's words, Gui Tongyao glanced at Jiang Dongwen's face and said softly, If we're talking about blind dates, I think a guy like you, Brother Dongwen, is pretty good. Jiang Dongwen's heart skipped a beat. Was Gui Tongyao still flirting with him, or was she just being polite? Seeing Jiang Dongwen's expression, Gui Tongyao was a little caught off guard. She laughed a little incoherently and said, Well, I just said that Brother Dongwen is a very reliable and considerate man. She also told me that you are a very good boyfriend. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, you jokingly told Gui Tongyao, Since you think I'm nice, then you can be my girlfriend. Option 2, stand up in front of everyone and say, I like girls like you, too. Option 3, pull Gui Tongyao over to Qin Yubai and ask her to repeat what she just said. Since you think I'm a good person, then you can be my girlfriend. Jiang Dongwen chose the first one. He smiled and teased Gui Tongyao in a real and fake way. Until now. Jiang Dongwen's plan was to take Gui Tongyao down and feed Qin Yubai cuckold dog food. He said this to test whether Gui Tongyao's preferences had changed. Received 100 points as reward, current total points are 470. Primary attribute bonus card X3. Gui Tongyao's relationship value increased from 55 to 90. When Gui Tongyao heard Jiang Dongwen's sudden confession, her eyes became stiff, her heart beat like a drum, and her breathing became rapid and intense. After holding her breath for a long time, she mustered up the courage to look at Jiang Dongwen and responded with a trembling voice. No. You are Bai Bai's boyfriend, how can I steal her boyfriend? Seeing that Gui Tongyao was actually thinking seriously, Jiang Dongwen finally couldn't hold back the smile on his face. I was just kidding. You took it seriously. Are you kidding? Gui Tongyao's eyes widened, and an inexplicable sense of loss rose in her heart. Then she glared at him with a hint of anger. Please don't joke about confessing your love, okay? Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao's interesting expression and the smile on his face grew. It felt great to have a beautiful campus girl being played around within his hands. Besides, he didn't expect Gui Tongyao to respond to his confession. Jiang Dongwen now has the experience of having lived for most of his life in his previous life. His mental maturity in dealing with feelings has given him a unique calmness and sophistication compared to other male college students of the same age. A man like him who is mature and stable in his heart can maintain a sense of boundaries with young women, and after taking the initiative, he can maintain a strong desire to restrain himself, making women dizzy and completely under his control. This is a natural scumbag quality, and he doesn't need to learn any tricks to pick up girls. 19-year-old Gui Tongyao was still in the naive stage of her youth. However, she could already sense the powerful, mature manly attraction of Jiang Dongwen. She was a little obsessed with this indescribable feeling, but her rationality was also knocking at her nerves. That's Qin Yubai's boyfriend. Gui Tongyao swallowed nervously, then stared at Jiang Dongwen intently and said, Brother Dongwen, I really think you should reconcile with Bai Bai as soon as possible. Jiang Dongwen's heart moved, and he wanted to restrain his teasing, but looking at Gui Tongyao's cute and serious look, he couldn't help but want to continue teasing her. He deliberately straightened his expression and put on a serious look. Xiao Yao, if I had confessed to you instead of Qin Yubai, would you have accepted me? Gui Tongyao's eyes widened, and she blurted out, Brother Dongwen, how could you possibly like me? Jiang Dongwen responded with a nonchalant smile, how is it impossible? You are the campus belle. You are so beautiful, which man doesn't like beautiful women? Gui Tongyao, however, felt a little disappointed and asked, do you like her just because she's pretty? Jiang Dongwen was stunned. In his communication with Gui Tongyao, Jiang Dongwen could always feel her extraordinary seriousness and her willingness to understand every word of others as the truth. But I don't know if I'm really naive or just too stupid. This serious attitude makes her seem a little too persistent at an age where she should be playful. Jiang Dongwen lowered his head and pondered for a while. He answered her according to his past life experience, of course, if you like someone, it's not just about appearance. The three values of each other are also very important. I think so. Gui Tongyao answered immediately, her eyes a little excited. She looked up at Jiang Dongwen who was so close to her, her heart full of contradictions and struggles. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Although she wanted to get close to Jiang Dongwen, she was more afraid of being rejected and even more afraid of taking away Qin Yubai's boyfriend. But when Gui Tongyao thought of the first time she sat at the same table with Jiang Dongwen, she couldn't help but glance at him, wondering if he was looking at her. However, Jiang Dongwen just followed Qin Yubai every day, serving him tea and water, acting like a bootlicker. Since then, she has envied Qin Yubai. In the next social practice session, students will go on stage for lightning blind dates by raising their hands. We hope everyone will actively participate. Professor Sun Huatsai's blind date game interrupted the conversation between the two. Wave after wave of men and women walked up to the stage, ready to express their blind date conditions, and among the girls were Meng Chudong and Zhu Mali. Please state your blind date requirements in order. Sun Huatsai walked over to Zhu Mali and pointed the microphone at her. Classmate, what kind of husband do you hope to find in the future? Zhu Mali's face was greasy. Her face was round at the moment, with a prominent double chin, and her eyes were squeezed by the fat to a slit. She coughed, took the microphone from Sun Huatsai, took a step forward, and shouted to the hundreds of classmates in front of her, I want to find someone handsome and rich. As soon as their words fell, everyone was shocked. With her conditions. She wants to be rich. And she wants to find a handsome guy. It's gilded, right? It's even gilded inside. Is your betrothal gift calculated by kilogram? The boys were shouting, laughing, cursing, and mocking Zhu Mali. When Zhu Mary heard the ridicule from the boys in the audience, she immediately became angry. She waved the microphone and sarcastically said to the boys, we girls are all on the road to independent growth. I hope that the majority of boys can be self-aware and open their eyes to the world. Don't say that we girls are hard to pursue. In fact, it's your own bad mentality. And, damn the scumbag. As soon as Zhu Mary finished her declaration, the audience exploded as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Many boys couldn't help but rush to the podium to hit her. Chapter 15, Drought Kills Drought, Flood Kills Flood. The students at the scene were in an uproar because of Zhu Mali's speech. The place was noisy and in chaos. However, in the chaos, Sun Huatsai had a faint smile on her lips. This is exactly what he wants to practice. Every student is free to express their opinions. This is the most perfect social observation class. Next. Sun Huatsai did not stop the game session of their lightning blind date. Instead, he handed the microphone to Meng Chudong, who was sitting next to Zhu Mali. Meng Chudong wore high heels, her long legs glamorous against the backdrop of semi-hollow black fishnet stockings. Her makeup was also very delicate, with foundation completely covering her natural skin tone, and her eyes were covered with false eyelashes, giving her the temperament of a KTV princess. Sun Huatsai took a look at Meng Chudong's outfit and didn't say much. After all, college students didn't have many clothes to wear. Although such overly revealing clothes were not very elegant, they were still within the school's scope. "Classmate, what are your requirements for your significant other?" Sun Huatsai asked. Meng Chudong was quite confident about her figure, so she took a step forward, deliberately showing off her legs and said, "My condition is that after graduation, the man must have a monthly salary of more than 2.5. 2.5? Is that a monthly salary of 2,500? Sun Huatsai asked curiously. 25,000. Meng Chudong's words were like a depth bomb dropped into a calm lake. When Sun Huatsai heard this, she put on a mask of pain. "Aren't your conditions a bit difficult for a guy who just graduated?" "Not at all," Meng Chudong smiled and shook her head. "Because 25,000 yuan a month is the minimum income. My family is well off, so I don't want to help the poor. I just want to find a man with a stable income, and the betrothal gift must be sufficient." "What is your dowry requirement?" Sun Huatsai couldn't help but ask again. 380,000, not a penny less. I'm so good, the men chasing me are lining up at the school gate. Also, I'm emotionally unstable, so my husband must be emotionally stable from now on. Meng Chudong's words once again triggered screams from the boys in the audience. Someone stood on the table and yelled at her. Someone used their mobile phone to focus directly on her face to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. There was a constant stream of curses. "Beauty, there's no mirror in your dorm, so how can you not pee?" Good news for those of you who can earn 25,000 yuan a month after graduating from college. That's your black silk wife. In the audience, a man with glasses, standing a few steps away from Meng Chudong, pointed at her with disdain and shouted, "This is a dating game, not a wish-making game for you fairies. If you don't know how to play, get off the stage." Hearing this, Meng Chudong's anger flared up. She responded bluntly, "You mean I'm making a wish? Humph, even if all the men in the world died and only a bespectacled frog like you was left, I wouldn't even look at you." The man with glasses flew into a rage upon hearing this. He immediately stood up and retorted, "All right. Please don't compromise and harm others. I know a woman from a nearby village. She was so picky until she was over 80, but she still couldn't find the right one. For years after her death, she met a stray dog from the village in the cemetery. Now, she's been reincarnated as a female dog." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter at the scene. When Meng Chudong heard the man with glasses mocking her, her face turned pale instantly. The laughter around her was like needles piercing her heart, making her feel unprecedented humiliation. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward and scolded, "You are the real dog." Sun Huatsai, who was standing nearby, noticed that something was amiss and called the teaching assistant to separate the two. He then raised the microphone and called out, "Classmates, this is a dating game. I hope everyone will remain rational, express their opinions, and refrain from personal attacks." As the girls on the stage finished speaking, most of the blind date conditions they mentioned were ambiguous. Sun Huatsai looked around, trying to find a girl who was very different from the girl just now to compare with. After all, the girls who came on stage were of average looks, and he wanted to find a pretty girl who could easily be liked by boys at first sight. After a careful search, he finally found Gui Tongyao hiding in the corner. Sun Huatsai felt that this girl had a beauty as fresh and refined as a lotus emerging from the water, and she was a natural beauty without any heavy makeup. He was satisfied but couldn't help but wonder, would such a beautiful girl have the same views as the previous girls? Please ask that girl to come up to the stage and share your blind date conditions. Sun Huatsai raised the corner of her mouth, pointed at Gui Tongyao, and called out loudly. As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention immediately focused on Gui Tongyao. Gui Tongyao pointed at herself in disbelief, then looked at Jiang Dongwen next to her. Jiang Dongwen also found it quite interesting, so he urged her with a smile, hurry up and go up. Didn't I just tell you to go and play too? I don't want to go. I'm shy. Don't be shy, go. At Jiang Dongwen's urging, Gui Tongyao was pushed to stand up and walked onto the stage. Gui Tongyao wore a clean white dress with a flowing skirt that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Obviously, her bare legs are not wearing any stockings, but they are more sexy and attractive than Meng Chudong's legs in black stockings. If she were to encounter listless men lining up at the men's clinic, Gui Tongyao's stunning beauty would instantly be more effective than any medicine the doctors prescribed. It would instantly boost their virility and invigorate their spirits. So, the boys in the audience couldn't help but praise. This kind of beauty is the standard for a 380,000 yuan betrothal gift. I'm willing to pay hundreds of millions more for her. I don't know whose wife I will be in the future. Some will die of drought, some will die of flood. Meng Chudong saw her despised enemy Gui Tongyao walk up to the podium and immediately sucked away her popularity. She couldn't help but snort in envy. Gui Tongyao, those clothes of yours are from a few years ago. Gui Tongyao ignored her provocation and retreated to the least noticeable corner. When Zhu Mali saw Gui Tongyao come on stage, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. She leaned close to Meng Chudong's ear and whispered, "She stole my roommate's boyfriend." What a green tea. Meng Chudong was stunned. I thought I was the only one who knew about this, but it turns out her scandal has spread everywhere. That's right. She just has a better figure and is prettier, a green tea bitch. Zhu Mali said with disdain. Gui Tongyao listened silently to the sarcasm of the two people, but just chose to endure it silently. Being a school belle, life is actually not as easy as people imagine. People of the same sex are jealous of her, and people of the opposite sex flatter her and want to get her body. If you are not careful, you will encounter various kinds of cold violence, or even more terrible dangers. But after years of loneliness and keeping herself clean, Gui Tongyao's psychological endurance has improved a lot. These people can slander her in any way they want as long as they don't curse her mother who works as a farmer in the countryside. At this time, Sun Huatsai walked over to Gui Tongyao and handed her the microphone. "Lady, what are your requirements for your future partner?" Chapter 16, Whether he has money or not, I am willing to work hard with him. When Gui Tongyao heard Sun Huatsai's question, she was shy and timid and hesitated for a moment, before she finally plucked up the courage to take the microphone from Professor Sun. Gui Tongyao pursed her lips slightly, her voice trembling slightly, as if she was afraid of being heard. But her sweet voice, slightly pursed red lips, and shy look of wanting to say something but stopping made the boys secretly go crazy and shout, "How beautiful!" Louder. The students can't hear you. Professor Sun encouraged with a smile. Gui Tongyao finally mustered up the courage, gently brushed back the hair that had fallen from her eyebrows, and said clearly, "I like guys with positive values. It doesn't matter if he has money or a house or a car. I'm willing to work hard with him." As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the audience were in an uproar and extremely excited. The boys shouted at Gui Tongyao, "Beautiful lady, you are here to make a nest and cast your net. Fuck, my brother's confidence has suddenly swelled because of you. As long as it's a man, will it be okay? The copywriter is very flirtatious. I'm chasing you and telling you to get lost. My beautiful classmate, please tell me the amount of the betrothal gift quickly. I'm so anxious." All the boys cheered and waved their hands to Gui Tongyao crazily, and some even whistled to express their admiration. Zhu Mali and Meng Chudong were so furious when they saw this. When they were speaking on the stage, not only were there applause and whistles, but some people even used rude language and cursed at them. And what about Gui Tongyao? She unexpectedly won unanimous praise from the boys, which was simply unbelievable to both of them. In their eyes, these boys are simply a bunch of blind guys who don't know how to appreciate real beauties. In chaos, Sun Huatsai walked to Gui Tongyao and looked at her with interest. From his professional point of view, a beautiful girl of this level should be full of confidence, and her personality should even be a little arrogant. But the facts were completely contrary to his guess. Gui Tongyao speaks in a low-key manner, and one can even feel a sense of inferiority deep in her bones. Sun Huatsai even wondered if this beautiful girl had suffered domestic violence or some major misfortune since childhood, which led to her becoming extremely introverted despite her beauty that could have allowed her to be overconfident. "Everyone, please be quiet." Sun Huatsai waved her hand, and after a while, the whole audience gradually quieted down. "Now it's the boys' turn. Please come up and show us your blind date conditions." At this moment, the whole audience fell into silence. With the previous experience, everyone seemed to feel that no matter what they said, they would be criticized. Meng Chudong glanced disdainfully at the bespectacled man lying leisurely in the audience, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Hey, handsome guy, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why is it that now that it's the men's turn to speak, you're like a coward, not daring to step up and speak?" Hearing this, the man with glasses was furious. He suddenly took off his glasses and stood up with a somersault. "Damn it. You said I don't dare. I'll do it." But after trying for a long time, the man with glasses was the only one there. Seeing this, Sun Huatsai frowned and planned to choose the challenger himself. His eyes scanned the audience and suddenly stopped at a boy who was hiding in the corner of a table, concentrating on playing games with his head down. Sun Huatsai was unhappy. He had designed such an elaborate lecture, but there were people playing games in class. "Boy, please come up and speak." The boy who was called was stunned for a moment and looked up quickly. He was none other than Jiang Dongwen's good roommate Zhang Yuger. "What kind of luck is this? It's so unlucky. I was ready to go to the high ground." Zhang Yuger muttered with a bitter face, still thinking about the unfinished King's rank promotion match. He walked onto the stage reluctantly and hesitantly. One more missing. Sun Huatsai remembered the man who had debated with Qin Yubai as quite eloquent. If he could invite him to the stage, he might be able to spark some excitement in the dating game and add some fresh examples to his teaching. That male classmate. I finally found you, please come up." After Sun Huatsai walked around the male students, he finally found Jiang Dongwen. Fortunately, his handsome and delicate face was particularly conspicuous among the boys. Jiang Dongwen was surprised by Professor Sun's name being called. Although he didn't understand why, he still had a good impression of Professor Sun and didn't intend to refuse. So he slowly walked up to the podium. When Zhang Yuger saw Jiang Dongwen coming up, he couldn't help but look surprised. "Brother, you are here too." "I've been here the whole time. I was just debating with Qin Yubai. I was playing the promotion game the whole time and I didn't even look up." The two good roommates were having a great chat when Professor Sun came over and gently interrupted them. "Who will go first?" The man with glasses standing behind them was already eager to try, and at this moment he couldn't wait to say, "Professor, I was here first." "Okay. You go first." Sun Huatsai handed the microphone to the man with glasses with a smile. The bespectacled man glared at Meng Chudong fiercely, patted his muscular chest confidently, and announced loudly, "Let me first discuss my requirements. My name is Lin Ziming. I'm a local, my family runs a business, and I own a house and a car. During my university years, I had a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. I have 3 basic requirements for my future wife. First, no women who frequent nightclubs or have tattoos. Second, no women who are too competitive and post luxury goods on their social media. Third, I despise ordinary women the most. No women who demand a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan. After Lin Ziming finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Meng Chudong with obvious provocation. The boys in the audience were excited and supported unanimously. "Brother, are you still in need of brothers? He's not some brother, he's clearly my adoptive father. God willing, please accept my son's greetings." Meng Chudong was furious. She took a step forward towards Lin Ziming. "I have a boyfriend. His family is much richer than yours. You're just a loser. 20,000 a month is nothing compared to my boyfriend's monthly living expenses of 100,000. Okay. Then tell me, what's your boyfriend's name? He's a handsome guy with a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan. I definitely know him in this school. Call him out and show him to me." Meng Chudong sneered and pointed at a seat in the distance. "My boyfriend is right here. Xiao Xingyu, come up quickly." The boys looked around and saw a tall, thin boy being forcibly pushed onto the podium by several smiling boys behind him. "Xiao Xingyu, why are you being so shy like a grown-up girl? Your girlfriend is being bullied, why don't you come and help her? Meng Chudong glared at Xiao Xingyu angrily. Then, she put her hands on her hips and scolded Lin Ziming, not only does my boyfriend make 100,000 yuan a month, he also owns a Lamborghini. At this time, Jiang Dongwen, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly recognized the woman in front of him named Meng Chudong. Wasn't she the woman who bullied Gui Tongyao and posted a picture of a fruit knife on her moments with the caption, Gui Tongyao is a murderer? She was the most arrogant when she bullied Gui Tongyao just now. Jiang Dongwen silently glanced at Xiao Xingyu, who was hesitant to speak behind Meng Chudong. This guy had a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan and a Lamborghini? He immediately became interested. Can the primary telepathic device be used on people other than lovers? It just so happened that he had one last one left and could test the effect. System, use the primary telepathic device on Xiao Xingyu. Chapter 17, Don't act cool if you don't have money. Used successfully. 10 extra points will be spent on non-romantic partners. Do you agree? Agree. Although Jiang Dongwen felt a little sorry for the points, he was more curious about what Xiao Xingyu was thinking. How could Meng Chudong find a boyfriend who is a rich second generation and has a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan with her flat chest? After using the props, Xiao Xingyu's thoughts appeared in Jiang Dongwen's mind. Xiao Xingyu, Meng Chudong, are you stupid? If I had 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses, why would I look for someone like you? Why not look for Gui Tongyao, the school beauty next door to you? Xiao Xingyu, oh, it's a shame that even renting a Lamborghini still can't make Gui Tongyao fall in love with me. I guess I'll have to buy some fake luxury goods to trick her next time. Xiao Xingyu, Gui Tongyao is so beautiful just by looking at her. I love her so much. She's so much better than that bitch Meng Chudong. The feeling of hugging Gui Tongyao is definitely much better than hugging Meng Chudong's flat chest. Sooner or later, I will get Gui Tongyao. Xiao Xingyu, my Lamborghini only has 1 day left on its lease, but I can't afford it tomorrow. I've been trying to bargain with the owner to lower the price, but he won't. I'm so frustrated. I have to get to the Crown luxury car rental in the city before midnight. Jiang Dongwen found Xiao Xingyu's thoughts quite interesting. Xiao Xingyu was able to get something for nothing and win over a gold digger like Meng Chudong. But fortunately, Gui Tongyao has the rock-solid buff, which allows her to avoid a lot of scumbags. While Jiang Dongwen was still sighing, Lin Ziming glanced at Meng Chudong with disdain, then pointed his finger at Xiao Xingyu. Your monthly living expenses are 100,000. Great. Show me the transfer records. Xiao Xingyu trembled slightly when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, you can just look at my transfer records whenever you want. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Lin Ziming was anxious and said unconvincedly, don't pretend to be rich if you don't have any transfer records. Har. After a while, Xiao Xingyu and Lin Ziming started to curse at each other. Seeing that she had Xiao Xingyu's support, Meng Chudong felt proud and turned her attention to Gui Tongyao, who was keeping a low profile and keeping silent. She snorted coldly, remembering that Xiao Xingyu had been Gui Tongya's bootlicker for a year, and an inexplicable jealousy welled up in her heart. Meng Chudong immediately interrupted the argument between Xiao Xingyu and Lin Ziming, and pulled him in front of Gui Tongyao and Jiang Dongwen. Honey, look quickly. Gui Tongyao is dressed so tacky today. Do you think I look better? Are you glad that she chose me as her girlfriend instead of her? Xiao Xingyu was caught off guard by Meng Chudong's actions. He never expected that Meng Chudong would actually point the finger at Gui Tongyao, the person he had always loved in his heart. But there is only one choice before him, to help his girlfriend Meng Chudong and to break up with the beautiful school belle Gui Tongyao. Of course, you are the best, my little Dongdong. No other woman can compare to you. In the end, Xiao Xingyu chose to help Meng Chudong out of face. He spoke sweet words, but his eyes were staring at Gui Tongya's plump and slender legs with longing. His gaze explored the folds between her knees, and he deeply hated that he could not get Gui Tongya's body. Afterwards, Xiao Xingyu looked at Jiang Dongwen next to Gui Tongyao with disdain, as if he was too disdainful to compare with him because of his rich status. Jiang Dongwen found it interesting and felt that the situation was almost under control. There was no need to continue to tolerate Xiao Xingyu's arrogance and domineering behavior. He put away his indifferent expression and sneered at Xiao Xingyu, Mr. Xiao, your rented Lamborghini has to be returned to the Crown luxury car dealership tomorrow, right? I advise you not to rent it if you don't have the money. When Xiao Xingyu heard this, he was stunned and even lost his composure. How did you know? My friend happens to rent a car at Crown Car Rental and knows the owner. He knows a thing or two. How about I ask him to ask the owner to get your rental receipt? Jiang Dongwen cleverly threw out a smoke screen. He deliberately mentioned vaguely that the documents could serve as supporting evidence. He guessed that when Xiao Xingyu faced the strong evidence, he would definitely want to back down and would not dare to continue pretending. Meng Chudong could not tolerate such a situation. As a woman who combines beauty and intelligence, how could she accept that her boyfriend's luxury car was rented? Moreover, it was exposed in public, completely humiliating. Tell me what you mean. Xiao Xingyu. Is this true? Meng Chudong stood up angrily and grabbed Xiao Xingyu's sleeve and collar. Xiao Xingyu's face also turned ugly. After all, he is a man. His girlfriend grabbed his collar in public without considering his feelings at all. Moreover, he has always attached great importance to face, especially in front of the woman he has admired for a long time, Gui Tongyao. In an instant, Xiao Xingyu's patience crumbled. Originally, he and Meng Chudong were just playing around. Anyway, for him, Meng Chudong's body was already taken care of, and it wasn't fun anymore. The cost of playing was too high, so it was time to change someone. Xiao Xingyu shook off Meng Chudong's entangled hands, straightened his collar, and said disdainfully, "Get out. The car is rented, so what? Do you want to sit in it or not?" Meng Chudong was stunned, her expression collapsed. She asked in a trembling voice, "What about your 100,000 a month living expenses?" Xiao Xingyu laughed out loud, his face full of sarcasm. Har har. Stupid woman. Where in the world are there so many rich people? I only have 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Why would I look for someone like you? Besides, the person I really like is not you. The person I have always liked is Gui Tongyao. After he finished speaking, he looked at Gui Tongyao infatuatedly and begged, "Tongyao, I still like you. Can you give me another chance? I really love you. I'm willing to give you everything. Will you promise to be my girlfriend?" Gui Tongyao glared at Xiao Xingyu with contempt and fear, as if she saw the hazardous waste in the non-recyclable trash can transformed into a human form and talking to her. She refused without hesitation, "I'm sorry, we are not suitable." Xiao Xingyu was struck by lightning when he heard this and became dejected. Meng Chudong was devastated when he saw this scene. He angrily cursed, "Xiao Xingyu, you bastard. You clearly said you'd love me forever, but now you're chasing after that little bitch Gui Tongyao? You scumbag." Xiao Xingyu was rejected by Gui Tongyao again. He was in no good mood, so he turned to Meng Chudong and cursed, "Meng Chudong, you're a bitch. All you love about me is my luxury car. You only say you love me when you spend my money." And although Gui Tongyao rejected me, she did it cleanly and decisively. She didn't try to trick me or ask for my money. There are too few kind women like her these days. Break up. You scumbag. Meng Chudong was so angry that she reached out to hit Xiao Xingyu. At this time, Sun Huatsai saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly called for help to stop the quarrel between the two. At this time, Xiao Xingyu was rejected and walked off the stage dejectedly. Sun Huatsai continued to pass the microphone to Zhang Yuger. Zhang Yuger was stunned by the bizarre scene. He timidly proposed a blind date request. "Actually, my requirements are not high. As long as it's a woman, it's fine." Zhu Mali, who was standing opposite him, snorted disdainfully when she heard this. "What are you dreaming about? You, a dead otaku, dare to be picky? It's good enough that there's a woman willing to marry you." Zhang Yuger was furious and said to Zhu Mali, "Even if you're the only woman left on earth, I won't marry a woman like you." The two quarreled, completely disrupting Sun Huatsai's plan. He had no choice but to ask two beautiful teaching assistants to pull the two apart. Sun Huatsai said seriously, "Classmates, we are all intellectuals. If you have something to say, you must speak politely and be a cultured person." After Sun Huatsai finished speaking, she glanced at Jiang Dongwen and handed the microphone to him. "Male student, it's your turn. Please tell us about your views on choosing a partner." Chapter 18, Solve the quantity problem first, then solve the quality problem. Jiang Dongwen picked up the microphone and thought for a moment. He looked at a non-existent wall of air and said slowly, "Actually, most men don't have high expectations for women. All we really want is a normal woman willing to spend the rest of our lives with us. Besides, men always hope to be rewarded for their efforts, rather than being left hanging like a lapdog. Jiang Dongwen had just finished speaking. Gui Tongyao was shocked when she heard this, and felt that Jiang Dongwen was talking about her. On the other side, Qin Yubai also heard the second half of the lick the dog part, and she also felt that Jiang Dongwen was talking about her. Jiang Dongwen, don't you really want to be my bootlicker? Qin Yubai fell into deep confusion. She began to think again about the relationship between them. Indeed, she had been overly dependent on Jiang Dongwen, always ordering him to do this and that arbitrarily. But that was also because of extreme trust. Is this endless trust in my boyfriend wrong? On the podium, Sun Huatsai motioned to the teaching assistant to continue playing the PPT, then turned to the crowd. This guy made a very good point. Next is our flash blind date pairing session. If we let the 3 guys and 3 girls on stage vote live, who would they choose? He then handed the microphone to Lin Ziming and said to him, please make your choice. Lin Ziming walked up to Gui Tongyao without hesitation and nodded to her, I like girls who look clean and pure. After hearing this, Gui Tongyao turned her head slightly, seeming a little embarrassed. Okay, next. Zhang Yuger smiled and glanced at Jiang Dongwen, can I vote for my sister-in-law? You vote. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yuger walked up to Gui Tongyao and lowered his head, not daring to look at her, I choose Gui Tongyao, professor. Seeing that no one voted for him twice, Meng Chudong became anxious and his eyes fell on Jiang Dongwen. In order to get Jiang Dongwen to choose her, Meng Chudong deliberately blinked her eyes to show her goodwill and exposed her beautiful legs in black stockings. Faced with these funny little actions, Jiang Dongwen just smiled. He raised the microphone and said, sorry, I'm not picking anyone. After this sentence was said, everyone in the audience was stunned. Sun Huatsai looked at Jiang Dongwen in confusion, why don't you choose? Jiang Dongwen smiled calmly, if I choose, won't I only have one girlfriend? I think boys should solve the problem of quantity first, and then solve the problem of quality. Such outrageous remarks. Even Lin Ziming was stunned. He fancied himself the local nightclub prince, the poster child for the rich second-generation scumbag, always seen hugging women and talking about beautiful legs in black stockings. But today, he was outshined by Jiang Dongwen, completely losing his scumbag king's aura. Sun Huatsai was stunned at first, then smiled slightly and said, that won't work. You must choose. Jiang Dongwen smiled and said, then let the girls choose first. After they've chosen, I'll do a 2-way run. His words shocked the entire audience once again. Jiang Dongwen, fearlessly absorbing the pressure from the professor, kicked the ball back. Sun Huatsai was also amused by Jiang Dongwen's proposal. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Sun Huatsai handed the microphone to Zhu Mali and asked her to make a choice. Zhu Mali chose Lin Ziming without hesitation. Can you tell me why you chose him? Sun Huatsai asked. Zhu Mari said with a frank look in her eyes, of course he's handsome. I never care what color the guy I like is his Lamborghini. After listening to this, Sun Huatsai smiled and shook her head, then passed the microphone to the next person, Meng Chudong. Meng Chudong quickly took the microphone. She had just broken up with Xie Xingyu and really regretted it. She hadn't expected that after all her efforts, she would be deceived by a fake rich second generation, while the real rich second generation was right in front of her. I choose the handsome Lin Ziming. His looks are exactly what I want, and 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses is also enough for me. After hearing Meng Chudong's pledge of allegiance, Lin Ziming couldn't help but snort. He didn't want to see Meng Chudong flattering him at all. Okay, next one. Gui Tongyao carefully took the microphone handed to her by Sun Huatsai. She looked at Jiang Dongwen a little nervously, and then looked at Qin Yubai in the audience. This moment was simply torture for her. Next to her is her best friend. Next to him is his best old classmate. Don't let either side down. Go ahead. Girls should be bolder. Sun Huatsai encouraged. He also wanted to know what such a beautiful girl with outstanding looks would choose in the end. Lin Ziming stared at Gui Tongyao, lost in thought. Although he was nominally the club prince, his ex-girlfriends were either tattooed, spirited young women or drunken biochemical maternal remains he'd found. Therefore, he has always wanted to find a clean, beautiful and outstanding girl with whom he can love without any scruples. Gui Tongyao, who is not wearing any makeup but is as beautiful as a fairy, fits Lin Ziming's stereotype of natural beauty. Now, if it weren't for the game session in the lecture, he would have bravely stepped forward and hit Gui Tongyao with money and cars until she fell deeply in love with him. So at the moment of voting, Lin Ziming inadvertently showed his luxury car keys to Gui Tongyao, hoping to touch her. However, Gui Tongyao didn't look at Lin Ziming at all. Her eyes stayed only on Jiang Dongwen. After hesitating for a few minutes, she finally said, "I can't choose." "Why?" Sun Huatsai frowned slightly and stared at her in confusion. At this moment, the air in the classroom seemed to freeze, and Jiang Dongwen was also stunned, unable to understand what Gui Tongyao was thinking. Gui Tongyao's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and shyly avoided Jiang Dongwen's gaze like a girl who had just started elementary school. "What I mean is that Brother Dongwen has a girlfriend. So I can't choose him." The audience suddenly exploded and the students were talking about it. Sun Huatsai smiled and consoled him, "This is just a game. We're not really letting you choose. It's okay. It's just a game." Upon hearing this, Gui Tongyao hesitated and glanced at Qin Yubai in the audience, her mouth almost speechless. The pressure of the silence in the audience gradually fell on her. Someone couldn't help but shout from the audience, "Choose quickly! Choose quickly! What are you dawdling for? If it were me, I would choose Lin Ziming. He's so handsome. So rich. Choosing Lin Ziming is like confessing your love for a rich second generation. You won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future." Sun Huatsai continued to encourage Gui Tongyao with a smile, "Who do you like? Choose him." Gui Tongyao finally couldn't help but take a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Dongwen. "Brother Dongwen, I choose you. Chapter 19, I just like you." Jiang Dongwen was also made a little embarrassed by Gui Tongyao's sudden cuteness. "What are you doing? Xiao Yao, we are playing a blind date game, just choose directly, don't make it like you are confessing your love," he joked. "I'm too nervous. I'm sorry." Gui Tongyao's face flushed red, like the fiery clouds in the sunset. If the distance was not too far, everyone might really mistakenly think that Gui Tongyao was confessing her love through the game. At this moment, Lin Ziming, who was standing next to Jiang Dongwen, was deeply shocked. Gui Tongyao's choice made Lin Ziming unbelievable. Why did she ignore him? Why? He, Lin Ziming, the nightclub prince, handsome, wealthy, and elegant, has always been a man that women are vying for. But why did his charm disappear in an instant in front of Gui Tongyao? Lin Ziming couldn't help but start to look at Jiang Dongwen carefully. Jiang Dongwen does have an indescribable masculine charm, with deep eyes and a hint of imperceptible melancholy. Perhaps it is this mysterious temperament that makes women unable to stop loving him. Lin Ziming suddenly felt jealous and clenched his fingers. "Thank you very much to the 6 students on stage. Everyone except Jiang can go back. By the way, female student, you mentioned earlier that Jiang has a girlfriend. Is she here today?" Gui Tongyao was stunned for a moment. Then he hesitated and said, "She is." "Who is it? What's your name?" "Qin Yubai, she's at the back of the classroom." "Okay, then, let's move on to the final part of our game. The couple's confession of love. Please welcome Qin Yubai." Sun Huatsai clapped her hands, and the students in the audience also applauded in unison. Jiang Dongwen was stunned by Sun Huatsai's amazing maneuver. What? A couple confessing their love? This wasn't a dating game, it was pure hell. Jiang Dongwen wanted to go up and explain to the professor that he and Qin Yubai were no longer a couple. Gui Tongyao walked over quickly, took his arm and whispered, "Brother Dongwen, take this opportunity to explain our relationship to Bai Bai and coax her. Make peace quickly." After she finished speaking, she smiled at Jiang Dongwen and walked down the podium. Qin Yubai was sitting quietly in the audience, but when she heard Sun Huatsai calling her, she felt like she was struck by lightning. After thinking for a few seconds, she slowly stood up and walked towards the podium. Qin Yubai has always been petite and cute, and her eyes are particularly beautiful. Her innocent and adorable face makes her black eyes appear large, leading many to believe she's wearing cosmetic contact lenses. This isn't the case. Furthermore, the small, natural bags under her eyelids complement her face perfectly, and judging by her overall facial features, it's easy to suspect she's only about 14. "Are you Jiang Dongwen's girlfriend?" Sun Huatsai asked. "Yes." Qin Yubai hesitated for a while. In her confusion, she also wanted to take this opportunity to reconcile with Jiang Dongwen. Jiang Dongwen didn't indulge Qin Yubai at all and said directly, "Not anymore. She is my ex-girlfriend." This sentence shocked everyone in the audience. How is that possible? The ultimate bootlicker Jiang Dongwen broke up with his literature belle Qin Yubai. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Qin Yubai is tired of Jiang Dongwen, so he dumped him. Sun Huaizai was stunned. He originally wanted to find a couple in the last part and then explain why men and women are together to end the lecture. But unexpectedly, the people who came on stage were a couple who had just broken up. Sun Huaizai had no choice but to secretly admit that she had made a mistake, and then asked the two of them, who proposed the breakup. I. Jiang Dongwen and Qin Yubai said almost in unison. Why do you want to break up? Sun Huaizai smiled helplessly. Qin Yubai lost his temper and attacked Jiang Dongwen first, because he's a scumbag. A scumbag who falls in love with every woman he meets. He. I'm a scumbag, okay? I like Gui Tongyao and don't like you anymore. Isn't it normal for a scumbag to break up with you? Jiang Dongwen didn't intend to avoid it. You can't like her. After hearing what Jiang Dongwen said, Qin Yubai's heart suddenly shook, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't utter a word. How could she tell everyone about her relationship with Gui Tongyao in public? Even if she had 100 courages, she wouldn't dare to say it. Besides, Qin Yubai felt that Jiang Dongwen was still angry. First, he hadn't been given candy in 2 weeks, and perhaps Jiang Dongwen had been pent up for too long and desperately needed an outlet. And as his girlfriend, she kept holding him back, which made Jiang Dongwen feel resentful. Secondly, she was indeed a bit too harsh on Jiang Dongwen. Not only did she complain that the roses Jiang Dongwen bought were not good enough, but she also played various punishment games on him. The conclusion is that the punishment may have been excessive. Third, Qin Yubai admitted that he was indeed not gentle enough and treated Jiang Dongwen like a dog, which may have made him feel wronged. After reaching a conclusion, Qin Yubai thought Jiang Dongwen was just angry and didn't really want to break up. If I go up to Jiang Dongwen now and hold his hand and act coquettishly, maybe their relationship can be restored to what it was before. At this time, Jiang Dongwen jokingly looked at Qin Yubai holding her breath, knowing exactly what she was thinking. So, he deliberately asked with a smile, "Why can't I like Gui Tongyao? I won't allow it." 2 lines of tears appeared on Qin Yubai's face. Jiang Dongwen laughed and said, "You're not my mother? I still need your permission." At this moment, the girls in the audience couldn't stand it any longer. They waved their hands and cursed Jiang Dongwen in indignation. Scumbag. Scumbag. Get off. Facing the accusations from the girls, Jiang Dongwen did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but instead felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Finally, he completed the gorgeous transformation from a humble bootlicker to a playboy. Amidst the scolding, Sun Huaizai sighed slightly. He originally wanted to ask a couple to come up and show them a successful love story, to prove that men and women can have a successful relationship. Unexpectedly, the couple that Gui Tongyao mentioned turned out to be a negative example. He really didn't know how to continue his speech. He decided to let the two of them go. But suddenly a flash of inspiration came to me. Since the two people were lovers, there must have been something that attracted each other in the beginning. If we can explore the romantic relationships between men and women in modern society from this perspective, we might be able to make a breakthrough in the subject. Sun Huaizai then took a step forward, walked between the two of them, and pointed the microphone at Qin Yubai. "Since you are a couple, why did you like him in the first place?" Qin Yubai was stunned. This question is too difficult to answer. All kinds of memories came to her mind, and she thought of how good Jiang Dongwen was to her. It seemed that she was greedy for his gentleness and thoughtfulness. Jiang Dongwen always replies to his messages immediately. He was always so sincere to her and never lied. Very clingy. Also handsome. In short, I feel at peace with him around. But if Qin Yubai was asked for a concrete reason, he couldn't come up with anything. Just seeing him every day, even just his profile, made him feel indescribably safe. As she thought about it, she couldn't help crying out loud. Anyway, I just like him. Chapter 20, Scumbag, are you going to give up on me just like that? The sadness in Qin Yubai's heart was like a flood that broke through the dam and he couldn't control himself. She covered her face and cried out, "I just like it," on the spot, then turned and ran out of the classroom, leaving the whole audience in stunned silence. Jiang Dongwen returned to his seat silently, turning a deaf ear to the rest of the lecture. His thoughts drifted far away. He had to admit that his feelings for Qin Yubai weren't indifferent. From other people's perspectives, his relationship with Qin Yubai was that of a master and a dog. But looking back calmly, Qin Yubai was like a pet cat, the kind that only raged at him, demanded endlessly, and easily changed its expression. The higher the sunk cost a person invests in love, the stronger the feeling of gaining love. When Jiang Dongwen saw Qin Yubai running away crying because of him, he felt guilty. Suddenly, I had an urge to forgive Qin Yubai. But to forgive someone, you don't just forgive them once, but forgive them every time you think of them. In the previous life, Jiang Dongwen and Qin Yubai left without saying goodbye, and the breakup was very painful. He had no idea how he managed to get through the year after the breakup. I can't help but recall the sweet love they had together. The memories of our love life are sweet, but after we break up, they become bitter. After Sun Huatsai's sociology lecture ended, Qin Yubai had already been strolling on the school road. She rejected Gui Tonya's voice call request many times. Although there were pale pink flowers on both sides of the school road, they seemed to be black and white in her visual picture. Qin Yubai felt lonely and helpless, and returned to the girls' dormitory quietly. She pushed open the door of the dormitory and walked in gently. The room was empty except for her own bed with the quilt piled up in a mess. She sat silently by the bed, feeling an indescribable sense of loneliness in her heart. She recalled the conversation with Jiang Dongwen just now in her mind, and her expression looked like she had lost her soul. Suddenly, Qin Yubai smelled a bad odor. She looked down at the clothes she had been wearing for 2 days, which seemed to have given off some strange smell. At this moment, I remembered that I hadn't taken a shower for 2 days. So I decided to take a shower and change into clean clothes. But when she opened the wardrobe, she found that the clothes were empty. Qin Yubai's gaze turned to the dormitory balcony, where 2 large buckets were placed, filled with the clothes she had changed out of over the past week. As she approached, she saw that the clothes had piled up like a mountain, emitting a foul odor. She stood there, pinching her nose, and didn't want to use her fair hands to turn over the dirty clothes. But after thinking that if he didn't wash his clothes, he would have nothing to wear, Qin Yubai had no choice but to silently pick up the bucket and prepare to go outside to find a public washing machine. However, the queue for the shared washing machines was already forming. The queue stretched for more than 10 meters, with a girl standing next to each one. At this rate, it would be her turn to take a shower in the evening. Qin Yubai was speechless. After a brief moment of daze, she realized for the first time how difficult it was to wash clothes in college. How on earth had Jiang Dongwen persisted for almost 2 semesters, helping her wash clothes day after day? She finally understood how difficult it was to live independently. When Qin Yubai returned to the dormitory and planned to wash the clothes by hand, he found that the detergent was all used up. Zhu Mali usually likes to use her laundry detergent. Jiang Dongwen once said a few words about Zhu Mali's shameless use of laundry detergent. Perhaps the 2 of them had a grudge from then on. No wonder Zhu Mali always calls Jiang Dongwen a scumbag in front of her. Qin Yubai thought for a while, looking at the pile of dirty clothes in front of her. She suddenly wanted Jiang Dongwen to come back, and tears couldn't help but flow down her face. Finally, she moved a small stool and sat alone on the balcony to wash clothes by hand. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when I finished washing the first bucket of clothes. I didn't have dinner yet and my stomach was growling with hunger. Qin Yubai touched his flat face and thought that at this time, he just had to call Jiang Dongwen. Hot meals will be packed and delivered to the downstairs of her dormitory. But after breaking up, don't think about it anymore. Jiang Dongwen, you're such a scumbag. You just gave up on me. You only need to beg me and I'll forgive you. You idiot. Is it that hard to coax a girlfriend? Do you know how to coax a girlfriend? Do you want me to teach you? Qin Yubai cursed and continued to wash the clothes in a sad and angry manner. Every time she scrubbed vigorously, ripples appeared in the water in the basin, and the splashing water droplets gleamed under the dormitory light. Suddenly, Qin Yubai felt a sharp pain at the tip of his finger. He looked down and found that his finger was accidentally cut by the zipper on his clothes. She had no choice but to stop, frowned and checked her fingers, and found that blood was oozing from them. Tears welled up in the corners of Qin Yubai's eyes, and the pain in her fingers was like a fuse. It ignited the long-suppressed sadness in her heart. She stopped what she was doing, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping into the laundry tub, where the detergent and tears finally mixed together. Gradually, Qin Yubai's sobs began to overflow from the depths of her throat, from the initial sobs to the subsequent loud crying, as if her sobs were telling everyone about her grievances. Jiang Dongwen, you bastard! You're a scumbag. You're so bad. I hate you so much. I'm going to make you kneel down and crush 1,000 durians. You're not allowed to get up until you're one less. Qin Yubai scolded Jiang Dongwen harshly. But after finding out that she had broken up with Jiang Dongwen, it was impossible for her to punish him by making him kneel on a durian. The depression in her heart that had not been relieved made her miss Jiang Dongwen's kindness even more. For example, every time Jiang Dongwen took her out to eat shrimp, he would silently help her peel the shells, dip them in sauce and put them in a bowl. Jiang Dongwen always carries an umbrella with him to protect him from the rain or strong sunlight. She enjoyed her boyfriend's consideration, but felt it was her due. She also scolded Jiang Dongwen for buying an ugly umbrella. Qin Yubai recalled various details of his life. For the first time, I felt that I had done many things wrong, and Jiang Dongwen might have been right to get angry. So after washing the clothes, she wiped away her tears, ate some biscuits and water, and went into bed, not wanting her roommates to come back and see her red face from crying. In bed, Qin Yubai was blacklisted. After hesitating for a while, she removed Jiang Dongwen's mobile phone number and profile picture from the blacklist. Forget it, give him a chance. Remove the blacklist. But Qin Yubai thought for a while and realized that even if the blacklist was removed, Jiang Dongwen would not know. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and write a paragraph to send to Jiang Dongwen to remind him. I've been removed from the blacklist. How's it going? Are you surprised or not? But the next second, she hesitated and didn't dare to send the message, thinking that sending it would make her look stupid. After much wrestling, it was 4 a.m. Qin Yubai was overwhelmed by sleepiness and couldn't help but send a short message to Jiang Dongwen. I've been unblacklisted. This sentence is her pardon. As long as Jiang Dongwen agrees to come back to her and listen to her, then she can let bygones be bygones regarding the incident of doing Gui Tongyao's hair. However, the text in the system reminder made Qin Yubai completely stunned. The other party has turned on friend verification. It turns out that Jiang Dongwen really deleted her WeChat friends. Chapter 21. Who said I cried because of him? Qin Yubai was furious when he saw Jiang Dongwen deleted him as a friend. She really wanted to rush into the boys' dormitory at this moment, sit on Jiang Dongwen who was still sleeping, secretly open his mobile phone, and cancel his King of Glory and PUBG game accounts. I told you to delete it. I told you to delete it. I told you to delete it. Delete all of you. Oh, you have to delete all of your homework. Brother, you annoying guy, stop hiding it and hand it over quickly, hee hee. Bye bye. Please let me go. RDA me. Qin Yubai kept imagining Jiang Dongwen waking up and seeing that his game account was gone, revealing a grief-stricken expression. She also forcibly deleted all of Jiang Dongwen's homework, leaving his scumbag brother penniless, crying into his pillow, begging her to let him go. When Qin Yubai imagined this, the mood that had been suppressed for a long time finally surged with an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. That's right, this is my good Wang-chan. She looked at her wet fingers blankly, recalling the Cold War with Jiang Dongwen, which lasted for no more than a week. Every time the Cold War came to an end, Jiang Dongwen would take the initiative to buy gifts to make her happy and admit her mistakes, and then things would be over. This quarrel has lasted for more than a week. Jiang Dongwen also unprecedentedly deleted all his WeChat friends. Does this mean he really wants to break up this time? Qin Yubai was a little scared and couldn't sit still. Absolutely not, she couldn't bear college life without Jiang Dongwen licking her. So how can we get back together? Qin Yubai flipped through her phone and opened Baidu to search for the keyword, how to win back my boyfriend's affection. The results came out quickly. The strategy to get your boyfriend back is to take the initiative to communicate. Do I really have to beg Jiang Dongwen to change his mind? Qin Yubai put down his phone in frustration, a feeling of failure running through his body. She bit her lip and rolled and crossed on the bed like a pancake more than 10 times. Finally, she made up her mind and clicked on Jiang Dongwen's WeChat avatar. To add a friend again, you need to send a text message for friend verification. She thought about it, wrote a few sentences, deleted and wrote again, wrote and deleted again, and finally wrote only one sentence. As a grown man, please don't get too serious with girls. After she finished sending the message, she felt very sleepy and lay down on her side and fell asleep. The school's clock tower points to noon. Qin Yubai was half asleep, brushing his teeth and washing his face mechanically. Because I only had some biscuits and water last night and didn't eat anything in the morning, I'm so hungry now. She didn't care about maintaining the noble image of a little princess in front of her roommates. He took out the instant noodles Jiang Dongwen had bought before and started eating them. Zhu Mali returned from the cafeteria and saw the usually proud beauty eating instant noodles without caring about her image. A smile crossed her lips. Yubai, why are you eating instant noodles? Eating instant noodles will still make your hair fall out. She teased, pretending to snatch the instant noodles from Qin Yubai's hand, but Qin Yubai nervously protected the bowl and said, Mary, I haven't eaten anything since last night. Are you trying to starve me to death? Why did you have to eat instant noodles for a scumbag? Your eyes are swollen from crying. Zhu Mali widened her eyes and pretended to be regretful. Who said I cried because of him? Qin Yubai turned her head away, her tone revealing a hint of stubbornness. Her eyes and nose began to turn red, but her slightly trembling crying voice betrayed her. Zhu Mali gently held Qin Yubai's hand and sighed, Hey, listen to my advice, Qin Yubai. A scumbag like Jiang Dongwen is not worth your nostalgia. What's the point of being handsome? There are so many handsome and wealthy men. How about I introduce you to a few? All men are scumbags. Liars. I don't want anyone anymore. I want to be single for the rest of my life. Qin Yubai's mouth was filled with tears, and the noodles he swallowed became bitter. At this moment, Qin Yubai simply disdained the rich man introduced by Zhu Mary. Because she is the invisible rich lady in the school, the New Year's money saved in her bank card alone is about 5 million, and she has a talented and billionaire father at home. In a word, Qin Yubai is a woman who is not short of money. The reason why she always had to spend Jiang Dongwen's money was because she had a strong desire to control and would not allow her first love boyfriend to have spare money to pick up girls. Zhu Mali looked at Qin Yubai's stubborn attitude, her face darkened, and she slipped out of the dormitory. After walking to a secluded corner, Zhu Mali carefully took out her phone. Seeing that no one was around, she put it to her ear and said, Don't worry, Brother Long. I will definitely help you deal with Qin Yubai. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Dongwen had just woken up and yawned. Without Qin Yubai's strict control, now he is a free man. Sleep until you wake up naturally and eat until you are full. He lay in bed, opened WeChat and prepared to call his teammates to come online and play. But he found a friend request from Qin Yubai. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and then he couldn't help but smile. Qin Yubai, the proud little lowly princess, took the initiative to admit her mistake to him? Jiang Dongwen thought for a while and opened the dialogue box. Qin Yubai's friend request made him furious. He tapped on the keyboard with both hands and replied to Qin Yubai, I'm arguing with you? Do you still feel wronged? Qin Yubai was eating noodles when he saw a message from Jiang Dongwen and quickly clicked on it. She realized Jiang Dongwen had no intention of repenting, and was so angry she couldn't even eat her instant noodles. She immediately replied in the verification window, I just want you to admit your mistakes. Why are you so fierce? Do you know where you went wrong? Jiang Dongwen looked at Qin Yubai's instant reply and retorted, What did I do wrong? Tell me. Qin Yubai was speechless for a moment, but after thinking for a moment, he immediately typed, You don't apologize proactively. Jiang Dongwen was so angry that he almost laughed, I'm not wrong. Why should I apologize? Qin Yubai had no choice but to reply, You like Xiao Yao? That's the biggest mistake. Jiang Dongwen even replied directly, Who doesn't like beautiful women? Don't you like them? At this moment, Qin Yubai seemed to vaguely sense that Jiang Dongwen knew the secret between him and Gui Tongyao, and immediately did not dare to ask any more questions. After a few rounds of thinking, she finally came up with a different approach, So, do you still want to get back together? But people are just so strange. Often, the heart is as clear as a mirror, and what one wants to say becomes hurtful to each other when it comes to one's mouth. Although Jiang Dongwen had expectations for Qin Yubai, he still had to resist the urge to reconcile. We're broken up, why are you talking about this, don't come to me again in the future. He closed his phone, looked at the ceiling silently and sighed. After hearing Jiang Dongwen's heartless words, Qin Yubai rolled over on the bed, trembling in pain and curled up into a ball, then slowly put on the Bluetooth headset. I pretended the past didn't matter, but I found I couldn't. I said goodbye, only to realize I'd never see you again. I can't lose your smile like this. Qin Yubai listened to Jay Chou's songs and cried for several hours. Finally, she touched the corners of her red eyes and finally saw her true heart clearly. She can't lose Jiang Dongwen's love, otherwise she won't be able to live like this. Must get back together. Chapter 22. Even the most docile woman has a temper. Gui Tongyao felt uneasy. She felt a little guilty since attending Sun Huatsai's lecture. She was afraid that Qin Yubai would be hurt, and she didn't want to see Jiang Dongwen suffer. She spent the whole day in school in a trance, and it was already evening when she returned to the dormitory. Her dormitory is famous for turning off the lights early. Meng Chudong, who was lying on the opposite bed, seemed to be fast asleep as well, snoring loudly. Gui Tongyao remembered that Meng Chudong and Xiao Xingyu broke up today because of her. The funniest thing is that Xiao Xingyu confessed to her again. Meng Chudong must be so angry that he has no place to vent it, right? At this time, Gui Tongyao thought of Jiang Dongwen again, and felt that the behavior of this old classmate was inexplicably ambiguous. And I almost kissed her face today. I don't know what it feels like to kiss a boy. Gui Tongyao touched her lips. Her lips are rosy and plump. Would it feel comfortable if Jiang Dongwen kissed her? But that's Bai Bai's boyfriend. If Bai Bai finds out that she's kissing Jiang Dongwen, will he be very angry and ignore her in the future? But then again, she and Jiang Dongwen went to high school together for 3 years. But we have never had such close contact before, not even touching hands. Although Qin Yubai often dates Jiang Dongwen, he also invites her to go play with him. For example, watching movies, outdoor barbecues, and checking in at popular spots. But I have always been the background wall of Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen. Jiang Dongwen is also very well behaved. He won't tease her, let alone dare to kiss her. And I could only watch silently at the happy photo of the two of them together. Now, why did Jiang Dongwen suddenly become interested in her? Could it be that Jiang Dongwen has always been secretly in love with her? Gui Tongyao fantasized about a girlish plot for a long time. She felt something was wrong with her body and her mind, and she actually kept longing for Jiang Dongwen to really kiss her, even if it was just for a few seconds. Her body gradually became hot and she felt indescribable discomfort. What was going on? In order to clear my swollen brain and avoid falling into crazy fantasies, she decided to brush her teeth and go to bed. But before I walked to the bed and lay down, Gui Tongyao smelled a foul odor coming from the quilt. The smell, like a strange mixture of rotten eggs and wet soil, rushed straight into her nose and was almost nauseating. She hurriedly turned on the flashlight on her phone and lowered her head to check. The scene that came into view was horrifying. The bed sheets were covered with bloody sanitary napkins. There was still a fresh and strong smell of blood on it. Gui Tongyao suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness in her heart. She has had severe hemophobia since she was a child and cannot bear to look at such a large amount of blood. Even during her menstrual period, she always tried to avoid seeing the blood directly, and always threw it into the trash can after quickly dealing with it. Gui Tongyao forced herself to calm down. Every pore in her body was trembling. When stimulated by adrenaline, people are often able to analyze the pros and cons of a situation with extraordinary calmness even when they are most frightened. First of all, these sanitary napkins are definitely not hers, but were put here by someone. And this person knew that she was afraid of blood, so he deliberately chose sanitary napkins. Only 4 roommates have keys to the dormitory, and others cannot enter easily. Well, in the entire dormitory, only Meng Chudong would do such a wicked thing. All this was Meng Chudong's revenge on her after she offended him. This guy didn't dare to do it openly, so he just threw the menstrual blood bag into her bed in the middle of the night, which was disgusting. No matter how gentle Gui Tongyao usually was, she couldn't hold back her anger at this moment. She turned on the dormitory light with a click, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the dormitory as bright as day. Gui Tongyao stood in front of Meng Chudong's bed holding a sanitary napkin. Meng Chudong had been curled up in the quilt, laughing secretly and admiring Gui Tongyao's shocked and stunned look. He didn't expect that the other party would come to question him so soon. What do you mean? Meng Chudong. Gui Tongyao roared, waking up the other 2 roommates who had already fallen asleep. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise? Meng Chudong pretended to have just been woken up. What's wrong? What's wrong? The two roommates also rubbed their eyes in confusion. What are you crazy about, Gui Tongyao? Do you think it's fun to wake up others in the middle of the night? Meng Chudong looked angry and decided to take the initiative, pointing at Gui Tongyao and cursing. Gui Tongyao didn't expect that the other party would dare to complain first. I really want to rush up and stab Meng Chudong. What is this? Gui Tongyao showed a sanitary napkin to Meng Chudong through several tissues. Wow! Gui Tongyao, why don't you play with something else but sanitary napkins? You are so disgusting. Meng Chudong covered his mouth and nose and looked at Gui Tongyao with disgust. The other two roommates were woken up and looked at Gui Tongyao with dissatisfied expressions. They didn't know what was going on, so they started to grumble in dissatisfaction. What are you doing playing with sanitary napkins in the middle of the night? You have classes tomorrow, so please don't play pranks, okay? Gui Tongyao couldn't explain herself clearly for a moment and was misunderstood by her two roommates, which made her even angrier. With the support of his two roommates, Meng Chudong showed an even more arrogant and smug smile. Alas, there's nothing I can do. Who told me to offend her last time? Now she's playing a prank on me in the middle of the night to get back at me. Gui Tongyao was irritated by Meng Chudong. She took a step closer and said sternly, Meng Chudong, you threw this on my bed. Meng Chudong put on an aggrieved expression. You are framing me. I didn't have my period, so where did the sanitary pads come from? Woo woo woo. You are wronging me. After saying this, she pretended to be wronged, covering her face and crying. Seeing this, the other two roommates also felt sympathy for Meng Chudong and stood on her side. Gui Tongyao, it's late at night, can you please not do anything so scary? Yeah. Sanitary pads are not fun, they are very dirty. Last time, you and Meng Chudong were both at fault. We've forgiven each other, right? We're still good sisters in the same dormitory. Gui Tongyao was furious, but she couldn't say anything to defend herself. She suddenly realized a terrible problem. Since Meng Chudong dared to say that the sanitary napkin was not hers. So where did the sanitary napkins come from? It could be a hospital, a bar, a dance hall, a nightclub. If there is any infectious disease on it, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Gui Tongyao was so scared that she threw her sanitary napkin on the ground and hurried to the wash basin on the balcony to squeeze out detergent and wash her hands frantically. Meng Chudong watched Gui Tongyao nervously washing her hands and couldn't help but laugh at her roommates. Gui Tongyao, what do you think? Is she stupid? Even if I threw it, so what? Does she really dare to kill me with a knife? Who the hell does she think she is? But unexpectedly, Gui Tongyao heard Meng Chudong's voice through the crack in the door, and her anger was so strong that she could no longer bear it. She walked straight back to the dormitory and threw the sanitary napkin on the bed at Meng Chudong's face. Meng Chudong smelled the pungent smell of blood and vomited out the food he had eaten in the evening. Help! Sarilang! Sarilang! Meng Chudong's inarticulate scream broke the silence in the girls' dormitory. Gui Tongyao packed her luggage silently under the accusations of her roommates. Then she dragged her suitcase and left the girls' dormitory. Chapter 23. Take advantage of your emotional breakdown to take control. The night was dim and the clock pointed to 2 in the morning. Jiang Dongwen stood alone downstairs of the boys' dormitory, holding his mobile phone, staring at the funny video on the screen, waiting for the delivery guy to deliver his midnight snack. Suddenly, the noise of a suitcase dragging on its wheels broke the silence of the night and echoed on the empty road, covering up the sound of the music he was watching on video. This made Jiang Dongwen curious and look into the distance. But then he found it hard to believe what he saw. Gui Tongyao appeared at the door of the girls' dormitory dragging a suitcase. She was wearing a thin short-sleeved t-shirt and knee-length shorts, and her long snow-white legs were particularly eye-catching in the night. But she seemed a little unable to pull the suitcase. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but wonder what Gui Tongyao was doing pushing a suitcase out in the middle of the night. Do you want to accompany the heartbroken Qin Yubai to travel and relax? Out of curiosity, he decided to follow Gui Tongyao secretly to see what was going on. After Gui Tongyao walked out of the school gate, she headed towards the brightly lit 24-hour KFC restaurant near the school. She just found a corner and stayed there without saying a word. The restaurant was brightly lit. Jiang Dongwen yawned and was about to get up and go back when he suddenly noticed that Gui Tongya's shoulders trembled slightly, and she suddenly lowered her head and began to sob. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this strange sight. "Why are you crying here in the middle of the night?" After waiting for a long time, Qin Yubai didn't show up. Could it be that the two good girlfriends were upset because of him? Just as Jiang Dongwen was puzzled, two men came in through the glass door of the restaurant. One of the men shouted, "Brother Dao, number 8 Xiaowen's massage technique is really good. Of course, she is the most beautiful girl in the royal club. My brother Dao introduced her to you. How could I be wrong?" The man called Brother Dao smiled proudly. There was a scar on his face that ran across the corner of his eye, and it was obvious at first glance that he was someone who was not to be trifled with. Gui Tongyao was frightened by the appearance of the men. She cautiously retreated into the corner to avoid attracting the other person's attention. But Scar Brother spotted the beautiful Gui Tongyao hiding in the corner at a glance. His eyes instantly widened. "Hey! There's a super pretty chick over there." Because after crying, Gui Tongya's eyes looked clearer. Those eyes sparkling with tears, coupled with her long black hair, not to mention her plump and enchanting figure, revealed a succubus physique that men could not resist. Fuck, am I seeing things? Where did this super beauty come from in the middle of the night? Look at her legs. I can play with them for 10 years. The younger brother accompanying the scarred man stared at Gui Tongya's long white legs exposed under her shorts, swallowing his saliva and exclaimed in amazement. The scarred man smirked and said, "Fuck. I feel like my little brother is working again. Let's go and pick her up." As they spoke, they walked towards Gui Tongyao step by step with ill intentions. Gui Tongyao's nerves suddenly became tense. She grabbed the fruit knife hidden in her bag, ready to protect herself at any time. The scarred man stood in front of Gui Tongyao, his obscene eyes moving from her thighs to her pure and lustful face. He felt his whole body burning with heat and lost his patience in teasing her. "Little sister, why are you here so late instead of going home to sleep? Do you want your uncle to take you out to play? Get out of here." Gui Tongyao glared at the scarred man with a cold look, trying to scare him away. How could she know that the more she resisted, the more excited the other party would become? The scarred man said delightedly, "How dare you speak to me in that tone? Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle's is very big. You'll have to bear it for a while." The younger brother next to him quickly came over, patted the scarred man on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Little sister, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. We are driving a Ferrari sports car, take you for a ride. We will give you money later." Gui Tongyao remained unmoved and looked frightened. She curled up, stepped back, and used the suitcase as a partition, secretly holding the knife and defending the line. "Get out of here. I'm not going anywhere," she shouted, but her body couldn't stop shaking. But because Gui Tongyao was so beautiful, even when she was angry, the two men found her beauty delicious. The scarred man forced a terrifying smile from his ferocious face. Don't be so fierce, pretty sister. Are you hungry? I'll feed you." As he spoke, he slowly approached Gui Tongyao. Seeing that the situation was critical, Jiang Dongwen pushed open the door and walked in. The love option immediately appeared in front of him. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, punch the scarred man in the face, then drag Gui Tongyao away. Option 2, tell the scarred man that you have called the police and ask them to get lost. Option 3, beat up the scarred man, then run away and lead them away. Jiang Dongwen's thoughts raced through his mind. The scarred man had muscles as hard as a sculpture, and he had a little brother by his side. If he chose to fight against the third one, the best case scenario would be a miserable victory. It's better to threaten to call the police first. If you have to fight, it's not too late to do so later. Thinking of this, Jiang Dongwen quickly rushed to the scarred man and stood between the two of them and Gui Tongyao. "I've called the police, you two hooligans, get out of here. Stop harassing my girlfriend." Jiang Dongwen held the phone, and there was an alarm call record on the screen. The scarred man was so angry that he wanted to go up and hit him, but was stopped by the younger brother behind him. "Brother, let's go. She has a boyfriend. This is a restaurant with lots of cameras. You just came out. Don't get yourself into trouble and end up in jail again." The scarred man gritted his teeth and looked up at the surveillance camera in the restaurant. If he goes to jail for beating someone up again, paying money would be a small matter, but because of his criminal record, it might be enough to be convicted of a serious crime. HMPH. Boy, you have such a beautiful girlfriend, why don't you take her home to sleep with her earlier? Look after her carefully from now on. The scarred man cursed a few words guiltily, then opened the glass door and left quickly with his little brother. Received 100 points as reward, current total points are 570. Basic skill card X1. Primary psychic clarion device X1. Primary medical medicine X1. Gui Tongya's relationship value increased from 90 to 155 45 100, an increase of 55 points. Congratulations! Your relationship with Gui Tongyao has been upgraded from friends to ambiguous friends. Unlock, serious massage consumes 15 relationship points. After Jiang Dongwen saw the relationship now upgraded, he discovered an important piece of information. After the relationship value exceeds the upper limit of 100 points, the old relationship with Gui Tongyao as friend will be automatically upgraded to a new relationship such as ambiguous girlfriend. Moreover, during the upgrade process, the system did not deduct his 45 relationship points, and any overflow could be added to the new relationship value progress bar, which is very humane. Although Jiang Dongwen doesn't understand the purpose of upgrading to ambiguous friend for the time being, perhaps it can trigger special rewards in the future. In any case, it must be a good thing. As he was thinking, he watched the scarred man disappear completely, then he turned around and faced Gui Tongyao. However, when Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao, what caught his eye was that beautiful face with tears in her eyes. Gui Tongyao's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and crystal tears kept sliding down from the corners of her eyes, flowing down her cheeks, and dripping onto her fair little hands. The sight of her sobbing silently made Jiang Dongwen feel pity for her. Jiang Dongwen asked the waiter for a few napkins, then handed them to Gui Tongyao and gently advised, "Don't cry, Xiao Yao." The moment Gui Tongyao took the tissue, she threw herself towards Jiang Dongwen in a complete breakdown. She buried her head in Jiang Dongwen's arms, her pretty face covered with tear marks. "Brother Dongwen, thank you." She called Jiang Dongwen's name, and her plump breasts rose and fell due to her heavy breathing, pressing down hard on Jiang Dongwen's heart, almost causing his heart to stop. Next, because their bodies were too close, Jiang Dongwen's male instinct was instantly aroused. But he couldn't tell Gui Tongyao that he was feeling uncomfortable, and he couldn't just push away Gui Tongyao who was crying so hard. So he could only ask in a low voice, "Xiao Yao, why are you not sleeping in the dormitory so late at night and running out here?" Gui Tongyao wiped away her tears and told the story of how Meng Chudong bullied her in the dormitory. When Jiang Dongwen heard Meng Chudong throw a sanitary napkin on Gui Tongyao's bed, he couldn't help but laugh and get angry. If it's between men, the winner must be decided with fists. He didn't expect that conflicts between women could be resolved by throwing sanitary napkins at each other. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but feel sympathy for such a pure and beautiful school beauty when he saw her crying. "Come with me." He patted Gui Tongyao's shoulder, picked up her suitcase and stood up. "Where are you taking me?" Gui Tongyao looked at Jiang Dongwen in surprise. "Of course we're going to get a hotel room. Where else would you sleep tonight?" Jiang Dongwen smiled. "We must take advantage of Gui Tongyao's emotional breakdown and find her weakness." Chapter 24. What does it feel like to be in love with him? When Gui Tongyao heard Jiang Dongwen say the word, "book a room," her cheeks instantly turned red. She hurriedly grabbed Jiang Dongwen's sleeve, trying to take back her suitcase. Jiang Dongwen watched her movements with a puzzled look in his eyes. He turned around and asked, "Are you going back to the dormitory to sleep?" Gui Tongyao was stunned when she heard this, and Meng Chudong's ugly face appeared in her mind. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if she went back? She hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I'm not going back to my old dormitory. I want to apply to change dormitories." Jiang Dongwen shook his head helplessly. "What are you going to do tonight? You can't stay here forever. If that scarred face comes back to cause trouble for you, I won't be able to help you. I'll get a room for you to sleep in first. Let's talk about applying for a dormitory change tomorrow." His words made Gui Tongyao's heart tighten. Gui Tongyao knew that she had no choice now and could only rely on Jiang Dongwen in front of her. After all, he was her classmate from high school for 3 years, and he had just saved her from Scarface. He was a trustworthy man. Gui Tongyao hesitated for a while, nodded silently, and let go of Jiang Dongwen to drag the suitcase. When Jiang Dongwen saw that Gui Tongyao agreed, he pulled his suitcase towards the main road, ready to hail a taxi. He knew it in his heart. When making decisions, men often need to appear decisive. Otherwise, good things will be ruined because of a woman's indecision. Gui Tongyao was also deterred by Jiang Dongwen's boldness and momentum. She said in a trembling voice, "Brother Dongwen, I will pay you back for the hotel money when I earn money from working later." Good. Jiang Dongwen did not refuse. He knew Gui Tongyao's temper. If he said no, she would definitely not want to come. The two finally hailed a taxi and went to the city to find a hotel. Because today is the weekend, all the small hotels near the school are full, even the hourly rooms are full. As for why it is full, those who understand will understand. When they arrived at the door of a star-rated hotel, the two walked to the hotel front desk one after the other. Jiang Dongwen took out his ID card and then asked Gui Tongyao for her ID card. "What do you want an ID card for?" Gui Tongyao was puzzled. She followed Jiang Dongwen a little timidly. She had only seen such a luxurious hotel in movies and TV shows, so she felt a little at a loss when she came here. Jiang Dongwen's eyes were dazed for a moment, and he suddenly remembered Gui Tongyao during his freshman year. He and Qin Yubai only had an ambiguous relationship, and it had not escalated to the level of checking into a hotel. This shows that she is still a pure girl to some extent. Jiang Dongwen thought of this and couldn't help but smile. Register. Right at this moment, Lin Ziming, who had just come out of the bar, walked into the hotel with his arm around a charming beauty in black stockings. The last time he confessed his feelings to Gui Tongyao, he failed and was depressed, so he went to the bar for a few days and looked for many beautiful women to relieve his boredom. However, no matter who he looked for, he could not get the feeling that Gui Tongyao had. But unexpectedly, Lin Ziming saw Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao standing together at the door to check into a room. Lin Ziming saw with his own eyes that Gui Tongyao obediently handed her ID card to Jiang Dongwen. Suddenly, a strong feeling of unwillingness, shame, and anger filled his heart. Why is he so rich but can't get Gui Tongyao? Lin Ziming really wanted to rush up to stop the two of them from checking into a room and replace Jiang Dongwen. "Handsome guy, get a better room." However, when the beautiful woman next to Lin Ziming suddenly put her arms around his waist, he suddenly realized that the beautiful woman he paid for to spend the night with was a bit of a hindrance. If Gui Tongyao saw her, he would be completely ruined. So, he had to grit his teeth and pull the beautiful woman in black stockings back and hide, planning to wait for Jiang Dongwen to finish the formalities and leave before going to the front desk to check in. At this time, Jiang Dongwen didn't notice Lin Ziming hiding behind him. He took the key and bill from the waiter and listened to the waiter say respectfully, "Sir, the total is 888 yuan. Turn right in front and you will see the elevator." "It's so expensive. Why don't we just forget it and go to a cheaper hotel?" Gui Tongyao became anxious when she heard this and pulled Jiang Dongwen to go out. Jiang Dongwen shook his head dissatisfiedly. "It's late at night on the weekend, and many hotels are full. Let's just sleep here." After saying that, he pulled Gui Tongyao's suitcase towards the elevator. Gui Tongyao stood at the elevator entrance, looking nervous, "But this sleep cost me half a month's income from odd jobs." "Don't worry, I can pay you back after you graduate from college and find a job. Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Dongwen smiled and took advantage of Gui Tongyao's unpreparedness to drag her into the elevator. As the elevator continues to climb, Gui Tongyao couldn't help but look at Jiang Dongwen beside her with extreme nervousness. This was her first time to get a hotel room with a man. If her mother knew, she would definitely scold her for not obeying the curfew. Later, if Jiang Dongwen enters the room and kisses her secretly, what should she do? Same as the last lecture. Gui Tongyao began to imagine the scene of Jiang Dongwen pushing her against the wall. And the meaning of the sentence, "I can wait for you." Could it be that Jiang Dongwen has liked her since high school? But he dated Qin Yubai first and found out that they were not suitable for each other, so he went back to her after breaking up. Could it be that she is a spare tire? But, I obviously like girls. I'm definitely not a backup. Just in case. What would it feel like to be in a relationship with Jiang Dongwen? By the way, I'm in love with a boy. Gui Tongyao crossed her fingers and became increasingly nervous. "We're here, let's go." Jiang Dongwen walked forward a few steps, turned around and saw Gui Tongyao sitting in the elevator in a daze, looking upset, and couldn't help but smile. The elevator is about to close. Jiang Dongwen hurried over, held Gui Tongyao's hand and pulled her out. Gui Tongyao just woke up from her dream at this moment, feeling anxious and embarrassed. Seeing Jiang Dongwen holding her hand, she clearly wanted to shake it off, but she couldn't muster the strength and could only let him pull her away. Jiang Dongwen's palms were heavy and warm. Gui Tongyao couldn't help but start to fantasize. What would her college life be like if she really had a boyfriend as handsome and considerate as Jiang Dongwen who treated her well? When she was in high school, she had witnessed Jiang Dongwen's servile care for Qin Yubai. Jiang Dongwen is not only handsome, but also very considerate when taking care of his girlfriend. Once, Qin Yubai had her period in the girls' dormitory and leaked all over the bed. Jiang Dongwen even ran over from home to give her sanitary pads. The key is to deliver it under the noses of all the girls in the dormitory, which few boys can do. Jiang Dongwen didn't know that Gui Tongyao, who loved fantasy, was already making plans for herself in her mind. He opened the door and placed his luggage in the hallway. He took out his phone and saw 15 missed calls. He turned around and said to Gui Tongyao with a smile, "In order to send you to live here, the takeaway boy at the school gate called me 15 times. Jiang Dongwen said this to make Gui Tongyao feel guilty and remind her that she owed him a favor. "I'm sorry, brother Dongwen, how about I order some midnight takeout for you and you can eat it before you leave?" Gui Tongyao really felt guilty. She is the kind of person who will repay a favor. Even if Jiang Dongwen wanted to order hairy crabs now, she would be willing to empty her wallet to treat him to a meal. "What do you want to eat, brother Dongwen?" Gui Tongyao looked up at him. Her innocent eyes and charming body undoubtedly accelerated Jiang Dongwen's heart rate. Jiang Dongwen wanted to tease him and said, "Eat you," but he held back and said with a smile, "Just order some fried noodles." After Gui Tongyao finished ordering the takeaway, she blushed and said, "Brother Dongwen, then you should wait in the room for the takeaway." "Yeah. Okay." Jiang Dongwen sat comfortably in the armchair, playing games and waiting for supper. After being silent for a while, he suddenly looked up and noticed that Gui Tongyao's expression became more and more unnatural. Gui Tongyao was sitting on the bed sheet at this moment, looking at him stiffly. Her snow-white and attractive legs under her shorts looked crystal clear under the warm light in the room, exuding an indescribable beauty. The two people's eyes met inadvertently at this moment. Gui Tongyao suddenly began to breathe rapidly, letting out a trembling, charming gasp. Her white, jade-like fingers were still twisting the corner of her clothes, with an expression that looked both welcoming and rejecting, extremely shy and seductive. Jiang Dongwen took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little dizzy, almost unable to calm down. Chapter 25. Who has a better fate? "Brother Dongwen, please sit down first. I'm going to take a shower first." Gui Tongyao seemed to realize that the atmosphere had become a little ambiguous. She avoided Jiang Dongwen's gaze, stood up and went to the suitcase to look for clothes to change. But when she squatted down, her defenseless back facing Jiang Dongwen, the perfect curve of her waist and hips made Jiang Dongwen stunned, and then the hormones in his body began to be secreted rapidly. Was it Gui Tongyao who deliberately seduced her? Was it really an unintentional act? This seductive posture now is undoubtedly like putting dry firewood on a torch and roasting it. Fortunately, after a few seconds, Gui Tongyao quickly packed her clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. As a result, Jiang Dongwen gradually calmed down and was able to control himself. Listen to the sound of running water in the bathroom. Jiang Dongwen was in a trance and recalled the first time he and Qin Yubai checked into a hotel. At that time, he had no experience, so he was not as calm as he is now. Instead, he was so nervous that he was shaking even when he was standing. Qin Yubai was also a virgin at that time. She was very nervous and shy. After taking a shower, she hid under the quilt and refused to come out. She only showed her little face and stared at Jiang Dongwen. She was shy, wanting to accept and reject at the same time, which was very seductive. If we must compare Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao, Qin Yubai is the type of girl that any man would want to hug and kiss, hold in his arms and caress for her, coax her into sleep like a little princess, triggering the fatherly complex hidden in men. Gui Tongyao, on the other hand, elicits a more instinctive reaction from men. She's best described as the ultimate allure of a woman. Any man who captures her will have his mind completely blank, wanting nothing more than to hold her in his arms for the night, to possess her forever. Boom. The bathroom door opened slightly with a dull sound, interrupting Jiang Dongwen's thoughts. A puff of mist overflowed from the bathroom door. The water mist escaped like a dream. Under the warm yellow light, Gui Tongyao was wearing pajamas with cartoon patterns. The cartoon pattern is a bit childish, but it does not detract from her creamy skin, which exudes a charming luster under the light. The water droplets that had not yet been wiped away slid down her cheeks, dripped from her chin, and disappeared into the seductive deep crevices of her plump flesh. Gui Tongyao's eyes were filled with shyness, and there was a hint of timidity in her expression. The soft pajamas swayed with her light steps, and her pair of slender legs, tightly wrapped in the clothes, were faintly visible, outlining a perfect figure. Is this the legendary woman's desire to accept and reject, the most fatal temptation? Has the takeaway not arrived yet? Jiang Dongwen didn't want to appear too out of control. There is one downside to dating someone you know: it's hard to make the move if you're too familiar with them. Secondly, Jiang Dongwen originally thought that Gui Tongyao was a woman who was cold on the outside but sexy on the inside, and would actively seduce him after taking a shower. However, Gui Tongyao behaved very reservedly, even dully, which completely disrupted his plans. The takeaway should be here soon. Gui Tongyao lifted her hair and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She slightly noticed that Jiang Dongwen was a little unhappy, but she didn't know why. However, when Gui Tongyao's eyes met Jiang Dongwen's deep gaze, a subtle shyness quickly spread in her heart, and she couldn't help but lower her head with her face turned to the side. Gui Tongyao asked herself what was going on. It's a heart-pounding feeling. It feels a bit like I can't breathe. In order to find a topic to ease the ambiguity at the moment, she raised her head to look at Jiang Dongwen again, looking a little flustered. Brother Dongwen, are you still in contact with Bai Bai now? Jiang Dongwen frowned, thinking she was asking for something irrelevant, so he snorted coldly, no. She applied to be my WeChat friend, but I didn't accept. Why didn't it pass? Gui Tongyao stared in surprise. In her opinion, Qin Yubai, such a proud little princess, was actually willing to admit her mistake to Jiang Dongwen, but Jiang Dongwen was unwilling to walk down the paved steps. What is the difference between this and winning a 100 million yuan welfare lottery and not claiming the prize? Why should I pass it? Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao curiously and thought her idea was stupid and a little ridiculous. She was indeed a person with low emotional intelligence. I've talked to you for so long, don't you like her anymore? Gui Tongyao was anxious, a little confused by Jiang Dongwen's words. She moved forward, leaning forward, her two white bulges dangling at her neckline, a thrilling sight. Jiang Dongwen admired Gui Tongyao's fatal temptation thoughtfully, but he didn't want to continue the conversation. He frowned and said, Qin Yubai's control over me is extremely strong. I can't stand it. Please stop talking about her. Doesn't a strong desire for control prove that she loves you very much? Gui Tongyao asked puzzledly. When Jiang Dongwen heard Gui Tongyao's words, he remembered that Qin Yubai asked him to write a 100,000-word self-criticism and post it on WeChat Moments. This kind of punitive love is too tiring and suffocating. Jiang Dongwen was silent for a while, then confessed again, I'm really tired of dating her. Besides, I've already broken up with her. What's there to be nostalgic about now? Gui Tongyao got anxious and stood up to sit on the chair next to him. What a cute little white and pink mouth. If I were her boyfriend, I would hug her and sleep with her every day. Do you think Qin Yubai is cute? Jiang Dongwen blinked curiously, his eyes falling on Gui Tongyao's tall and straight figure. He was a little suspicious that Gui Tongyao's love for Qin Yubai was not that of a same-sex love at all, but rather a maternal love. That's a wrong love. And from a certain perspective it also proves his logic. Because of Gui Tongyao's plump figure, she naturally exudes maternal charm. Qin Yubai's mother passed away a long time ago. For Qin Yubai, who has been deprived of maternal love since childhood, liking Gui Tongyao may be a psychological need for compensation. After hearing what Jiang Dongwen said, Gui Tongyao fell into deep thought. Of course Qin Yubai is very cute, is there any need to ask? Recalling that her impulse to confess her love to Qin Yubai was due to reading a lesbian novel. It writes about the love between women, and that kind of beautiful and pure love makes Gui Tongyao yearn for it. During her 3 years in middle school, when she kept reading lesbian novels, she always imagined Qin Yubai as the character. Finally fell hopelessly in love with her. And her mother often told her that she must never play with male classmates, because many of them were scumbags like her father, and she had to be carefully selected by her mother before she could get married. So she has been very averse to men since she was a child. And Jiang Dongwen, his relationship with him was purely accidental. Gui Tongyao thought for a long time, and finally looked at Jiang Dongwen firmly and replied, I think Bai Bai is so cute when she acts like a spoiled child. Didn't they say on the internet that women who act like a spoiled child have the best luck? If you were with Bai Bai, your life would also be better in the future. Jiang Dongwen almost burst out laughing when he heard such nonsensical logic. He glanced at Gui Tongya's innocent eyes and teased her, why don't you act a little spoiled with me, Xiaoyaro? I want to hear who has a better life, you or Bai Bai. Chapter 26. Is it so difficult to call me brother? Gui Tongya's face quickly turned red. Facing Jiang Dongwen's ambiguous teasing, she shyly stuttered. I'm not good at acting like a spoiled child. In fact, to be more precise, she has never acted coquettishly with men. She is very passive in relationships and has no idea how to attack. I once mustered up the courage to confess my feelings to Qin Yubai, but it was just a rash move, a desperate attempt to fight for love. Jiang Dongwen stared at Gui Tongya's shy face and became interested. How about this? Just imitate Qin Yubai and call me brother. Gui Tongyao was a shy little girl and could not stand such teasing. Her face seemed to be on fire, even her ears were burning. I'm not shouting. You're trying to take advantage of me. Gui Tongyao tried to pretend to be angry, but her heart was actually in a mess. Jiang Dongwen really likes Gui Tongya's shy look, as she wants to laugh but doesn't dare to, and wants to be angry but is too embarrassed to be. Just looking at your current appearance, you can do 100 push-ups in a row. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, you offer Gui Tongyao a tempting offer if she acts coquettishly and calls you brother, you promise to consider reconciling with Qin Yubai in the future. Option 2, you tell Gui Tongyao, if you call me brother, I won't have to pay for the hotel room. Option 3, you go up and push Gui Tongyao against the wall, touch her all over, and take her in one fell swoop. The options show 3 different strategy directions. The first is to use the pretext of love to continue to improve his relationship with Gui Tongyao. The second is to use monetary compensation as an excuse to continue to improve his relationship with Gui Tongyao. The third is to use direct violence to continue to strengthen the relationship with Gui Tongyao. Jiang Dongwen's thoughts hovered between the first and third. Because first of all, the biggest problem is the promise to reconcile with Qin Yubai. He didn't want to commit to such a ridiculous thing at all. But if you think about it from another perspective, if he didn't reconcile with Qin Yubai, Gui Tongyao would feel that she owed Qin Yubai and had a deep sense of guilt, so she would never dare to accept his feelings. Could it be that if he reconciled with Qin Yubai, would Gui Tongyao's feelings for him have any chance of loosening? Thirdly, if Gui Tongyao is taken down directly by force, it may trigger fierce resistance and strong disgust from her, and may also cause the friendship to capsize and never go back to the way it was before. At this time, it is advisable to advance step by step and attack slowly. Jiang Dongwen's thoughts wandered for a long time, and he finally made up his mind and chose the first option. He continued to smile playfully, and said to Gui Tongyao, how about this? If you act coquettishly and call me brother, I'll consider reconciling with Qin Yubai. Really? Brother Dongwen, are you lying to me? She asked tentatively, with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. I'm not lying to you. You can ask her out for me then, and we can talk it over. Jiang Dongwen cleverly threw the question back to Gui Tongyao. If Gui Tongyao can't make a date with Qin Yubai, it's not his responsibility. If Gui Tongyao can really help him make an appointment with Qin Yubai, it means that there is a close connection between the two. This plan kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay. I'll try to get you an appointment with Bai Bai to talk again. Gui Tongyao nodded without hesitation. She has always wanted to repay Jiang Dongwen's kindness, and secondly, she didn't want her best friend Qin Yubai to fall into the predicament of a broken heart. Jiang Dongwen was stunned when he saw Gui Tongyao readily agreed. But he quickly regained his composure. Okay, then quickly act like a spoiled child and call me brother. Your voice must be very sweet, otherwise it won't count. He didn't want to let Gui Tongyao go. I want to see her shy and helpless look. Enjoy the feeling of having her in the palm of your hand. Upon hearing this, Gui Tongyao tried to hide the shyness in her eyes with her hands, but the blush on her face betrayed her deeply. She tried to lower her head to avoid Jiang Dongwen's gaze. Her white teeth were slightly revealed between her small and delicate lips. When she was hesitating to call out, brother, her heart beat faster and faster and she couldn't control herself. Why is it that brother, a simple and affectionate name, is stuck in my throat and I can't say it? Brother was originally Qin Yubai's exclusive nickname. If she calls him that now, what kind of relationship will it become with Jiang Dongwen? However, if she didn't agree to Jiang Dongwen's request, Qin Yubai might lose the chance to reconcile with Jiang Dongwen. This situation poses two major problems for Gui Tongyao. Why don't you shout? It's just the word, brother, is it that hard to say it? Seeing that Gui Tongyao remained silent, Jiang Dongwen looked at her with a deep smile in his eyes. Gui Tongyao had no choice but to raise her head slightly and bite her lip. I won't shout. After she finished speaking, she suddenly began to fantasize. What would it be like if Jiang Dongwen in front of her was her boyfriend? She can have all the experiences of Qin Yubai. In the morning, Jiang Dongwen said good morning and good night to her, and went to the cafeteria to get food for her. If Jiang Dongwen was her boyfriend, she would never abuse him like Qin Yubai did. She would definitely cook delicious meals for him every day and keep him strong. Of course, having a strong boyfriend is very comfortable to touch, and it has many benefits for you too. As she thought about it, her face turned red, and a mosaic picture appeared. But thinking back, it was 3 years of high school. Jiang Dongwen really treated her like a childhood sweetheart and the older brother next door. Although she was interacting with Qin Yubai as his best friend, Jiang Dongwen was very friendly to her and often helped her with her studies and life. Moreover, seeing how good Jiang Dongwen was to Qin Yubai, he was simply every woman's dream boyfriend. When Gui Tongyao thought of this, she lowered her head, and her heart was suddenly filled with longing. If my future boyfriend is not the scumbag my mother describes him as. But what about a good man like Jiang Dongwen who is one in a million? Gui Tongyao felt a strong urge quietly sprouting in her heart. Perhaps in Lily Book, her sincere confession to Qin Yubai was not true love. Because she had a crush on Jiang Dongwen for 3 years in high school. A vague, indescribable feeling of affection. It was just because she had actually discovered very early on that Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen had become boyfriend and girlfriend. Maybe I suppressed this secret love and transferred my feelings to Qin Yubai. Looking back now, that might have just been an excuse for her to sneak up on Jiang Dongwen. An excuse to deceive others and yourself. Otherwise, why would she accept Jiang Dongwen's invitation to get her hair done without even thinking about it? Otherwise, why did she agree to Jiang Dongwen's request to stay in a hotel in the city without even thinking about it? I must like him, it's just my body's instinct. This crazy idea slowly grew in Gui Tongyao's heart. Under Jiang Dongwen's affectionate gaze, her thoughts grew wildly like weeds, and her thumbs clenched her sweaty palms. Is it really that difficult to call me brother? Just say that, and then you can arrange for Qin Yubai and I to meet up however you want. Jiang Dongwen's voice was low and magnetic, and he happily enjoyed Gui Tongyao's girlish shyness. But he didn't turn on the telepathic device, and didn't know that the silly girl Gui Tongyao had already completed the strategy in her mind. At this moment, Gui Tongyao was too shy to raise her head, her long eyelashes covering her subtle eyes. She slowly turned to the direction where Jiang Dongwen was sitting and called out in a soft voice, "Brother, brother." Chapter 27. Don't you really have any feelings for men? After Gui Tongyao called Jiang Dongwen brother as a nickname, Jiang Dongwen felt his whole body was so sweet that he could hardly stand. He almost lost himself in Gui Tongyao's sweet call of brother. After all, Gui Tongyao is such a sweet-looking person, and with her soft and sweet voice when she calls brother, Jiang Dongwen is worried that he will get diabetes in the future. Qin Yubai won't be angry when he hears Gui Tongyao calling me brother, right? Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Received 100 points as reward, total points currently 660. Basic Skill Card X1. Primary Psychic Clarion Device X1. Gui Tongyao's relationship value increased from 45 to 70. Ambiguous Friends. Unlocked, Serious Massage consumes 15 relationship points. Not bad. Jiang Dongwen nodded silently, focusing on the 5 big words, serious massage. If he asked Gui Tongyao to give him a massage, would that really be enough? Would it really just be a proper massage? Jiang Dongwen felt itchy and couldn't help but want to try it. What kind of interesting expression would appear on the face of Gui Tongyao, a school beauty with a dull personality, when she gives him a massage? Brother Dongwen, I've already called you brother. You have to keep your promise and make peace with bye-bye. Gui Tongyao bit her lip shyly, although she was very embarrassed. But she still remembered the reconciliation agreement between Jiang Dongwen and Qin Yubai. After all, the delusion just now is impossible to achieve. Please help me make an appointment with her when the time comes. Jiang Dongwen felt a little disappointed with Gui Tongyao's suggestion. It would probably take a long time to train an ignorant girl to become a girlfriend like Qin Yubai who knows how to change her positions. At this time, Jiang Dongwen deliberately lay down on the snow-white bed sheet, and then said quietly, "Alas, I am really exhausted because of you tonight. It would be great if you could give me a massage." Voice trigger unlock item, serious massage. Requires 15 relationship points. Do you want to continue? Continue. Jiang Dongwen muttered to himself. Sure enough, Gui Tongyao was in deep self-blame at this moment. Tonight, Jiang Dongwen not only helped her drive away the gangster with a scar, but also paid to book a hotel for her so that she had a place to sleep. Now that Jiang Dongwen said he wanted a massage, I would just give him a massage, as a way of repaying his kindness. Gui Tongyao took a deep breath, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. Then let me help you, brother Dongwen. The next second, she regretted it. Doesn't this mean touching Jiang Dongwen's body with your hands? If Qin Yubai knew, what would she think? Gui Tongya's heart was filled with guilt. Gui Tongya's relationship value has decreased from 70 to 55. Ambiguous friends. Jiang Dongwen received a prompt from the system. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that there was a bit more coldness and distance in the look in his eyes when he looked at Gui Tongyao. Is this the result of a decreased relationship value? It seems the massage function cannot be used frequently. At least we will have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship in the future. But now that things have come to this, there is no need to retreat. Okay. Go ahead and start, and see how sincere you are. Jiang Dongwen took a breath. He closed his eyes slightly and said no more. After all, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning and Jiang Dongwen was already feeling sleepy. And at this time, when Gui Tongyao saw that Jiang Dongwen did not do anything rash, her fear and anxiety were relieved a lot. From childhood to adulthood, she had never touched a man's body easily, let alone giving him a massage for the first time. In order to ease the embarrassment, Gui Tongyao first slowly tried to sit next to Jiang Dongwen, but her womanly modesty made her remain alert at all times. If Jiang Dongwen dared to touch her thighs or other sensitive parts, she would definitely slap him in the face. Go ahead and massage. Jiang Dongwen waited for a long time but didn't see Gui Tongyao start massaging, so he urged. Where to press? Gui Tongyao blushed. Then let's do the shoulders. Seeing that Gui Tongyao was not proactive, Jiang Dongwen had to let her do it freely on the shoulders first. Indeed, his shoulders were indeed sore. After all, he had been playing games for several nights in a row and had not slept well, so his shoulders were swollen. Gui Tongyao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the area to be massaged was the shoulders. She was always afraid that Jiang Dongwen would ask her to massage her thighs or some strange place, but if that really happened, no matter how much favor she owed him, she would have no choice but to refuse. When Gui Tongyao looked at Jiang Dongwen's shoulders, she hesitated for a while and finally stretched out her slender fingers and began to knead his shoulders. Jiang Dongwen felt the softness of Gui Tongya's fingers, and the soreness of the muscles near his shoulder blades through his clothes. Although Gui Tongya's strength is not very great, she can press the acupoints very accurately. You massaged pretty well. Very professional. Jiang Dongwen hummed a few times in comfort and couldn't help but praise. After all, in his previous life, Jiang Dongwen also asked a technician to massage his shoulders and neck, but with such excellent massage skills, Gui Tongyao was undoubtedly a top-notch technician. Hearing Jiang Dongwen's praise, Gui Tongyao said embarrassedly, I used to massage my mother at home. Her shoulders would be very tired after work. Jiang Dongwen was stunned for a moment, then asked doubtfully, Isn't your mother farming in your hometown? Gui Tongyao shook her head slightly. She only returned to her hometown after I started boarding high school. Our hometown wasn't actually in Suicheng, but in Jianghu. Mom said she moved here when I was very young. What about your father? Jiang Dongwen asked again tentatively. He didn't know much about Gui Tongya's family, he only knew that she was an only child. But I have never heard any news about her father. Gui Tongya's eyes dimmed instantly. My dad disappeared after I was born. Anyway, I heard from my mom that he was a scumbag. I know very little about him, and my mom doesn't want to talk about it. She also used this as an excuse to not let me play with any male classmates. Jiang Dongwen was stunned. He didn't expect that his two casual questions would inadvertently touch upon Gui Tongye's childhood trauma. It's okay, you will definitely marry a good man in the future. Jiang Dongwen grinned. Although he seemed to be comforting Gui Tongyao, he actually wanted to see her views on the topics of men and family. Jiang Dongwen's purpose has always been to find out whether she likes men. Gui Tongyao's eyes were suddenly filled with hesitation. She hadn't considered life with a man. In the future plans, there is only the sweet daily life with Qin Yubai. Seeing Gui Tongyao's melancholy look, Jiang Dongwen patted his waist, interrupting her reverie. I'm tired here too, please help me massage it. This was Jiang Dongwen's second attempt. Since you can press the normal parts of the shoulders and neck, you can also press further down. As for where he could go, he wanted to know Gui Tongyao's bottom line. Sure enough, Gui Tongyao looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, her palm was feeling the warmth of Jiang Dongwen's body. This residual warmth made her feel the same moving longing as in the Yuri novels. If she continued to massage the lower parts, she didn't know if she could remain calm. Could it be that I have feelings for men? Or do you only have feelings for Jiang Dongwen as a man? Gui Tongyao began to doubt herself, but her mood became a little excited. It doesn't matter. The waist is not a strange place. Seeing that Gui Tongyao didn't say anything, Jiang Dongwen smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. Then, he pointed to his waist and said, "Press here, don't show mercy on me, press harder." Chapter 28. She took a joke seriously. When Gui Tongyao saw Jiang Dongwen's majestic back, she couldn't help but feel her heart surge with emotion. I had this strange feeling since I first met Jiang Dongwen. Perhaps because of her mother's strict education since childhood, Gui Tongyao is wary of men. Don't accept gifts bought by men, because they are trying to bribe you. Don't drink the drinks given by men, they are meant to make you drunk. Don't listen to the sweet words a man says, they are trying to win you over. Under the guidance of her mother, Gui Tongyao transformed into a fully armored counterattack hedgehog. She will always give a cold counterattack to any man who dares to approach her. However, Jiang Dongwen, as Qin Yubai's boyfriend, approached her as her best friend's boyfriend, which made her unconsciously let down her inner defenses. Moreover, Jiang Dongwen often provides her with a lot of enthusiastic help. The most memorable time was when she was locked in the sports equipment room by a girl because she was not popular with the girls. Everyone left school, and only Jiang Dongwen, who was in the same class at the time, noticed her disappearance. Jiang Dongwen reported the situation to the teacher in time, and then led the teacher to look for her everywhere. Finally, he opened the door of the sports equipment room and rescued her, who was in tears. Perhaps this incident was the starting point of her affection for Jiang Dongwen. Now, Jiang Dongwen, who had helped her before, said he was tired. How could she refuse to give him a massage? Gui Tongyao lowered her head and said with a blushing face, "Brother Dongwen, lie down and don't move. I'm going to start pressing." After saying that, she gently placed her hands on Jiang Dongwen's waist and began to knead it silently. As a tingling sensation came over him, Jiang Dongwen's expression relaxed. Gui Tongyao did not just knead him casually, but put her whole heart into it, pressing his waist seriously with both hands. She first pressed with her thumb, then rubbed up and down with just the right amount of force, massaging the acupuncture points on both sides of the waist. Jiang Dongwen slowly closed his eyes, feeling Gui Tongyao's massage, and almost fell asleep in comfort. "Are you feeling better, Brother Dongwen?" Gui Tongyao asked him tentatively. "I seem to feel more comfortable." Jiang Dongwen was sleepy, but when he turned his head, he saw that the collar of Gui Tongyao's pajamas was stretched open by her plump figure, revealing a touch of spring light. He was so shocked that his breathing almost stopped. It used to be said that men look for wives who are slightly plump. Gui Tongyao is as plump as a ripe peach. Not only is her body very soft, but her skin is also very delicate and smooth. It must be very comfortable to hug her. Having said that, the current relationship between the two is ambiguous friends. I wonder what their relationship will be like next. Jiang Dongwen was content to admire Gui Tongyao's fair, voluptuous beauty. Suddenly, he became curious about whether such a beautiful girl was single in middle school. Did she fall in love with Qin Yubai directly? Or did she change her sexual orientation after being hurt by a scumbag? Xiao, have you ever had a boyfriend before? Jiang Dongwen asked casually. Gui Tongyao was stunned. She thought Jiang Dongwen's words were a bit strange, so she stopped and looked at him. At that time, everyone was focused on the college entrance examination. Who would have time for a boyfriend? Seeing that Gui Tongyao was reluctant to speak, Jiang Dongwen changed his tone and asked, "What is your ideal boyfriend like?" These words touched Gui Tongyao's heart. She had never thought about what her ideal boyfriend would be like. Come to think of it, the number of men around me who are not annoying can be counted on one hand, and this includes relatives. Jiang Dongwen is the only man among them who is not a relative. When Gui Tongyao thought of this, her gaze slowly fell on Jiang Dongwen. In her impression, men give her a dirty feeling. They always smell bad, and this shortcoming of the bad smell is enough to make her give up the idea of falling in love with a man. But just now, when she accidentally got close to Jiang Dongwen and smelled him a few times, she found that he did not have the common smell of sweat and acid, but instead had a faint fragrance, which made her feel very strange. Jiang Dongwen must be the type who likes cleanliness more than other men. Gui Tongyao thought about this and blushed as she replied, "My ideal boyfriend is one who doesn't smell bad, right? Not smelly." Jiang Dongwen almost dropped his jaw when he heard that. Gui Tongyao always says shocking things. Are the standards of campus beauties in choosing boyfriends so low nowadays? Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but grin, turned around, spread out his clothes, and deliberately teased Gui Tongyao, "Then smell me and see if I stink." Gui Tongyao curiously leaned over to Jiang Dongwen's neck and sniffed carefully a few times to confirm again, "You don't seem to have any smell." Jiang Dongwen looked at the adorable and silly Gui Tongyao, who was so beautiful right in front of him, and couldn't help wanting to play a trick on her. So he took the opportunity to hug her tightly, pouting his lips and smiling, "Smell my mouth too." "Brother Dongwen, you are a hooligan." Gui Tongyao shyly pushed him away, but suddenly felt her body burning hot and weak, especially after being hugged by Jiang Dongwen. Her heartbeat accelerated wildly and her breathing became rapid. This was her first experience of being hugged tightly by a man. The feeling was both strange and novel, and she felt an indescribable sense of happiness, but it was also accompanied by tension, fear, and shame. The system detects strong resistance from the romantic partner. Gui Tongyao's relationship value has decreased from 55 to 37. Ambiguous friends. Jiang Dongwen was surprised when he saw the system prompt. He didn't expect that forcing the other party would reduce the relationship value. It seems that he can only cultivate feelings slowly and not expect to achieve success overnight. So he immediately let go of Gui Tongyao. In an instant, Gui Tongyao also covered her heart and stepped back, as shy as a girl having her first period. "You've never kissed a man, have you?" Jiang Dongwen teased with a smile. "No, I haven't kissed her." Gui Tongyao blushed, spoke hesitantly, and sounded awkward. Jiang Dongwen spread his hands and deliberately invited, "Why don't you try it with me? I can let you experience what it feels like to kiss a man." "You lied to me. I don't want it. I'm not stupid enough to let you take advantage of me." Gui Tongyao blushed, but she didn't dare look at Jiang Dongwen at all. Then, she quietly raised her eyes and glanced at Jiang Dongwen's handsome face. Her heartbeat accelerated again and she added, "You are not my boyfriend." "Then why don't I just be your boyfriend? Qin Yubai and I broke up, and I'm single now." "Aren't you single too?" Gui Tongyao was stunned for a few seconds by Jiang Dongwen's proposal. Wait, is this brother Dongwen confessing his love? Are all the previous delusions about to be realized step by step? However, she never thought that she could replace Qin Yubai. She likes girls. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Dongwen guessed that she was thinking seriously. "But I originally just intended it to be a joke." I didn't expect Gui Tongyao to be so easily teased, and now she takes this joke seriously. Chapter 29, she doesn't give it to you when you want her to, but she gives it to you when you don't want her to. Gui Tongyao is a girl who tends to be picky. I have taken Jiang Dongwen's joke as a sincere confession. Although she had no experience in dating a man, her mother taught her strictly and told her, when a woman chooses a man, she should consider his qualities and should aim to get married. Gui Tongyao has always kept this in mind. Jiang Dongwen is undoubtedly a man who can treat women in every possible way. The most suitable person to marry. This is the reason why Gui Tongyao has subconsciously had a liking for Jiang Dongwen since high school. Women treat men they like completely differently from bootlickers and clowns. When Gui Tongyao realized that this was a confession, a faint blush appeared on her face and she felt extremely nervous. She had an impulse that made her want to agree to Jiang Dongwen directly. But just as he was about to say, okay, the image of Qin Yubai crying flashed through his mind. Didn't she just say that she wanted Dongwen and Bai Bai to get back together? How could she be so cruel as to take away Bai Bai's love? A strong sense of guilt came over Gui Tongyao, and she was struggling internally. After a long silence, she shook her head at Jiang Dongwen and said, "We agreed that brother Dongwen, you have to meet Bai Bai. I can't accept your confession for the time being." Jiang Dongwen almost laughed out loud when he heard Gui Tongyao's serious response to his joke. But what does not yet mean? Could it be that Gui Tongyao was still unwilling to leave a blank note in her heart? Har har, the connotation of words is indeed profound. Jiang Dongwen has wanted to take two women in since his rebirth. After all, one is a pure and plump school goddess, and the other is a petite and sweet white silk loli. She just met his dream wife type. Another important point is that he can bind Qin Yubai's points. This time, Jiang Dongwen happened to be tied to Qin Yubai. Because I really didn't want to talk to this domineering little princess some time ago, her edge should have faded a lot by now, right? At least she will take the initiative to send him a message begging for reconciliation. This is a good sign and you can start to restore the relationship. Jiang Dongwen thought for a long time, and looked at the time blankly. It was already early morning, and he felt dizzy. He told Gui Tongyao that he would take a nap on the sofa before returning to school. After all, it would be almost dawn by the time he returned to school from a hotel in the city. Gui Tongyao curled up on the bed, afraid that Jiang Dongwen would come up and touch her after taking a shower. But when she saw Jiang Dongwen lying on the sofa watching videos, she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. After all, she is the campus belle in the university. Any man who sees her lying on the bed would probably be unable to resist getting excited. But after a while, when Gui Tongyao found that Jiang Dongwen was leaning uncomfortably on the sofa, she felt a little guilty. Gui Tongyao stood up and slowly walked to Jiang Dongwen's side. "Brother Dongwen, you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa." Jiang Dongwen opened his eyes, looked at Gui Tongyao's shy expression, turned his head and said, "No, you sleep on the bed." Gui Tongyao felt indescribably uncomfortable when she saw Jiang Dongwen's indifferent attitude. She was a little suspicious because of her attitude towards Jiang Dongwen just now. This might have made Jiang Dongwen mistakenly think that he hated him. Actually, not really. She still likes Jiang Dongwen very much. Gui Tongyao continued unwillingly, "You paid for the hotel room. How could I let you sleep on the sofa?" Her purpose was just to eliminate the guilt in her heart. Jiang Dongwen glared at Gui Tongyao and simply stopped pretending. "Okay, then let's sleep in the bed together." Gui Tongyao opened her eyes wide, too embarrassed to know where to look. She stammered, "How can that be? You're not my boyfriend. Who says you can only sleep with your boyfriend? I'm afraid you've never squeezed into a high-speed train sleeper before. Just treat it as a high-speed train sleeper and I'll sleep next to you for one night." Jiang Dongwen looked at her with a smile, conducting an ambiguous test. "Okay then, but you are not allowed to be rude to me later." Gui Tongyao was flustered, but when she thought that Jiang Dongwen was still a gentleman, she nodded and agreed. Jiang Dongwen didn't expect the plan to succeed so quickly, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm not a gangster." Afterwards, he boldly opened the quilt, lay down on the bed, and patted the sheet next to him. "Xiao Yao, come up quickly." Gui Tongyao nervously lifted the snow-white bed sheet and put her pair of little feet, as white as jade, into the quilt. When Jiang Dongwen saw the plump, charming and shy Gui Tongyao, he felt like a hungry wolf pouncing on her. But thinking about the relationship value that had just dropped by half, he finally calmed down. If the relationship value continues to drop, we will really just become strangers. This one must be controlled. After making up his mind, Jiang Dongwen turned sideways and had no intention of continuing to do bad things to Gui Tongyao. After all, it was almost 5 or 6 o'clock, and he was almost too sleepy. He fell down and fell into sleep. After a while, Jiang Dongwen fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. However, Gui Tongyao still huddled up nervously, wary of Jiang Dongwen's hooliganism. She secretly swore that if Jiang Dongwen really pounced on her, she would use the women's self-defense skills she had learned to teach him a lesson. But what if you can't win? She actually didn't know what to do. Brother Dongwen, you can't do anything to me. Let's draw a 38th parallel. If you cross the line, I will beat you. Gui Tongyao had already placed a pillow between the two of them. After waiting for a long time, Gui Tongyao saw that Jiang Dongwen did not take any action and felt a little suspicious. She was still imagining Jiang Dongwen's inner drama of rushing over while she was asleep. Brother Dongwen, you can't do that. You already have bye-bye. I've already broken up with her. Xiaoyao, you're my girlfriend from now on. No, Brother Dongwen, you can't. Why not? Don't you like me, Xiaoyao? But I like bye-bye. What? You like my girlfriend? Gui Tongyao was stuck here as she imagined the plot. Yes, if she said that she liked bye-bye, wouldn't Brother Dongwen be embarrassed? Maybe Brother Dongwen didn't have any thoughts about himself at that time. After imagining this for an unknown amount of time, Gui Tongyao felt that she was going crazy from the sheer number of scenarios piling up in her head. At the end of the torture, she couldn't bear it anymore and reached out to touch Jiang Dongwen's broad back. Brother Dongwen, are you asleep? Gui Tongyao saw that Jiang Dongwen didn't move at all and thought he was pretending to be asleep. She stammered, I rejected your confession just now, not because I hate you. Actually, Brother Dongwen, you're a good guy. I actually like boys like you. In fact, I think you're very gentle with girls. If you weren't Bye-Bye's boyfriend, I would agree to you. Gui Tongyao stammered for several sentences and had no idea what she was saying. Promise. She bit her lower lip. Oh my god, what on earth is she talking about? However, Jiang Dongwen still did not respond to Gui Tongyao's words, and only made a soft snoring sound, because he was indeed fast asleep. When Gui Tongyao saw that Jiang Dongwen did not respond when she spoke, she realized that he was really asleep. She pinched Jiang Dongwen's earlobe angrily and said, Brother Dongwen, I told you to sleep. The girlfriend who was sent to your pillow ran away. Unexpectedly, this pinch made Jiang Dongwen subconsciously feel as if a bug was biting him in his sleep. Turn your body naturally over so that your face is facing up. When Gui Tongyao saw how handsome Jiang Dongwen looked while sleeping, her heart rate soared. Normally, she didn't dare look directly at Jiang Dongwen because she thought he was too handsome, and she only dared to glance at him out of the corner of her eyes. Gui Tongyao remembered that Jiang Dongwen had just tempted her to kiss him. I couldn't help but wonder what it felt like to kiss a man. Her intimate relationship with Qin Yubai was usually just intimate touches of hands, heads, and hugs. Curiosity is like a cat's paw. He kept scratching Gui Tongyao's body because she really wanted to know what it felt like to kiss her. Finally, she couldn't help her curiosity and gradually approached Jiang Dongwen, looking at the thickness of Jiang Dongwen's lips. Gui Tongyao didn't know why she suddenly lost her mind. She slowly moved forward and gently pressed her lips against his. The minty smell from the toothpaste gradually seeped into her nostrils, followed by a sweetness, and then an indescribable feeling, the kind that seemed to drain the soul out of one's body. Her eyes gradually became blurred, and she gradually lost track of what she was doing. It's crazy. Like a fool. Gave her first kiss. Chapter 30, A Woman's Mind is Like a Needle in the Sea. Jiang Dongwen slept until almost noon before waking up. When he got up, he found his lips were a little dry. Was this the price of staying up late? Or was it because the air conditioner was too cold and dry? Jiang Dongwen recalled the scene of last night, and immediately turned his head to look at the empty bed sheet beside him. Gui Tongyao was nowhere to be found. Just when Jiang Dongwen was puzzled, he found Gui Tongyao pushing the door open and coming in with packaged soy milk, fried dough sticks and buns in her hand. She smiled at the sleepy Jiang Dongwen and said, Hurry up and get up. Brother Dongwen, I bought you breakfast. Jiang Dongwen's nose felt a little sore. Gui Tongyao actually bought him breakfast. He had been licking Qin Yubai for so many years, but Qin Yubai had never brought him breakfast. Every time, he had to get up and go buy breakfast. Unexpectedly, Gui Tongyao, who has a wooden head, is thoughtful enough to buy breakfast for him. Why are you still standing there? Brother Dongwen, hurry up and brush your teeth. It's time for breakfast. Gui Tongyao looked at the dazed Jiang Dongwen and thought that she was dressed too beautifully, and she couldn't help feeling happy. Today's clothes were carefully picked out by her from a pile of cheap clothes. Although it is still a dress style, the skirt of this dress is a bit short, reaching just above the knees, which can fully expose her beautiful legs. After silently giving her first kiss last night, Gui Tongya's feelings towards Jiang Dongwen became a little different. Subconsciously, Jiang Dongwen was the most special of all the men she knew, a feeling that he was more than just a lover. Furthermore, standing in front of him, Gui Tongyao also had a strong desire to wantonly display her beauty. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves. Gui Tongyao, who never wears makeup, put on some light makeup today. However, Jiang Dongwen did not notice the change in Gui Tongya's makeup. He hurriedly washed up and thought about the professional classes he had in the afternoon after breakfast. Gui Tongyao felt a little disappointed when she saw that Jiang Dongwen's attention was not on her. Is it true that her charm is not enough to attract Jiang Dongwen? That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped pestering Jiang Dongwen after he pushed her away. After Gui Tongyao imagined the scene in which Jiang Dongwen had completely lost his affection for her, her mood plummeted and she couldn't feel happy at all. Jiang Dongwen was eating breakfast when he suddenly noticed that Gui Tongya's expression was a little cold, and she had regained the visual impression of the icy beauty she was in school. Is it because you are unhappy that you didn't split the bill for breakfast? I'll return the breakfast money to you later, Jiang Dongwen said tentatively. But after hearing this, Gui Tongyao still frowned coldly and said, no need. Jiang Dongwen was puzzled and asked, then why do you look so unhappy? Am I unhappy? Gui Tongya's attitude was still cold. She knew that she couldn't fake her expression, but she didn't want to say the reason. The word unhappiness is written all over your face. Jiang Dongwen drank a sip of soy milk nonchalantly and continued to eat buns. At this time, Gui Tongyao couldn't help it anymore and asked angrily, Brother Dongwen, what do you think of my clothes? Jiang Dongwen was stunned for a moment and felt that Gui Tongyao seemed a little strange. A woman's mind is like a needle in the sea. Jiang Dongwen looked up and quickly glanced at Gui Tongyao's clothes. Gui Tongyao's fashion sense is terrible. She is still undeveloped, doesn't know how to put on makeup and dress up, and doesn't know how to package herself. The reason why she became the school belle was because of her naturally beautiful face and plump figure, which attracted the admiration of many men. The reason for her poor fashion sense cannot be blamed entirely on Gui Tongyao. Due to her family's financial situation, the clothes she buys are all street stalls and discounted goods in order to save money. Secondly, her makeup skills are terrible, especially her eyebrow drawing is not good. She looks better without makeup. If Jiang Dongwen is willing to spend some money to package Gui Tongyao well, she will definitely be no less than an international supermodel or a top actress. You are not good at makeup. You need to watch more videos to learn. Jiang Dongwen did not mention the problem of clothes. After all, this kind of problem can be easily solved with money, and makeup skills can be trained. Gui Tongyao immediately fetched a mirror, looking at her face again and again. Is my makeup technique not good enough? Seeing her serious look, Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but jokingly urged her, eat quickly, we have to go back to school. We have classes in the afternoon. After finishing breakfast, the two closed the door and walked to the elevator one after the other. Jiang Dongwen saw the elevator was about to close, and hurriedly went up to press the button, wait for us, sorry. We have luggage. The people in the elevator snorted reluctantly. Jiang Dongwen looked up and felt that the man in front of him was very familiar. He suddenly remembered that he had seen this man at Sun Huatsai's lecture before. His name should be Lin Ziming. Are you Lin Ziming? We are classmates. Jiang Dongwen greeted him enthusiastically. It's me, huh? Lin Ziming was stunned with shock. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. How did he meet Jiang Dongwen? And Gui Tongyao must be following behind Jiang Dongwen and will be here soon. And next to him stood the alluring girl who had booked him for the night last night. Oh. It's so heavy, Dongwen brother, please help me pull down the suitcase. Gui Tongyao snorted softly. In fact, she could carry the luggage by herself, but for some reason, with Jiang Dongwen by her side, she felt like relying on him. This is like a woman who can normally handle things on her own but needs her man to help her unscrew the bottle cap. It's actually the same principle. Brother, please don't close the door. I want to help my girlfriend pull down the suitcase. Thank you. Jiang Dongwen hurriedly turned around to help Gui Tongyao pull the suitcase. At this time, Lin Ziming was afraid that his embarrassing behavior would be discovered by Gui Tongyao, so he immediately pressed the door closing button frantically. However, the elevator was a little slow to respond, and before the door closed, Jiang Dongwen and Gui Tongyao had already returned to the elevator. "I told you not to close the door." "What do you mean?" Jiang Dongwen held the elevator door and yelled at Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming was frightened and guilty, and did not dare to answer. Instead, he looked timidly at Gui Tongyao, who walked in. This was the woman he wanted most at the moment, and he had been planning to find a chance to win her over in the future. Unexpectedly, he met her again so soon, and the timing of the meeting was so wrong. At this time, Gui Tongyao walked into the elevator and instantly recognized Lin Ziming, who confessed to her in class. She quickly glanced at the woman next to Lin Ziming, who was wearing heavy makeup and black stockings with letters on her legs. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that this was an indecent woman. Soon, Gui Tongyao couldn't help showing a contemptuous expression towards Lin Ziming, and she disliked Lin Ziming from the bottom of her heart. "Hello, Katsura. You look so beautiful today." Lin Ziming waved to Gui Tongyao, smiled awkwardly and greeted her, but ignored Jiang Dongwen's anger. He was now filled with regret. He should have taken the woman to another place to get a room. "I didn't expect to meet Gui Tongyao even though I checked out so late. My luck is so bad." Gui Tongyao did not answer, but hid behind Jiang Dongwen's broad figure, not wanting to be seen by Lin Ziming. At this moment, the charming woman beside Lin Ziming looked at the handsome and tall Jiang Dongwen, then glanced at the fair-skinned, beautiful, and graceful Gui Tongyao. She felt very envious and said with emotion, "Hey, it's better to fall in love during college. True and pure love, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Jiang Dongwen glanced at the charming woman, then looked at Lin Ziming, whose face was flushed red, and he had already guessed the relationship between the two. He originally planned to remain silent and not expose Lin Ziming on the spot. But Lin Ziming dared to force the elevator door shut and even flirted with his woman in front of him, so he decided not to tolerate it anymore and taunted her, "Aren't you guys also in love? The kind of love that's calculated by the number of times." The charming woman was stunned for a moment, then she smiled helplessly and replied, "Don't get me wrong, I calculate it by time." At this time, Gui Tongyao understood the subtext of the charming woman's words. She glared at Lin Ziming with disdain again, then moved her cold gaze to the side, not wanting to have eye contact with him again. Lin Ziming lowered his head silently at this time, and he no longer dared to look at Gui Tongyao because of shame. He even wanted to die. Chapter 31. I just want you to come back to me soon. As the night deepened, Qin Yubai lay on the single bed in the girls' dormitory, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. The sound of roommates typing on their keyboards came one after another. She wanted to sleep but couldn't. Whenever she closed her eyes, Jiang Dongwen's appearance would appear in her mind. Qin Yubai suddenly felt that he was very stupid and naive. Even though she knew Jiang Dongwen was a scumbag, she couldn't shake off her feelings for him and wanted to go back to their previous relationship every day. She regretted her past willfulness and not cherishing her ex-boyfriend's love for her, which made him suffer too much. If there is really a chance to get back together, she is willing to make amends for her past mistakes. Qin Yubai's eyes turned red when he thought of this. After taking out his phone, he immediately switched to the WeChat friend adding interface. "I sent Jiang Dongwen a friend request for the 53rd time, but it still wasn't accepted." A line of warm, clear tears flowed down again. Qin Yubai really wanted to tell Jiang Dongwen that after several weeks of independent living, she had realized that she should not rely entirely on her boyfriend for everything, but should do things independently if she could do them. For example, doing laundry. For example, eating breakfast. For example, doing homework. Now she can do it all by herself and doesn't need Jiang Dongwen's help anymore. She just wants him to come back to her soon. She felt so lonely, and every night she hoped Jiang Dongwen could talk to her, chat with her, or play games with her. It has been a long time since she handed in her weekly homework. She didn't know whether she had handed in her homework to Gui Tongyao now. She was actually a little jealous of Gui Tongyao. Qin Yubai imagined the scene of Jiang Dongwen handing in homework to Gui Tongyao. A touch of bitterness surged in his heart and his face turned pale. She could have gone directly to the classroom to talk to Jiang Dongwen, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. After all, it was always men who took the initiative to pursue her in the past, like the moon surrounded by stars. When would it be her turn to take the initiative? If she takes the initiative to reconcile with Jiang Dongwen, everyone will treat her as a joke in the future. Just when Qin Yubai was alone immersed in sadness and entanglement, Ju Mary appeared at her bedside with a beaming face and a box of expensive chocolates in her hand. Xiao Yubai, have some chocolate to refresh yourself. Qin Yubai is an absolute sweet tooth. When he heard the word chocolate, his dazed eyes immediately lit up. She quickly reached out from under the quilt, grabbed a piece of chocolate, quickly peeled off the sugar coating, and murmured to herself with her cute little mouth, "Mary, you understand me best. You know I need sugar to replenish my energy." Ju Mari raised the corners of her mouth, and her big front teeth seemed to be mocking her eating habits. "Of course. We are good sisters. How about the weekend night after tomorrow? I will take you out for a walk." Qin Yubai chewed some chocolate, supporting his chin with one hand. "Where are you taking me to play?" Ju Mari blinked her eyes. "My friend is having a birthday party at KTV. Let's go sing a few songs together. I guarantee your mood will improve immediately. Forget about that scumbag." After she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Yubai expectantly. Qin Yubai was silent for a moment. During this period of time, she had been immersed in the pain of a broken heart. Apart from attending classes and eating, she hardly left the house. Ju Mali has been trying to enlighten her and has taken great pains to arrange entertainment activities for her many times, but she refused. This time, Qin Yubai was too embarrassed to refuse her again. "Okay, Mary, but I'll only play for a short while and then leave." Ju Mali was ecstatic when she heard this, as if she had won the lottery. "Great. I'll go arrange a private room right away. Let's have some fun tonight and get rid of all our worries. Arrange a private room. Ju Mary pays." Seeing Ju Mali so excited, Qin Yubai suddenly felt a little strange. Normally, Ju Mary was a woman who never suffered a loss. Every time they went out to play, she would take the initiative to agree on how much everyone would share, but this time, she didn't even mention how much she would share. Is it really just to make her happy? Qin Yubai was a little touched by Ju Mary's thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Mary." She finished, lying down again and picking up her phone. "It's so boring. I might as well go online and check if Jiang Dongwen is playing games." At this time, a message from Gui Tongyao appeared in the WeChat chat box. Qin Yubai's mood suddenly became complicated. She wanted to ignore the message, but when she accidentally glanced at the text of the message, she was stunned. Gui Tongyao sent a message: "Bye-bye, I persuaded Brother Dongwen, and he has agreed to come out and talk to you. Otherwise, tomorrow is Saturday, how about we meet at our usual place this afternoon?" This information. Qin Yubai stared at the phone screen for a long time, his thoughts in turmoil. She wondered, could it be that after Gui Tongyao rejected Jiang Dongwen's love confession, she persuaded Jiang Dongwen to change his mind? Or maybe, Gui Tongyao intends to confront her face to face, persuade her to completely give up Jiang Dongwen, and declare herself as Jiang Dongwen's new girlfriend. No matter which situation it was, Qin Yubai was eager to know the answer. Qin Yubai bit her lower lip and resolutely replied to Gui Tongyao, "Okay. See you at the usual place." Qin Yubai stepped into the coffee shop where he often met Gui Tongyao. The location is on a riverside commercial street in the city center, with an elegant environment and a unique atmosphere. It was in this cafe that Gui Tongyao confessed her feelings, saying that they wanted to be lovers who went beyond best friends. Qin Yubai was shocked when she heard this, but considering their many years of friendship, she couldn't bear to refuse. She could only comfort her softly and persuade Gui Tongyao to calm down, saying that she already had a boyfriend, Jiang Dongwen. But unexpectedly, Gui Tongyao said with tears in her eyes, "It doesn't matter. Even if you get married and have children, I just want to be by your side forever in this life, okay?" At that time, Qin Yubai looked at her former best friend in tears and couldn't help but soften her heart. She had no choice but to accept this strange love confession. At that time, she thought that being with Gui Tongyao would not affect Jiang Dongwen's love as a man. As a husband, Jiang Dongwen can provide pleasure between men and women and reproduce offspring. As a woman, Gui Tongyao can provide emotional companionship and complementarity. Since then, the relationship between the two has become indescribable. "Bye-bye, you're here." Gui Tongyao's warm welcome interrupted Qin Yubai's memories. At this moment in the coffee shop, Gui Tongyao had already been waiting in the corner. When she saw Qin Yubai coming over, her eyes were filled with joy. The two of them sat together, Like a pair of beautiful and charming fairy sisters descending to earth, Gui Tongyao was the elder sister and Qin Yubai was the younger sister. However, Qin Yubai's gaze was coldly directed at Gui Tongyao. She looked around the cafe but did not see Jiang Dongwen. "Where's that big scumbag brother?" Qin Yubai's tone seemed to contain no emotion. Gui Tongyao hurriedly explained, "Brother Dongwen is not coming today, I want to talk to you first." Qin Yubai's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "What is there for me to talk about with you?" Gui Tongyao was anxious and grabbed Qin Yubai's hand. Bye, I really hope you can get back together with Brother Dongwen." Qin Yubai pulled his hand back. "What good will it do you if we get back together?" She clearly knew that their breakup was not Gui Tongyao's fault, but she couldn't help but want to blame Gui Tongyao. Just because Jiang Dongwen said he wanted to be with Gui Tongyao to piss her off, it was obviously impossible. If Jiang Dongwen liked Gui Tongyao, he should have confessed to her in middle school. Why would he become her lickspittle boyfriend? "It's all my fault." For nothing. Gui Tongyao's eyes were red, tears were dripping down her cheeks, her fair hands were clenched into fists, her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, and she looked very uncomfortable. Suddenly, for some reason, Gui Tongyao suddenly picked up the coffee cup on the table and splashed it on her face without hesitation. The color of the coffee stained her delicate and fair face into a dirty color. Qin Yubai was shocked when she saw this scene. But soon, she came to her senses, hurried forward, and gently helped Gui Tongyao wipe the coffee stains off her face with a tissue, her tone filled with heartache. "What are you going to do?" "Xiaoyao? Idiot." Gui Tongyao rubbed her eyes, choked with sobs and cried, "This is all my fault. I really want to turn into an ugly black chicken so that Brother Dongwen won't like me anymore." After hearing this, Qin Yubai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Xiaoyao, you are such a fool." Chapter 32, Give Me a Kiss, Are You Serious? What Gui Tongyao said is true. She really wanted to become uglier so that Jiang Dongwen would not like her. She would not take the step of crossing the emotional line with Jiang Dongwen. Even though Jiang Dongwen didn't notice that he had been kissed secretly that night in the hotel, Gui Tongyao still felt very guilty and sorry for Qin Yubai. Moreover, her feelings for Jiang Dongwen grew day by day, and she could hardly restrain herself from expressing her love for him. This long-suppressed emotion, unable to be released, coupled with the guilt towards Qin Yubai, finally turned into Gui Tongyao's uncontrollable behavior of throwing coffee on her own face. She did this to curb her budding feelings for Jiang Dongwen. Choose to let Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen get back together. After that, she can still stay by Qin Yubai's side with peace of mind. Every day she can see Jiang Dongwen, the only man she has ever loved. For a girl like her who has extremely low self-esteem in relationships, if she could spend the rest of her life like this, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness and perfection? At this time, in the coffee shop, Qin Yubai's tone of voice when speaking to Gui Tongyao gradually softened. Gui Tongyao noticed that Qin Yubai was showing signs of forgiving her, so she pressed the issue. "I've asked Brother Dongwen, and he's willing to meet you. Tomorrow is the weekend, are you free tonight?" When Qin Yubai heard that Jiang Dongwen was willing to see her, her cute little face flushed slightly with shyness. She put aside her previous pride, but was a little hesitant. "Okay. But you have to come too. I'm embarrassed to face him alone." But the next second, Qin Yubai remembered that Zhu Mali had made an appointment with her to go to KTV for a friend's birthday party on the weekend night. She shook her head. "I suddenly remembered that I promised to go to a friend's birthday party this weekend. How about changing the time?" Gui Tongyao was a little nervous. She was more afraid than Qin Yubai of losing this fleeting opportunity. How long would the change of time last? Besides, Jiang Dongwen's thoughts are too difficult to figure out. What if he gets unhappy and says he doesn't want to get back together? This was an opportunity she had obtained at the cost of a massage and a kiss from Jiang Dongwen. Gui Tongyao immediately held Qin Yubai's hand tightly, her eyes determined. "Why don't you let Brother Dongwen go to your friend's birthday party? You can get back together at the birthday party." But Qin Yubai remembered that Zhu Mali and Jiang Dongwen had different personalities and was worried that something might go wrong. This is a rare opportunity. There will be many people at the birthday party, so it won't be awkward for you to chat. Gui Tongyao added when she saw Qin Yubai hesitate. Qin Yubai thought about it for a while and finally nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Gui Tongyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and tried to persuade him. "Actually, Brother Dongwen complained to me, saying that as his girlfriend, You never cared about him and even wasted his money. You must speak nicely this time and stop throwing tantrums. Qin Yubai naturally understood now. I used to worry about him spending money on other women. Now many boys in school have money and go out to play with those questionable women. Brother Dongwen, you are not that kind of person. He has strong self-control. Gui Tongyao said a little guiltily. Qin Yubai wanted to ask how you knew that, but swallowed the words back. But people say men become bad when they have money. I feel so insecure. Gui Tongyao was helpless. After thinking for a while, she suggested, how about this? You and Brother Dongwen can come up with a college student entrepreneurship project and use the remaining money for investment. This way, you can prevent him from wasting money. Qin Yubai's face lit up with joy. He held Gui Tongyao's hand and said happily, right. Why didn't I think of that? You're really smart, Xiaoyao. Gui Tongyao blushed. She didn't expect that her relationship with Qin Yubai would recover so quickly. It turned out that Qin Yubai still loved her very much. She lowered her head and looked at the shy Qin Yubai. I really want to hold her like this and love her. After completing the task of helping Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen get back together, Gui Tongyao was on her way back. She happily told Jiang Dongwen the good news on WeChat. But I have something to do this weekend night. Can we change the time? Jiang Dongwen replied on WeChat. Gui Tongyao became anxious upon hearing this and immediately clicked on the voice recording. No. Brother Dongwen, this is a great opportunity. Besides, isn't your weekend evening time meant to be spent with your girlfriend? She's not my girlfriend now. And who says that weekend nights must be spent with my girlfriend? Jiang Dongwen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So get back together quickly. Once you get back together, she will be your girlfriend. Brother Dongwen, what are you thinking about? Have you really fallen in love with someone else? Gui Tongyao raised her voice. Jiang Dongwen was playing games, but Gui Tongyao kept sending him messages one after another, which made him a little annoyed. Yes, I have fallen in love with someone else. I like you. Gui Tongyao. Since you insist that I meet Qin Yubai on the weekend night, then come to the boys' dormitory now and give me a kiss, and I will agree to meet Qin Yubai. After Jiang Dongwen irritably sent this indecent teasing voice message, Gui Tongyao was finally silenced. He smiled. I thought Gui Tongyao had finally calmed down. Women are such a hassle. I'm about to duo queue with Zhang Yuger to go up to their high ground, and you keep coming to mess with me. Do you still want my king of rank ranking? But less than half an hour had passed. Gui Tongyao actually made a voice call to Jiang Dongwen. Jiang Dongwen was completely annoyed. After answering the phone, he angrily scolded, Gui Tongyao, what do you want? I'm at the boys' dormitory door. Let me give you a kiss. Gui Tongyao's shy voice came from the other end of the microphone. Jiang Dongwen was so startled that he jumped up and almost dropped his phone to the ground. Gui Tongyao, is she serious? Jiang Dongwen was stunned for more than 10 seconds, as if trying to confirm whether he was hallucinating. At this time, Gui Tongyao's uneasy voice came from the other end of the microphone again, Brother Dongwen, please come out quickly. There are a lot of boys here. They surrounded me. Let's find a place where there is no one to kiss. I'll be right there. Don't wander off. Jiang Dongwen immediately changed his clothes, put on his slippers, and strode out of the boys' dormitory. Zhang Yuger, who was still fighting on the high ground, was stunned. Looking at Jiang Dongwen who was heading out, he quickly shouted, Brother, the next wave is coming soon, where are you going? Go kiss the beauty. Jiang Dongwen smiled sternly without turning his head. Kiss a beautiful girl? Is it so easy to kiss her? Zhang Yuger looked at Jiang Dongwen's back in disbelief. At the door of the boys' dormitory at this time, Gui Tongyao stood on the steps in front of the door. She was wearing a slim white short skirt, showing off her long and white legs. Her slender and soft waist and plump breasts formed a beautiful curve. Her figure and appearance were as stunning as a top car model. The boys entering and leaving the dormitory naturally made Gui Tongyao the focus of attention. As more and more people stared at her, Gui Tongyao shyly lowered her eyes, avoiding the malicious and passionate gazes of these men. As time went on, more and more boys gathered around to watch. Every boy was drooling over Gui Tongyao's beauty, staring at her towering breasts like mountains. After seeing such a beautiful girl, they couldn't even walk. Finally, someone recognized Gui Tongyao as the school belle. A muscular man took off his shirt, leaving only a tight sweatshirt, showing off his strong biceps. He walked forward and said confidently, "Gui school beauty, do you have a boyfriend? Would you consider me?" Gui Tongyao didn't want to pay any attention to the muscular man and turned around and stepped back. But soon another tall, handsome, long-haired man came up from behind and said, "Princess Gui, my new Mercedes is parked right over there. Do you want to go for a ride?" The muscular man was stunned, then his face turned red with anger. "What's a Mercedes-Benz? My dad bought me a new Porsche, beautiful girl. Get in my car. My car is the best in the school. Tonight I'll take you to $1,000 seafood buffet." Gui Tongyao bit her lips slightly in annoyance. She didn't want to pay any attention to these lickers. She just wanted to find Jiang Dongwen. When she was about to make a second call to Jiang Dongwen finally appeared at the door of the boys' dormitory in slippers, lazily. Jiang Dongwen's entire body is worth no more than 100 yuan. He saw Gui Tongyao surrounded by dozens of boys. He pushed through the crowd and walked straight to Gui Tongyao with an expressionless face. "Brother Dongwen." When Gui Tongyao saw Jiang Dongwen coming out, her face turned slightly red and she felt regretful for her reckless behavior. If she had known earlier, she should not have come to the door of the boys' dormitory, but instead asked Jiang Dongwen to meet her in another remote place. No, you should not agree to him at all. Because if there was a first time, there would be a second time. Jiang Dongwen's demands would definitely become more and more excessive. When Gui Tongyao was daydreaming, Jiang Dongwen glanced around at this group of spineless lickers, stepped forward and put his arm around Gui Tongyao's waist before anyone could react. He kissed Gui Tongyao's sweet lips. Chapter 33. Don't hit him, he's really my boyfriend. Gui Tongyao and Jiang Dongwen's lips touched like a dragonfly skimming the water. A few seconds later, only then did she realize that she had failed to dodge Jiang Dongwen's sneak attack. Originally, I just planned to let Jiang Dongwen touch my cheek lightly to get rid of his mischief. However, after meeting her, Jiang Dongwen clasped his hands around her slender waist and kissed her directly, leaving her no chance to resist. After he kissed Gui Tongyao, he looked at her with a wicked smile on his face. Gui Tongyao was so angry that her face turned red and she felt extremely ashamed. Her lips trembled slightly, and she had thousands of words in her heart that she wanted to say to scold Jiang Dongwen, but they were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them. The feelings that had secretly grown in her heart for Jiang Dongwen also surged like spring water, and the sweetness coefficient soared instantly. Such a shower of dog food. The rich guys who were arguing with each other about whose luxury car was the better were instantly silenced. It was as if a group of rich and powerful men were arguing about who was qualified to enjoy an extremely delicious food, but Jiang Dongwen took a bite of the food and slowly swallowed it in front of everyone. The angry rich guys could not tolerate this kind of provocation that crossed class boundaries. They rushed forward and surrounded Jiang Dongwen. Many of them even rolled up their sleeves and showed their fists. "How dare you make a move on our school beauty Gui? Are you tired of living? Kid, look at your outfit. Slippers, shorts, and a sports jacket. Do you think you can chase after the school beauty? Gui school beauty, don't be afraid if you encounter this kind of gangster. I'm here to protect you. I'm very familiar with the school leaders. Give him a disciplinary action. Let him drop out." Jiang Dongwen showed no fear when surrounded by this group of angry boys. He let out a cold laugh. "Gui Tongyao is my girlfriend. I can kiss her however I want. Are you guys kidding me?" The boys were shocked. Jiang Dongwen's words were like a nuclear bomb, instantly exploding in the crowd. The boys' eyes involuntarily turned to Gui Tongyao, and asked doubtfully, "Gui school beauty, is what this brat said true?" Gui Tongyao saw that Jiang Dongwen was surrounded by people and the situation was precarious. If a fight broke out, he would definitely be hit by a few punches. She is going to meet Qin Yubai tomorrow. If Jiang Dongwen turns into panda eyes, how will she explain to Qin Yubai? Could it be that Jiang Dongwen was beaten by someone? However, Gui Tongyao didn't want to admit in front of everyone that she was Jiang Dongwen's girlfriend. If he admitted it, his relationship with Jiang Dongwen would definitely get worse and worse, and he wouldn't be able to explain it to Qin Yubai. Seeing Gui Tongyao's embarrassed expression and silent, everyone started to make a noise and sneered at Jiang Dongwen. "Har har, a toad wants to eat swan meat. You dare to say that Gui school beauty is your girlfriend? Dream on. The muscular man even rolled up his sleeves and was ready to punch Jiang Dongwen to teach him a lesson. When Gui Tongyao saw the muscular man's fist, her heart tightened and she instantly mustered up her courage. She rushed towards Jiang Dongwen and stood in front of him without hesitation, facing this group of lickspittles with her head held high. Her face was like a ripe peach, and she shyly shouted to the sky, "Don't hit him. Brother Dongwen is my boyfriend." Boyfriend. These three words will shatter the humble and dog-licking hearts of the boys present. At the beginning, everyone thought that there was a play that could invite Gui Tongyao. I didn't expect it to be a one-man show by a clown. The most beautiful girl in the school is actually the girlfriend of a man wearing cheap slippers and a sports jacket. Obviously, the muscle man was the first one who couldn't accept such a shocking fact. He walked towards Gui Tongyao with heavy steps, his expression very much like Fei Anyang, who was rejected by Mei Anyang. "Gui school beauty, are you afraid that he will retaliate against you? Don't be afraid, I'm here, a gangster like him won't dare to do anything to you." "No. He really is my boyfriend, please go away. Don't hit him. Please." Gui Tongya's eyes were red and she started crying with excitement. Her emotions became very agitated. Such a beautiful woman crying with tears in her eyes was very adorable. The muscular man was stunned, as if he had been sentenced to death and was dragged out and beaten repeatedly after death. Jiang Dongwen had already anticipated the ending at this time. He took the opportunity to hold Gui Tongyao's hand, pushed away the muscular man in front of him, and chuckled, "You two should do whatever you need to do. Don't stop me from dating. You've become a clown without even realizing it." No one dared to respond to Jiang Dongwen's ridicule. The muscular man and the long-haired guy gritted their teeth and swallowed the bitterness of love into their throats. All the boys could only watch as Jiang Dongwen hugged his dreamy and hot school beauty girlfriend Gui Tongyao and walked away triumphantly from their presence. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Dongwen hugged Gui Tongyao and walked to a quiet park nearby. At this moment, Gui Tongyao finally couldn't contain her dissatisfaction anymore. She suddenly pulled Jiang Dongwen's hand away, tears of grievance flashing in her eyes. She said angrily, "You've gone too far. Brother Dongwen, you've ruined my entire lifelong innocence." Jiang Dongwen doesn't care about Gui Tongya's innocence at all. Besides, are she and Qin Yubai innocent? Deceiving oneself. After Jiang Dongwen kissed Gui Tongyao, he felt an indescribable sense of relief all over his body. It's just right that it's ruined. I will be responsible for you to the end. I don't want you to be responsible. Gui Tongyao pouted and glared at Jiang Dongwen's handsome face, but her heart was beating like a deer. Jiang Dongwen took the opportunity to get close to Gui Tongya's face and sneered, "Har har. You're the one who admitted that you're my girlfriend. You have to keep your word, otherwise I won't go to Qin Yubai's place tomorrow." Jiang Dongwen's roundabout tactics once again pushed the naive and ignorant Gui school beauty into a corner. Gui Tongyao was afraid that Jiang Dongwen would kiss her secretly again, so she took a few steps back and said reluctantly, "I told you were my boyfriend because I was worried you'd get beaten up. Don't take it seriously." Jiang Dongwen continued to tease, "Even so, it shows that you care about me a lot." "No." Gui Tongyao replied shyly. She felt as if her whole body was enveloped in a pink light of happiness, and she even felt a little crazy. Although she was only kissed once, her body felt inexplicably hot, and she was really afraid that Jiang Dongwen would be hurt when the muscular man raised his fist. Could it be that she was really hopelessly in love with this stinky scoundrel in front of her? "Brother Dongwen, please come with me to see Bai Bai on the weekend." Gui Tongyao forced herself to calm down. "Okay, send me the time and place." Jiang Dongwen agreed nonchalantly. Originally, he was planning to bind himself to Qin Yubai and gain more love points. Next time when making choices, I must teach Qin Yubai a lesson and make her obedient. Tell her to squat down and she will squat down. Tell her to sit up and she will sit down. Don't take advantage of your cuteness and beauty to be willful and capricious, and always keep him in suspense. When Gui Tongyao heard that Jiang Dongwen was willing to go on a date, she quickly sent a message to Qin Yubai. After Qin Yubai received the news from Gui Tongyao, she couldn't help but smile with joy. The thought of returning to the days when Jiang Dongwen cared for her meticulously filled her heart with anticipation. She jumped out of bed and stood excitedly in front of the wardrobe, wanting to pick out a nice dress for the date. Qin Yubai plans to use all her strength this time to charm Jiang Dongwen with her beauty, so that Jiang Dongwen will remember her kindness and be willing to be her little Wang Jiang again. Chapter 34. Girls should know how to protect themselves outside. Weekend night. There was a huge crowd of people near the entrance of the girls' dormitory. This is because the boys are going to pick up their girlfriends and spend a wonderful night in a small BB outside the school. After Ju Mari returned to the dormitory, she saw Qin Yubai excitedly checking his wardrobe. She couldn't help but move closer out of curiosity. Yubai, you're in such a good mood tonight. Qin Yubai's lips curled up, and he couldn't hide his happy smile. You invited me to sing at KTV tonight, how can I not be in a good mood? Ju Mary's sharp eyes caught sight of a JK suit in Qin Yubai's closet. She pointed at the dress and said, "It looks great." Qin Yubai saw that the skirt was very short and felt a little embarrassed. My dad told me that girls should protect themselves when they go out. This dress is a bit revealing and not suitable for a class reunion, right? Ju Mari smiled and quickly patted her shoulder to comfort her. How could that be? If you wear this dress, you will be the center of attention. All the boys here will be crazy about you. When Qin Yubai heard this, she suddenly remembered that she was going to meet Jiang Dongwen tonight. If she dressed more seductively, maybe the chances of getting back together would increase. Okay, I'll try. Qin Yubai was delighted and took off his pajamas in front of Ju Mari. Ju Mari stared at Qin Yu's jade white skin and her slim and well-proportioned Lolita figure, feeling jealous. If she had such a top-notch figure, she would have countless rich second-generation boyfriends kneeling at her feet. Jealousy is the biggest killer of women's friendship. Qin Yubai didn't know about Ju Mary's secret curse. He walked up to her with an innocent look on his face and turned around. How about it? Mary, does this look good on me? It looks good. It looks so good. It's perfect. Ju Mari applauded and laughed. Qin Yubai listened to Ju Mari's words and walked to the floor-length mirror. The girl in the mirror seemed like a beautiful girl walking out of a comic book, with a pair of white over-the-knee stockings and twin ponytails of innocent youth, showing a pure and sweet charm. After she felt everything was ready, she followed Ju Mari to the KTV in the University Business Center. After Qin Yubai arrived at the KTV entrance, he looked out at the crowded corridor and anxiously sent a message to Gui Tongyao. Xiao Yao, what time will you and him arrive at the KTV? Gui Tongyao replied immediately, I'm on my way. Brother Dongwen said he might be late because he needs to finish that ranked match. Qin Yubai snorted coldly, and began to feel a little dissatisfied again. Which is more important, the game or her? But after she got angry, she immediately warned herself again and again. You must not lose your temper with Jiang Dongwen tonight. You must talk to him nicely and create an atmosphere for reconciliation. When Qin Yubai stepped into the KTV private room, a sense of darkness instantly enveloped her. In the private room, several women wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup were talking to each other. They all looked like prostitutes, which made Qin Yubai tense up. Yubai, don't be nervous. Come, sit down. Ju Mari enthusiastically took Qin Yubai's hand and placed her on the soft sofa. Qin Yubai held Ju Mari's hand tightly, feeling uneasy. Mary, are these people your friends? They all look like ants. Hearing this, Ju Mari glanced back at the girls who were whispering to each other and smiled awkwardly. Don't say that in front of them. The oldest one, Miss Xiaoan, is only 29 years old. 29 is about the same as 30. Qin Yubai muttered, feeling from the bottom of his heart that he was out of tune with this group of mature women in terms of temperament. At this time, a woman named Xiaoan came over and slowly sat next to Qin Yubai. She had heavy makeup on her face and letters tattooed on her chest, giving her a heavy, worldly look. Xiaoan smiled at Qin Yubai and said, Hello, little sister. Mary told me you've been heartbroken, right? Today is my birthday, so can I introduce you to a handsome guy? Qin Yubai waved her hands quickly after hearing this. Her purpose of coming here tonight was to reconcile with Jiang Dongwen. Ju Mari held Qin Yubai's shoulders and said, Alas, Xiao Yubai is in love. She's still stuck in the shadow of that scumbag and can't get out of it. That won't do. After drinking this glass of wine, get rid of your love-minded mind. You're right to listen to me. Money is the most important thing in this world. Xiaoan placed a glass of wine in front of Qin Yubai. Qin Yubai quickly pushed the wine glass away. I don't know how to drink. Ju Mari came closer and whispered in her ear, Sister Xiaoan is the birthday girl today, please give her some face and have a drink. Qin Yubai looked at Xiaowen's enthusiastic smile and took a sip helplessly. The wine tasted sweet and not unpalatable, just like a sparkling water drink. She could tolerate this kind of wine, and since she was thirsty, she simply drank it in one gulp. You have a good alcohol tolerance. Xiaowen clapped his hands and laughed, then filled Qin Yubai's glass again. Qin Yubai looked at the wine in the glass in confusion. This isn't wine, it's a drink. Zhu Marli and Xiaowen smiled at each other. Xiaowen put on a complicated smile and said slowly, just think of it as a bar for drinks. Before he knew it, Qin Yubai had a few drinks, and then he started messaging Gui Tongyao, asking when they would arrive. Zhu Marli sat with Xiaowen, chatting in low voices, glancing at Qin Yubai from time to time. After being left aside, Qin Yubai gradually felt bored watching the old women singing. She felt her head getting hot and uncomfortable again, so she leaned back on the sofa and played games to pass the time. Seeing that Qin Yubai was already a little tipsy, Zhu Marli thought it was enough, so she sent a message to Dong Feilong in the KTV hall. After receiving Zhu Marli's message, Dong Feilong immediately took a group of men into the KTV room. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Sister Xiaowen! Happy birthday to you!" Xiaowen walked over, smiling, took Dong Feilong's hand and sat next to Qin Yubai. When Dong Feilong saw Qin Yubai, the prey he had been planning for a long time, he couldn't help but reveal a greedy look in his eyes. He spent a lot of money to ask Zhu Marli to secretly monitor Qin Yubai. Zhu Marli is his mama-san, who specializes in finding all kinds of beautiful money-worshipping college students for him. But because Qin Yubai has always had a boyfriend, and she is a homebody, it is difficult to get her out to play. I didn't expect that I would finally have this opportunity now. Qin Yubai's face is as pure and sweet as an angel. Her skin is slightly flushed after being drunk, and her beautiful legs are hidden behind her white stockings. She is simply the most beautiful woman among female college students. Dong Feilong's heart was burning with anxiety, and he wanted to get closer to Qin Yubai. There's a cute little sister. What's your name? Qin Yubai was feeling a little dizzy and uncomfortable. When she noticed a strange man approaching her, she immediately hid behind Zhu Marli and said, "Who are you? Don't get so close to me." Seeing this, Zhu Marli hurried to smooth things over. Brother Long is a wealthy bachelor. He has opened several companies. How about introducing Yubai to you as your boyfriend? Qin Yubai looked at Zhu Marli in astonishment, not daring to believe what she said. Dong Feilong has a ruffian look on his face and is at least 20 years older than her. He could be her father. Qin Yubai had never been interested in any man other than Jiang Dongwen, so she sternly refused, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." Dong Feilong originally thought that he could easily control Qin Yubai with his wealthy background, but he didn't expect to be rebuked. He gave Zhu Marli a look, and Zhu Marli nodded and immediately went up to persuade him. But no matter how Zhu Marli tried to tempt Qin Yubai to go out with Dong Feilong by saying that Dong Feilong was rich and had luxury cars and villas, Qin Yubai ignored her. Qin Yubai gradually felt uneasy. Zhu Marli's behavior today was a little strange. It didn't seem like she was protecting her at all. Instead, it seemed like she was acting as a matchmaker for Dong Feilong. Dong Feilong definitely doesn't look like a good person, like a big brother who just got out of prison. Qin Yubai was very scared at this time, worried that she could not get out, and wanted Jiang Dongwen to pick her up, so she immediately sent a message to Jiang Dongwen. She typed into the WeChat friend verification message box, "There's a disgusting uncle trying to pick me up. Brother, if you don't come, I'll be in danger." After sending the message, she hid in the bathroom in a daze, locked the door, and waited for Jiang Dongwen to pick her up. At this time, Jiang Dongwen was playing games. He noticed that Qin Yubai's friend request verification popped up and he couldn't help but smile. There is progress, but not much. If she had lowered her stance earlier and stopped trying to act like a princess and control him, their relationship wouldn't have ended like this. Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qin Yubai saying someone was flirting with her. He replied, "Why, have you started lying to pass the friend verification?" Qin Yubai sat on the toilet lid and typed a quick reply, "No kidding. If you pass my friend verification, I'll send you a photo. I just drank some wine and feel a little dizzy. Aren't you afraid that your lovely girlfriend will be taken away by force?" Jiang Dongwen was indeed a little flustered after hearing what Qin Yubai said. Next second, he passed Qin Yubai's friend verification. For no other reason. Just because of the complicated first love in the previous life. After Qin Yubai got through his friend, he immediately sent Jiang Dongwen the photos of the scene that he had secretly taken. The KTV was filled with smoke and was full of men and women of questionable appearances. "I'll come pick you up right now." Jiang Dongwen realized that the situation was not good, and immediately stood up, putting on his clothes and shoes almost at the same time. Chapter 35. You're finally here. Dong Feilong never expected that Qin Yubai would look at him with disgust, looking at him as if he were garbage. Previously, he learned from Zhu Mali that Qin Yubai's ex-boyfriend often gave her expensive gifts, so Dong Feilong guessed that Qin Yubai was a gold digger and it should be easy to win her over, but he did not expect that he would suffer a Waterloo in picking up girls. At this time, Dong Feilong's friends all looked at him with mocking expressions, which made him lose face. "Where is Qin Yubai?" Dong Feilong turned his gaze to Zhu Mali, the mama-san he hired, and his voice was full of blame. Zhu Mali was terrified. After all, Dong Feilong had a background in organized crime. If she couldn't handle Qin Yubai, she might have to take Qin Yubai's place tonight and be dragged into a corner with no surveillance by the men and be beaten up. But if I can help Dong Feilong deal with Qin Yubai, Zhu Mary will receive a reward of tens of thousands of yuan. Brother Long, don't worry. Qin Yubai went to the bathroom. I'll go ask her what's wrong. Zhu Mali stood up and walked to the locked bathroom door. She knocked gently and said in a voice full of seductive smile, "Yubai? Are you okay?" Qin Yubai was very anxious inside. He naturally knew what Zhu Mali meant, so he pretended to be uncomfortable and said, "I feel uncomfortable and I'm vomiting. Do you want me to come in and help you?" Zhu Mali couldn't figure out whether Qin Yubai was really vomiting. After all, the alcohol content was very high, but it would not easily induce vomiting. She had planned all of this in advance. "No need. You go play with them. I'll come out after I vomit." Qin Yubai pinched his nose. Although the bathroom was a bit smelly, it was safer than outside. While she was talking to Zhu Mali, she kept sending Jiang Dongwen her location and the address of the private room. Moreover, after drinking the wine just now, Qin Yubai felt extremely dizzy. He was worried that Jiang Dongwen had not arrived yet and had already passed out in the bathroom. Zhu Mali waited and waited, but Qin Yubai didn't come up with anything. Dong Feilong, the financial sponsor behind her, had a flash of displeasure in his eyes, so she knocked on the door again. "Yubai, we haven't eaten Sister An's birthday cake yet. Why don't you come out and have some cake first? Cake can help with hangovers." Qin Yubai laughed angrily. She felt like she was really blind. "Cake can also help sober up. Do you really think she's a fool?" She trusted Zhu Mali so much, but Zhu Mali treated her like a monkey. Zhu Mali must have reached some kind of ulterior motive with Dong Feilong behind the scenes and betrayed her. Thinking of this, Qin Yubai panicked. She remembered that in the movies she watched before, the protagonists would escape through the ceiling, but in such a narrow bathroom, where was the ceiling cover that could be lifted? She glanced up and saw that the ceiling was sealed, but there was an exhaust fan. There is an external corridor outside the exhaust fan. Qin Yubai shook his head and compared it with the exhaust fan. He knew he could definitely get out. Great, we're saved. Qin Yubai tried to dismantle the exhaust fan, but unfortunately he had never done housework before, let alone dismantling an exhaust fan. She had no choice but to open the B station, which is known for popular science, and learn and apply what she has learned. Qin Yubai followed the instruction in the video and stretched out her little hands to pry open the exhaust fan. Then I finally removed the exhaust fan. Qin Yubai was so happy that he immediately stuffed his head in. Fortunately, the brain passed. Then she tried to push her body through, but soon her buttocks got stuck. "This is the figure I'm so proud of. Woohoo! My family, who understands." Qin Yubai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt like he was stuck in the middle and suddenly felt panicked. She thought about it for a while, then immediately walked out. She decided to think about whether she could suddenly rush out of the private room when everyone was drunk. "Bye-bye, I'm downstairs at the KTV and about to go upstairs. Are you in room 503? Suddenly, a message popped up from Gui Tongyao. Qin Yubai felt like he had found a treasure and immediately replied, "Xiao Yao, save me. There's a bad man in the private room trying to molest me. Tease you. Then come out quickly." Gui Tongyao was not at the scene and had no idea what had happened. "I'm scared. I'm worried I won't be able to get out. That guy is so fierce." Qin Yubai was timid and curled up into a ball holding his phone. Did he touch you? Gui Tongyao frowned. Not really. He just came over and looked at me with lustful eyes. Qin Yubai said. Then I'll come pick you up right away. What kind of society is this these days? Just ignore men like that. If he dares to make a move, we'll call the police immediately. At this time, outside the bathroom door, Zhu Mali was like an ant on hot pan. Dong Feilong had originally wanted to wait for Qin Yubai to come out and force her to get drunk, but after waiting for a long time and seeing no one coming out, he finally lost his patience. He walked up to Zhu Mali and whispered, "Is that girl afraid of me?" Zhu Mali didn't dare to say, "Even with your appearance, I'm afraid." She could only smile and say, "It's okay. Yubai must have drunk too much." Dong Feilong glanced at his friends behind him and said, "Go ask the manager for the bathroom key. He said one of us is drunk and can't get out. It will be so embarrassing if we delay any longer." I see. Brother Long. Zhu Mali suddenly realized what was going on and immediately left the private room to find the KTV manager, but when she just opened the door of the private room, Gui Tongyao was standing outside. "Hello. Is Qin Yubai here?" Gui Tongyao glanced at Zhu Mali and was slightly stunned. "If I remember correctly, the last time I got my hair done with Jiang Dongwen, it was this woman who was taking advantage of the situation and scolding her." "Oh. It's you? Why are you looking for our Yubai?" Zhu Mali put her hands on her hips and was pulled back by Dong Feilong, who was not far behind her before she finished speaking. Gui Tongyao's appearance completely shocked Dong Feilong. He originally thought that Qin Yubai was already the most beautiful woman in the room. But when Gui Tongyao appeared, his definition of beauty was immediately refreshed. A beauty of Gui Tongyao's level is like the finest flawless natural jadeite. It seems that only the rich are qualified to own and play with her. With his current strength, he could only stand 100 meters away and watch from afar. "Little sister, are you here to look for Qin Yubai? She's in the bathroom." Dong Feilong's passion was ignited again. He wanted to approach Gui Tongyao before all the men present. "As for Qin Yubai, we can put him aside for now." Gui Tongyao had just arrived and was looking at everyone in the KTV room. The entire private room was filled with smoke. It didn't look like the college student birthday party Qin Yubai had mentioned, but more like a social gathering for people in society. So she immediately became more vigilant, quickly walked around Dong Feilong, walked to the bathroom door, and reached out to knock on the door. "Bye, it's me." "Xiao!" Gui Tongyao shouted. After a long time, the bathroom door lock slowly turned. The door cracked a little, and Qin Yubai peeked out. "Xiao! I finally waited for you to come." When Qin Yubai saw Gui Tongyao coming, he immediately opened the door and threw himself into her arms. Chapter 36. Don't drink from strangers easily. After Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao hugged each other, their bodies finally couldn't help but soften, and they almost staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Gui Tongyao held Qin Yubai in her arms with concern, and kept rubbing her temples with her hands. "Bye, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Gui Tongyao looked at Qin Yubai anxiously, and then pinched her philtrum. "Dizzy. I feel so dizzy. Xiao, take me away." Qin Yubai found herself lying in Gui Tongyao's arms, and gradually felt relieved. Under the influence of alcohol, she couldn't help but gradually fell asleep. Bye. At this moment, no matter how Gui Tongyao shouted, Qin Yubai seemed to have lost his response. Dong Feilong looked at Qin Yubai with a hint of regret. After all, if Qin Yubai had not hidden in the bathroom just now, he might have succeeded. "Who is this beautiful lady?" He immediately turned his gaze to Gui Tongyao, with a lewd expression on his face, and asked Zhu Mali beside him in a low voice. Zhu Mali came closer and snorted coldly, "Humph. She is Gui Tongyao, she is really good at seducing men." Dong Feilong was actually happy after hearing this. "Okay. Then let her seduce me. How much does it cost? Can you help me ask?" Zhu Mali frowned, wondering how she would know this. She couldn't ask directly, so she said, "Brother Long, why don't you just ask her directly? Maybe if you throw a few $1,000s at her, she'll go with you." "Okay. It's only a few thousand. I thought it would be tens of thousands." After saying that, Dong Feilong went to the corner of the private room to get a few gifts that had already been wrapped. He originally planned to give them to Qin Yubai. But since Gui Tongyao, who is more feminine than Qin Yubai, has arrived, he plans to change his target. Hello, beautiful lady. Let's be friends. Dong Feilong sat next to Gui Tongyao with a playful smile and laid out the gifts in a row in front of her. But Gui Tongyao was about to hug Qin Yubai and prepare to leave the private room, but when she saw Dong Feilong blocking her way, she glared at him with a serious expression. Why are you blocking me? Seeing Gui Tongyao so angry, Dong Feilong quickly stepped back. Let's be friends, beautiful lady. I have a little gift here to show my respect to you. Do you have a boyfriend? Gui Tongyao's face turned cold. The word boyfriend reminded her of Jiang Dongwen, so she blushed and said, I have a boyfriend. Please don't harass me. Thank you. After saying that, she held Qin Yubai in her arms and prepared to leave. Dong Feilong's friends behind him laughed when they saw this. How could Dong Feilong tolerate this? Not only did Qin Yubai run away, but if a beautiful girl like Gui Tongyao also ran away, he would never be able to sleep. This gift is the latest mobile phone. Dong Feilong wanted to put the gift into Gui Tongyao's hand, but before the gift box touched Gui Tongyao, she pushed it away. I don't need it, thank you. Please move aside, I want to take my friend home. Gui Tongyao's eyes were as cold as polar glacier. Dong Feilong was instead aroused by Gui Tongyao's indifference and aroused his desire to conquer her. Don't go. It's a rare occasion for you to come here, come play with us. Oh, and I have a new phone for you. If you're willing to stay and play with us tonight. Dong Feilong simply stopped pretending and took out a card. There's 30,000 yuan in it. Sister, as long as you agree to keep it, I'll give it all to you. Gui Tongyao looked at the men around her and felt something was wrong. She silently pressed the emergency number and pretended to be calling a friend. Seeing that he could not bribe her, Dong Feilong became angry and glared at Zhu Mali next to him. Zhu Mali had no choice but to step forward and say, Gui Tongyao, Brother Long's family is a big business owner. If you just follow him, tens of thousands of pocket money a month will be no problem. Sorry. I don't need it. Gui Tongyao was a little scared when she saw the dirty look on Dong Feilong's face. After all, she didn't know any of the men and women in the room except Zhu Mali. She originally thought it was a group of college students singing KTV with great energy, but she didn't expect it to be such a scene. Dong Feilong realized that Gui Tongyao was not the kind of money-worshipping green tea girl, but the restlessness in his lower body became more and more unbearable. The harder it is to get a beauty, the more valuable she is, and there is a high chance that she is still a virgin. So, when Gui Tongyao supported Qin Yubai and was about to walk towards the door of the private room to leave, Dong Feilong has broken off relations and doesn't he want to pretend anymore? He decided to take a risk tonight and use tough means to get Gui Tongyao. Stop her. You're so shameless. Suddenly, two tall men blocked Gui Tongyao's way, staring at her and Qin Yubai with ill intentions and lustful eyes. Gui Tongyao took 2 steps back in panic, holding her phone in her hand. Don't come over here, I've called the police. When Zhu Mali heard the word, call the police, she was worried that she would be implicated, so she walked up and whispered a few words in Dong Feilong's ear. Dong Feilong didn't take it seriously, thinking Gui Tongyao was bluffing, so he changed his attitude and said, Little sister, we have a birthday girl here who's just cutting the cake. Why don't you come over and have a drink and show some respect before you leave? I don't want to drink. Gui Tongyao replied coldly. Dong Feilong was furious when he heard this, but Xiaowen beside him quickly pulled him back, glared at him, and stepped forward personally. Little sister, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Let's have a drink and go. Can you give me some face? When Gui Tongyao saw Xiaowen wearing heavy makeup, she felt a little disgusted. But when she saw Dong Feilong and his men blocking the door, she felt nervous. But the police have been called. The only thing to do is to delay. I don't drink, thank you. Seeing that she couldn't go out, Gui Tongyao had to hold Qin Yubai and sit on the soft sofa near the door of the private room. Then let's have a drink. Drinks are fine. Xiaowen exchanged glances with Dong Feilong, immediately took out a disposable cup from under the table, and quickly poured a packet of white powder into it. Then, Xiaowen stood up, walked to Gui Tongyao, and handed it to her. Drink it and leave. No. Gui Tongyao supported Qin Yubai and was wary of the men around her, because her mother had told her not to drink alcohol or drinks from strangers easily. Dong Feilong, who was standing by, was scratching his cheek anxiously when he saw that Gui Tongyao refused to continue falling into the trap. His expression was like that of a monkey, looking at the fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged Gui Tongyao in front of him, but he couldn't even touch her with his hands despite using all his strength. After a few minutes of stalemate, seeing that Gui Tongyao still refused to drink, Dong Filong completely lost his patience and shouted fiercely, "Are you going to drink or not? If you don't, you're not giving our Xiaoan any respect. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." He originally thought that after hearing this angry shout, Gui Tongyao would be frightened and cry and drink it. Unexpectedly, Gui Tongyao got angry when she heard this, and splashed the poisoned wine mixed by Xiaoan on Dong Feilong's face. "If you want to drink it yourself." Dong Feilong was splashed with wine by Gui Tongyao, which caused people around him to burst into laughter. He stood there in a daze. He had never expected that tonight's event of hunting for beauties would turn into a performance by a clown circus, and he himself would be the leading clown. "What the hell do you mean? How dare you pour wine on me?" Dong Feilong was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up, staring at Gui Tongyao with bloodshot eyes. Although Gui Tongyao was frightened, she remained calm. She looked up to meet Dong Feilong's terrifying gaze and sneered in response, "You know why you forced me to drink and wouldn't let me leave?" Dong Feilong's disguise was exposed, and he was furious, his face turned gloomy. Since his sugar-coated gifts to Gui Tongyao were ineffective, he had to resort to tougher measures. Dong Feilong stood in front of Gui Tongyao, holding high a glass bottle filled with scarlet liquid, and said in a cold voice, "You must drink this glass of wine today, even if you don't want to. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this door." Gui Tongya's eyes were red as she looked at Qin Yubai sleeping in her arms. For the first time, she felt the despair of being coerced. At this critical moment, the door of the private room was kicked open suddenly, shaking the ceiling chandelier in the room. "Where's my girlfriend?" Jiang Dongwen's cold gaze looked down upon the entire audience, finally landing on Gui Tongyao and Qin Yubai. "Brother Dongwen, you're finally here." Gui Tongyao ran towards Jiang Dongwen with Qin Yubai in her arms with great effort. Her eyes turned red because of fear, and the suppressed emotions burst out in an instant. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, which was very adorable. Jiang Dongwen took Qin Yubai from Gui Tongyao without saying a word, then hugged Gui Tongya's shoulders with heartache and said gently, "I'm sorry. I'm late." Chapter 37. What kind of martial virtue do you still have? Who are you? Dong Feilong originally thought that Jiang Dongwen was a customer service assistant at a KTV, but he didn't expect that a few seconds after Jiang Dongwen entered the door, he saw two beauties, whom he had been coveting all night, nestled in his arms. Seeing Dong Feilong stunned, Jiang Dongwen pointed at Qin Yubai and said, "Let me introduce you first. This is my ex-girlfriend, Qin Yubai." Then, he pointed at Gui Tongyao and said, "This is my current girlfriend, Gui Tongyao." Gui Tongyao blushed when she heard this and subconsciously glanced at Qin Yubai. Fortunately, she was still asleep. Otherwise, Qin Yubai would definitely be angry when he heard Jiang Dongwen talking so boldly. Dong Feilong was so angry that his lungs almost burst after eating a mouthful of dog food. He acted like a bootlicker all night, but ended up not even holding the hands of two beauties. Jiang Dongwen is able to have two top beauties as girlfriends at the same time. Although Dong Feilong didn't want to believe it, he saw Gui Tongya's face was as cold as ice when facing him, but now she was leaning in Jiang Dongwen's arms tenderly, with her eyes flashing with a woman's attachment to a man, which proved that she was Jiang Dongwen's woman wholeheartedly. Dong Feilong felt an indescribable rage in his heart, which made him lose his mind instantly and shouted, "BYD, leave these two beauties to me." Jiang Dongwen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. He clearly said that she was his girlfriend, yet he still dared to snatch her away. "Uncle, what do you mean? You want me to leave my girlfriend to you? Are you mentally ill? I suggest you go to a brain department." "Yes, dog brain department, no, clown department," Jiang Dongwen said with a smile. Then he held Qin Yubai in his arms and Gui Tongyao in his arms and walked towards the door of the private room. Dong Feilong didn't expect to be treated like a dog and a clown, so he strode towards Jiang Dongwen and swung his fist, hitting Jiang Dongwen hard on the back of the head. Jiang Dongwen was prepared and immediately turned around and grasped his fist with one hand. Everyone in the private room couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Jiang Dongwen catch Dong Feilong's fist with one hand. Anyone who knows Dong Feilong's background knows that he used to be an aggressive and vicious street urchin, but he made a fortune in recent years through illegal means. When it comes to fighting, he definitely has the highest martial arts skills among everyone. You kid. Dong Feilong was shocked. He didn't expect that his fist, which was as big as a casserole, was caught by a young man. Logically speaking, even if Jiang Dongwen caught it, he would definitely take a few steps back because of the power of his fist. Want to fight? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao, who was shivering on his shoulder, and kissed her head lightly. Unexpectedly, the love option popped up directly. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, let Gui Tongyao and Qin Yubai leave the scene first, and you will be responsible for covering their escape. Option 2, put Qin Yubai on the sofa first and call Gui Tongyao to help fight. Option 3, hold Qin Yubai and take Gui Tongyao with you and run away. Jiang Dongwen quickly glanced at the options. Option 2 is simply an insult to him. How can he let a woman help him fight? Option 3 seems good, but in reality he can't run fast with two women, and sooner or later he will be caught up and beaten up. Option 1 is undoubtedly to protect Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao out of a sense of responsibility as a boyfriend. Jiang Dongwen had no idea of being afraid of death at this time. Even if this group of thugs showed their shining machetes, he would still protect his own woman. Seryao, take Bai away quickly. Jiang Dongwen said to Gui Tongyao. Gui Tongyao was stunned and looked at Jiang Dongwen worriedly. What about you? Jiang Dongwen gently stroked her cheek, trying to stop her from getting emotional. You guys leave quickly. If you hesitate any longer, none of us can leave. Gui Tongyao looked at Qin Yubai sleeping in her arms, gritted her teeth, turned around and walked out of the private room. Dong Feilong became anxious when he saw this. He didn't expect to see the beautiful woman who was about to get her slip away from his fingers. His fist was caught by Jiang Dongwen on the spot and he was teased, and the anger in his heart could not help but burn. He glared at Jiang Dongwen and cursed viciously, I'm going to beat you up, and then I'm going to get your girlfriend back and rape her. As he spoke, Dong Feilong took a horse stance and punched Jiang Dongwen directly. However, Jiang Dongwen was not afraid at all. When Dong Feilong just approached, Jiang Dongwen suddenly kicked out and accurately kicked Dong Feilong's pot belly. Dong Feilong bent over in pain, his face pale. You used your feet. That's unsportsmanlike. He groaned, holding his stomach. You are about to snatch my girlfriend away openly. What kind of martial ethics do you have? Jiang Dongwen looked around and saw several men surrounding him. Brother Long, are you okay? Brother Long, let us help you teach this brat a lesson. Isn't it just two beautiful girlfriends? You're so proud of yourself. Young man, you'll behave yourself after a beating. Dong Feilong sat on the sofa, clutching his stomach, and yelled at his friends, whoever can knock him down will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. The men looked at each other for a second, greed flashed in their eyes, and then they surrounded Jiang Dongwen. Jiang Dongwen wanted to turn around and leave after the fight, but found that the door was blocked again. He had no choice but to assume a fighting stance. In fact, just before facing Dong Feilong, he had already realized that the situation was not good and activated the primary skill card, Sonder, ability in advance. His physical fitness and fighting skills instantly became those of a Sonder fighter who had undergone several years of formal training. It's more than enough to deal with the thugs. Hurry up. All of you come at him together. Beat him until he doubts his life. After Dong Feilong cursed, several men rushed forward. Jiang Dongwen was not afraid at all and fought with his back against the wall. When the first man rushed towards him with his fists raised, he dodged to the side and then punched as fast as the wind. Jiang Dongwen hit the man like a fallen leaf in the wind, and he flipped twice in the air before falling heavily to the ground. It must be fake. Seeing this, the others took a few steps back in fear. No one wants to lie in the hospital and wail for 10,000 yuan. Dong Feilong frowned. He didn't expect Jiang Dongwen's kung fu to be so amazing. He hurriedly raised his phone and dialed a number, Brother Dao. It's me. Come over here. I'm in some trouble. Just when Dong Feilong was making a phone call, Dong Feilong's men continued to attack Jiang Dongwen. Jiang Dongwen nimbly dodged everyone's simultaneous attacks, and then knocked down all of Dong Feilong's thugs one after another. Then, he counted on his fingers, walked up to Dong Filong and said coldly, "Tell me, how many days do you plan to stay in jail?" "I'm in jail. Are you kidding me? What crime have I committed?" Dong Filong chose to play deaf and dumb. Even though he knew the deep meaning of Jiang Dongwen's words, he still forced himself to appear tough. "You drugged my girlfriend with the intention of knocking her out. Isn't that a clear criminal act? What's this package on the ground?" Jiang Dongwen picked up a plastic bag containing white powder that fell from under the coffee table during the fight. Dong Filong and his friends should have a lot of this stuff on them. Dong Filong broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. But he is an old man who has seen blood and rain, so how could he give in easily? "Even if these powders are mine, so what? I'm telling you? I'm a drug dealer. Har har. If I tell anyone, you'll be scared to death. Most of the KTVs in this area are sold from me. You're still young, kid, and you've never seen a person like me, your big brother." After Dong Filong finished speaking, he laughed arrogantly. Jiang Dongwen also smiled when he heard this, raised his phone and said to him, "Thank you for your surrender statement, I have recorded it." Chapter 38. I never rely on money when it comes to love, it's all about skills. Dong Filong was so angry when he saw that Jiang Dongwen had recorded and videotaped the conversation that he smashed the bottle. The sharp glass shards flashed with a cold light. He approached Jiang Dongwen step by step. "Don't be ungrateful, kid. I've killed people before. You dare to fight me? Be careful, you won't survive tonight." Jiang Dongwen stepped back carefully and looked at the door of the private room. However, the men who were knocked down quickly surrounded him, covering their wounds, and seemed to have no intention of letting Jiang Dongwen go. "We live in a society ruled by law now, and drug dealers will be targeted." Jiang Dongwen took a few steps back, and sweat gradually appeared on his head. Although he has a skill card, the opponents are all desperate criminals. Dong Filong clenched his fists, a little unwilling. "Target shooting? Har har. If I wanted to die, I would have died long ago. Tell me honestly, how much did you spend on those two girls?" Jiang Dongwen smiled faintly when he heard this. "I never rely on money when it comes to love. It's all about skills." These words seemed to add fuel to the fire, completely igniting Dong Filong's anger. Doesn't this clearly mean that he doesn't know how to pick up girls? Dong Filong waved the broken beer bottle in his hand and rushed towards Jiang Dongwen, roaring, "Fuck you, why are you pretending to be such a romantic?" Jiang Dongwen was agile and easily dodged the glass bottle wielded by Dong Filong. He jumped up and kicked Dong Filong in the forehead with his feet as fast as the wind, followed by another accurate kick in his lower abdomen. Dong Filong immediately knelt down and cried for his mother in pain. At this moment, he finally understood that he was no match for Jiang Dongwen. He immediately called out to the thugs around him, "Go! Don't tell me you can't even beat a student." Jiang Dongwen was not afraid and immediately fought back, beating Dong Filong's men to the ground again. Jiang Dongwen was still not satisfied, so he walked over to Dong Filong and raised his fist. Dong Filong was so scared that he begged for mercy. "Brother, stop hitting me. I was wrong. You are the real boss." In the room, the women saw this and hurriedly surrounded him, trying to persuade him. "Handsome guy, stop fighting. Someone might get killed. Let's talk it over nicely." However, Jiang Dongwen had no expression on his face. His coldness made everyone present feel a chill, and Dong Filong's miserable condition made everyone feel terrified. Jiang Dongwen glared at Zhu Marli, who was sitting in a panic. "Did you trick Qin Yubai into coming here?" Zhu Marli's forehead was covered in sweat, and she timidly avoided Jiang Dongwen's gaze. She lost her former aggressiveness and involuntarily shrank back. At this moment, Dong Filong saw that Jiang Dongwen was not prepared, so he picked up a piece of glass on the ground and threw it at Jiang Dongwen. Relying on the keen intuition given by his Sonder skills, Jiang Dongwen raised his arms to protect his face at the critical moment. Glass shards whizzed towards him, piercing his skin and piercing into it. This old Biden actually dared to plot against him secretly. Just as Jiang Dongwen was about to rush towards Dong Filong and give him a good beating, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open roughly. A tall figure appeared at the door. There was a striking scar on his face, which extended from the corner of his eye to his jaw, adding a bit of fierceness to his appearance. Jiang Dongwen quickly stepped back and looked at the scarred man in front of him with vigilance. "Brother Long? What happened to you? You've been beaten like a harlequin cat. The scarred men all looked at Dong Filong, whose face was bruised and swollen, in shock, with a bewildered look on their faces. Dong Filong was a well-known figure in the local area, but it was hard to believe that he was beaten to the ground by a man who looked like a student. However, when the scarred man turned his gaze from Dong Filong to his younger brothers who were lying on the floor and groaning in pain, the doubts in his heart instantly disappeared. Hurry, Brother Dao. Help me beat him. Dong Filong shouted breathlessly, with the remnants of his dinner still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Help me to avenge him and teach this little bastard a lesson. After saying that, he vomited violently again. It was obvious that Jiang Dongwen's 2 kicks just now were not light, causing Dong Filong's body to twitch. At the same time, Jiang Dongwen recognized the scarred man as the wretched man that Gui Tongyao met in the KFC restaurant that day. What a nest of snakes and rats! Jiang Dongwen thought of the old grudge and stared at the man with the scar fiercely. After the scarred man made eye contact with Jiang Dongwen, he gradually recalled that the man in front of him was the flower protector he met when he was flirting with girls in the restaurant. So it's you? Where's your beautiful girlfriend? Tell her to come over and let me touch her legs. The scarred man looked around the room but didn't see Gui Tongyao, so he looked a little disappointed. Jiang Dongwen gritted his teeth and said nothing, rubbing his hands together, ready to fight the boss, Scarman. Sonder still has 10 minutes left to go, and he must quickly defeat the scarred man within the effective time. Ready to go. Next second. Jiang Dongwen stretched out his fist. The scarred man dodged quickly and immediately counterattacked with a punch. Jiang Dongwen instinctively dodged to the right. However, the scarred man followed up with a second heavy punch. His fist lightly brushed Jiang Dongwen's elbow, like a ray of hot flame passing through his skin. This intense tingling sensation instantly spread throughout Jiang Dongwen's nerves, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. The scarred man was surprised to see his fist dodged. Humph, it seems you're not ordinary, you must have practiced. Jiang Dongwen was silent, he knew that he had encountered a strong enemy. The scarred man's fighting skills were clearly far beyond the beginner Sonder level. Each of his punches was as fast as lightning, and the wind from his punches even created a sonic boom in the air. There is not much time. Jiang Dongwen chose to take the initiative again and gave the scarred man several flying kicks in the lower body. The scarred man defended firmly and did not advance rashly. After a round of defense, the scarred man suddenly punched again. Jiang Dongwen hurriedly returned to defend, but it was too late. The scarred man's fist lightly grazed his nose again. There is a bloody smell. Har har. Beat him to death, harder. Dong Filong, who was sitting on the ground and vomiting a pool of yellow water, grinned. The scarred man remained defensive, his eyes cold, like a professionally trained killer. Jiang Dongwen felt that if he continued fighting he would be in a disadvantageous position. He calmed down and quickly thought of how to deal with it. Currently, the skill cards in the system have been used up. After completing the love option just now, the system only rewarded 2 basic voice perspective devices and basic attribute point cards. Oh, and he also has a medkit in his inventory. Primary medical kit continuously recovers external injuries to their host within 24 hours. Continuous recovery? Doesn't that mean continuous healing? Jiang Dongwen used the medical kit and felt the pain in his nose begin to ease. But even with the blood replenishing items, Jiang Dongwen was still not sure that he could defeat the scarred man. 10 minutes later, without his Sonder skills, he was just an ordinary student. There is also a new item called Primary Psychic Clarion. He used it to see what Gui Tongyao was thinking before. If he could know what Scarman was thinking, would it be of some use to him as well? Jiang Dongwen tried his best to save the situation and used their Primary Psychic Clarity device on the scarred man. Soon, the scarred man's thoughts appeared in his mind. Scarred man, did this guy graduate from a martial arts school? It's no small feat to be able to take down Brother Long's gang of followers with his kung fu skills. Scarred man, even though I used to be a mercenary, I still find it difficult to deal with him now. Scarred man, I have to focus on defense. My foot injury hasn't healed yet, so I can't move quickly. Scarred man, luckily, this guy is too stupid. He doesn't know how to use the props around him to fight. If he had hit me with a bottle, I would have been really confused. After Jiang Dongwen caught the scarred man's thoughts, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took big strides and walked calmly to the pile of beer bottles, and sneered at the scarred man. The scarred man felt an inexplicable chill on his back, and his voice trembled. "Boy, what do you want to do?" Jiang Dongwen did not answer, but slowly picked up the 2 wine bottles and gently stroked them with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his hand, and the 2 wine bottles smashed steadily towards the scarred man like precision-guided missiles. Go! The moment the beer bottle touched the scarred man's body, a dull impact sound was heard. The scarred man covered his head, and his shrill screams echoed throughout the KTV room. Chapter 39. Aren't you confessing yourself? The scarred man howled in agony after being hit by the beer bottle thrown by Jiang Dongwen. He pointed at Jiang Dongwen angrily and shouted, "You are such a disloyal man." Jiang Dongwen looked at the scarred man's body covered in bruises and purple and laughed. "Do you still have martial ethics? A bunch of grown men bullying a little girl, drugging her when they can't flirt with her. How despicable." Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. Gui Tongyao held the fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the scarred man and Dong Filong. The foam from the fire extinguisher instantly covered their faces. The scarred man screamed in pain. He wiped it frantically, but he couldn't see anything clearly. "Brother Dongwen, come out quickly. Run!" Gui Tongyao shouted nervously. This moment, Jiang Dongwen felt warm in his heart. He thought Gui Tongyao had already abandoned him and escaped for herself, but he didn't expect that she would be so loyal and come back to save him. The skill card, Sonder, just had more than 10 seconds left, so it was obviously not appropriate to continue fighting with the scarred man. So, Jiang Dongwen took advantage of the moment when the scarred man's vision was blurred and jumped out of the private room. "Where's Qin Yubai?" Jiang Dongwen asked as he ran, holding Gui Tongyao's hand. Gui Tongyao replied breathlessly, "Bai is in the security booth of a nearby residential complex. I called a few security guards and a passing lady to help look after her." "Are you relieved about this?" Jiang Dongwen looked back at her. Gui Tongyao nodded confidently. "There are a lot of people there, and there are surveillance cameras. And I said I've called the police, and they are already downstairs." She spoke with a cool expression and clear logic. Jiang Dongwen was really impressed by Gui Tongyao today. When the two ran down the street from the KTV building, there were already a large number of police cars parked on the side of the road. A large group of special police poured out of the police car and instantly surrounded the entrance and exit of the KTV. Gui Tongyao spotted a police officer directing dispatch at the scene and stepped forward, saying, "Officer, I called the police. The bad guys are in room K888 upstairs. Please go and catch them." Hearing this, Jiang Dongwen followed and took out Dong Feilong's illegal drugs and handed them to the officer. "Those people wanted to drug my girlfriend and make her unconscious. They are drug dealers. I have audio and video recordings." The officer checked the medicine Jiang Dongwen handed him, his eyes lit up, and he nodded seriously. "Don't worry, we will definitely punish those criminals severely. You can go to the ambulance in the back and rest first." After saying that, the SWAT officers rushed upstairs according to the officer's orders. Then, batches of disheveled men and women were arrested, including Dong Filong, the man with the scar, Xiaowen and Zhu Mali. They looked very miserable. When passing the exit, Dong Filong, with a bruised face and nose, and the man with the scar stared at Jiang Dongwen with hatred on their faces. At this time, Qin Yubai was taken to the ambulance and prepared to be sent to the hospital. "Please come with me to the police station to take a statement." The police officer looked at the two of them seriously and said, "No problem." Jiang Dongwen nodded. If the transcript can bring severe punishment to this group of criminals, he is willing to take the transcript for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing Jiang Dongwen's ready agreement, Gui Tongyao quickly pulled Jiang Dongwen's hand and pleaded with the officer, "I'm worried about my best friend. She's been drinking a lot, and it's late today. Can we take the statement tomorrow morning? You will first verbally state the circumstances of the incident. Tomorrow morning, 3 of you will come to the police station to complete the recording." After getting the police officer's permission, the two took turns describing what had just happened, and then accompanied Qin Yubai, who was lying in the ambulance, to the hospital. In the hospital, Gui Tongyao looked at the pale Qin Yubai lying on the hospital bed, and she couldn't help crying out, "Bye. It's all my fault. I was too late. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have been drunk." When Jiang Dongwen heard this, he felt uncomfortable. All these things happened because of my breakup with Qin Yubai. At this time, a female doctor came over. She stared curiously at Qin Yubai lying on the bed and Gui Tongyao, whose face was red from crying. Which of you is her relative? He is Bai Bai's boyfriend. Gui Tongyao pointed at Jiang Dongwen. The female doctor raised her eyebrows slightly at Jiang Dongwen. Your girlfriend is simply drunk. She will be fine after she finishes the 4 and goes home to sleep. After the two of them accompanied Qin Yubai to finish the infusion, they walked out of the hospital gate. At this time, Jiang Dongwen was responsible for carrying the petite Qin Yubai and following behind Gui Tongyao. Qin Yubai's body was smaller and softer than an ordinary woman, and he could hardly feel her weight on his back. Whenever Jiang Dongwen felt Qin Yubai's weak breathing behind him, his heart would beat involuntarily. That was the first love for Qin Yubai, silently surging in the subconscious. For years, Jiang Dongwen's only love in his previous life, from secret crush to confession, to being together, it was so beautiful. And now, Qin Yubai leaned on his back again and could still feel her heartbeat. Fortunately, it's not the kind of powder that can make people faint. I was really worried to death. Gui Tongyao broke the silence. She looked at the deserted street, covered her heart with her hands, and sighed with lingering fear. Perhaps you didn't expect Qin Yubai to hide in the bathroom to save herself. I didn't expect her to be so smart. Jiang Dongwen said, secretly pinching Qin Yubai's thigh with his hand to test whether she was eavesdropping. Fortunately, Qin Yubai really fell asleep and had no reaction. He thought of this and saw that it was already early morning. He suggested to Gui Tongyao, why don't we stay in a nearby hotel for one night? Hotel. Gui Tongyao opened her mouth wide and sensitively caught the message sent by Jiang Dongwen. She immediately recalled the last time she was molested when she stayed in a hotel with Jiang Dongwen, and her face turned red. Why don't you send her back to the dormitory? Gui Tongyao asked. Jiang Dongwen glanced around and said, it's 4 in the morning. I was in a fight and I don't have the energy to take a taxi back to school. Let's just stay somewhere nearby. Gui Tongyao nodded silently. She really felt indescribably tired and wanted to sleep. But the deer in my heart couldn't help but start beating fast. Gui Tongyao thought for a while, her face flushed, and her voice trembled a little, then Bai Bai and I will live in the same room. Jiang Dongwen looked at Gui Tongyao's serious expression and suddenly became suspicious again. You're not thinking about that, are you? Jiang Dongwen thought for a while and said, okay. Let's call a car and get a room. You can sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. Afterwards, Jiang Dongwen opened Meituan and searched for nearby hotels. An advertisement for a hotel caught his eye. The name is familiar. A 100% romantic couples hotel. This hotel is the couples hotel that Jiang Dongwen discovered Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao went to in his previous life. I didn't expect to be reborn today. Meet the same hotel again. Jiang Dongwen felt mixed emotions. But his thoughts changed. Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao were staying in this hotel tonight. Would that kind of intimate behavior between two women happen? Maybe the two of them are already regular guests of this hotel, and they can even connect to their Wi-Fi automatically. This hotel is better, there are no rooms in other places. Jiang Dongwen deliberately pointed at Meituan's hotel and spoke to Gui Tongyao beside him, observing her expression carefully. Gui Tongyao came over to take a look, her expression almost unable to contain herself. She opened her beautiful eyes and asked, why did you choose a couple's hotel? What does it matter? Aren't you a couple? Jiang Dongwen said with a smile. The answer is obvious. Jiang Dongwen really wanted to see whether Gui Tongyao would admit that she liked Qin Yubai. Gui Tongyao was shocked when she heard this. Her face was as red as the sunset, and her expression was as if someone had pointed out her true feelings. You mean you and me? Our relationship is pure. We are not a couple. This sentence seemed to be an attempt to force Jiang Dongwen to explain that they were not his lover. But it also seemed like she was explaining that she and Qin Yubai were not a couple. What a statement with a double meaning. But Gui Tongyao's shy expression betrayed her. Jiang Dongwen laughed in his heart. Is this a confession? Gui Tongyao's face really can't hide what's on her mind, her expression is so obvious. He really wanted to know where Gui Tongyao and Qin Yubai's relationship was at now. Chapter 40 I'm leaving, please be safe. Jiang Dongwen sat in the taxi, his eyes gently falling on Qin Yubai who was sleeping beside him. The moonlight outside the car window was like water, shining through the glass onto her innocent and lovely lowly face, creating a hazy halo. It has to be said that no matter from which angle you look at Qin Yubai's face, it exudes an almost innocent and cute aura. Her breathing was steady when she was asleep, her two curved eyebrows were as slender as a crescent moon, her small and thin lips were slightly pouting, her little hands were curled up like a newborn kitten, her body was soft and sticky to the touch, her thin legs and waist were visible at a glance, and she could hold up a lot of weight with one hand. She was simply the ultimate configuration for a lowly-style girlfriend. Jiang Dongwen thought back to the days of his previous life. Apart from the little princess's bad temper, there was really nothing to complain about Qin Yubai. She has good looks, knows how to act coquettishly and flirt with people. Although her figure is not as plump as Gui Tongyao's, it is also well proportioned, and it is already very good looking for a Lolita figure. Even the lowly beauty anchors who are ranked in the beauty area of Bilibili. Qin Yubai is definitely one of the top 3 stars. If she becomes a beauty anchor and just dances casually, she will definitely gain millions of fans easily. Jiang Dongwen recalled that he was conquered by Qin Yubai's beauty in this way. System, please help me bind my love target Qin Yubai. Jiang Dongwen muttered to himself. Binding relationship with Qin Yubai. Binding successful. Love partner, Qin Yubai. Charm value, 98. Endurance, 100-300. Intelligence, 45. EQ, 34. Relationship value, 0 ex-girlfriend. The relationship is ex-girlfriend, so what is the next relationship? Also, her intelligence and EQ are too low, she's definitely a silly loli. No, what's with the 300 stamina points in the brackets? Twice as tall as Gui Tongyao. Jiang Dongwen looked through the description of endurance value with trembling hands. Endurance 300, because Qin Yubai has a special feeling for you, her endurance value will only have a triple overflow effect on you. The overflow effect will continue to increase based on the value in the future. Just as Jiang Dongwen felt a chill in his kidneys. No wonder she urged me to hand in my homework almost every weekend when we were dating. So this is the reason. Gui Tongyao's clear voice came from the front passenger seat. Brother Dongwen, Bye hasn't woken up yet. Just now, in order to give Jiang Dongwen and Qin Yubai some space to get along, Gui Tongyao took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat of the taxi. No. Jiang Dongwen glanced at Qin Yubai, then let her head rest on his shoulder. The car was driving slowly. Not far away, the sign of the 100% romantic couple hotel was faintly visible, and Jiang Dongwen's thoughts returned to their hotel itself. This is a comfortable apartment hotel for couples, in other words, the price is not cheap. Even the cheapest one ordered online will cost at least 1,000 yuan. Their hotel not only has a unique duplex apartment structure, but is also equipped with various romantic facilities such as large round beds and double bathtubs, creating a perfect world for couples. But why were Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao together in their previous life? The reason for this incident must be clarified in the future, and when did the two people start doing it? After Jiang Dongwen brought the two women to the front desk, the waitress in charge of registration stared at the three of them with a look of curiosity. Hello, a couple-themed apartment can only accommodate 2 people at most, the waitress said cautiously. Jiang Dongwen grinned, it's okay, I'll take them upstairs, and then I'll leave. This sentence was actually said to Gui Tongyao. First, he tricked them into letting down their guard, then returned halfway to catch them again and expose their lesbian relationship. Gui Tongyao didn't know what Jiang Dongwen was planning, she just followed him shyly, keeping a distance. When they arrived at the door of the room, Jiang Dongwen opened the door with the room card and carried Qin Yubai to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Looking at Qin Yubai's sleeping posture, he licked his dry lips slightly. Qin Yubai wore his favorite JK uniform and white over-the-knee socks today. As a Lolita body lover of white stockings, this outfit combination undoubtedly challenged his sanity to the extreme. If Gui Tongyao was not around, he might not have been able to resist touching her a few times. After all, she was his ex-girlfriend's beautiful legs, and he had tasted them before. Gui Tongyao followed in and saw Jiang Dongwen staring at Qin Yubai's beautiful white silk legs. Her heartbeat accelerated. Brother Dongwen, how about I get another room and you take care of Bye tonight? Jiang Dongwen pretended to be indifferent and snorted. Forget it, I'm going back to the dormitory now. Gui Tongyao wanted to continue to bring the two back together, and said anxiously, Brother Dongwen, didn't you say it was too late and you wouldn't go back? Why don't you sleep on the sofa? Jiang Dongwen smiled meaningfully at Gui Tongyao. You have to take care of Qin Yubai. I'm just a rough guy, how can I take care of others? Besides, their hotel doesn't allow 3 people to stay in one room. If you don't tell them, they won't know. Gui Tongyao lowered her voice, but seeing that Jiang Dongwen insisted on leaving, she could do nothing. She tiptoed to Qin Yubai and said, okay. In that case, I'll take care of Bai Bai tonight. Brother Dongwen, you can go back to the dormitory and rest. Jiang Dongwen nodded, but was muttering in his heart. He felt that he would definitely find out something tonight. Maybe as early as their freshman year, the two of them had already entered into that kind of lesbian relationship without telling him. Jiang Dongwen walked and thought, and unknowingly arrived at the door of the apartment. The door to the couple-themed apartment is on the first floor, and Gui Tongyao and Qin Yubai are still on the second floor. Jiang Dongwen was just about to open the door and go out. But when he saw a huge wardrobe in the entrance hall that could hide a person, a strange idea came to his mind. Wouldn't it be faster to hide here than to sneak in with a room card? By then, no one would know, and he would sneak up to the bedroom door of the two people and eavesdrop on what was going on. By then, even by listening to the sound, we will be able to know what the two are doing in there. Jiang Dongwen's heart was pounding wildly. I couldn't help but get excited. Brother Dongwen, are you gone? Gui Tongyao's voice came from upstairs. I'm leaving. Be safe. Jiang Dongwen shouted with a double meaning, then opened the door and quickly closed it again. The opening and closing of the door must have made Gui Tongyao upstairs think that he had left. At this time, Jiang Dongwen stood at the entrance with a tomcat-like smirk on his face. He hid in the closet and closed the door quietly. Chapter 41 I love you so much, but you don't care about me at all. After watching Jiang Dongwen leave, Gui Tongyao gently rocked Qin Yubai in her arms and said softly, Bye bye, wake up quickly. I'll take you to take a bath. Qin Yubai's thoughts seemed to be floating in a dream. He narrowed his hazy eyes slightly in response to Gui Tongyao's call, and then slowly closed them again. Her rosy little face looks even more adorable under the warm light indoors, just like a ripe peach. Gui Tongyao helped Qin Yubai down the stairs. Fortunately, Qin Yubai was petite and cute, so it wasn't too difficult for her. She looked around the spacious bathroom, her eyes fell on the luxurious double bathtub, and she wanted to put Qin Yubai in the bathtub. Thinking of this, Gui Tongyao carefully helped Qin Yubai up, gently put her down, and turned on the hot water. Warm water slowly poured into the bathtub, and the rising steam filled the entire bathroom. The temperature continued to rise, bringing warmth. It's time to wash it clean. Gui Tongyao looked at Qin Yubai's adorable appearance, who was still intoxicated, and couldn't help but feel pity for him. However, when Gui Tongyao's fingers gently touched Qin Yubai's buttons, her heart suddenly beat faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. It's okay. Bye Bye and I are both girls. While comforting herself, she gently untied the hairband on Qin Yubai's twin ponytails. After the hair tie was untied, Qin Yubai's black hair, as silky as a waterfall, was released. The thick black hair was so breathtakingly beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Even Gui Tongyao, who is also a woman, couldn't help but envy Qin Yubai's beautiful black and shiny hair. She gently stroked the soft hair, as if she could feel their vitality. What a lovely bye-bye. Gui Tongyao couldn't help but kiss Qin Yubai on the cheek, and then continued to take off her socks. Qin Yubai was wearing a pair of snow-white over-the-knee socks, looking like a pure heroine from a comic book. Gui Tongyao couldn't help but take off the white socks out of curiosity and tried to put them on her feet. However, she was half a head taller than Qin Yubai, and Gui Tongyao's long, white legs made her socks stop at the knees, as if a tall model was trying to squeeze into a dress that was one size smaller, which was a bit awkward. Bye Bye always likes to wear strange socks. Gui Tongyao glanced at Qin Yubai coquettishly, and then continued to take off her clothes. But when she saw Qin Yubai's exposed chest, her face felt a little hot. Even though she was helping with bathing, she and Qin Yubai were different from other women. Jiang Dongwen was not here at the moment. What should she do if she couldn't help but give Bye Bye a kiss? Because Bye Bye was so white, tender and cute. No. Now it's just bestie time. Gui Tongyao fantasized about kissing Qin Yubai and kept imagining what would happen next. She slowly peeled off Qin Yubai's clothes like peeling a banana. But when she saw Qin Yubai's smooth, pure white skin like milk, she suddenly felt a little excited. If I could sleep with such a cute bye-bye in my arms every day, I would never have insomnia again. Tick-tock. The bathtub is full of warm water. Gui Tongyao came to her senses and turned off the water valve. After she washed Jin Yubai's body clean, she soaked her in the bathtub. The warm water quickly overflowed the bathtub. Gui Tongyao saw a hook in the bathtub with a back brush on it, so she took it out and wanted to brush Jin Yubai's back. However, because too much water overflowed, Gui Tongyao's clothes were also wet. Gui Tongyao took a look at her clothes, took them all off, and stepped gently into the bathtub. At this time, she had already been frank with Jin Yubai. Bye-bye is so cute. Gui Tongyao brushed Jin Yubai's back, taking care of her as if she were her own daughter. After all, Jin Yubai looked a few years younger than her. Just when she was about to kiss Jin Yubai, Jin Yubai slowly opened his eyes. Xiaoyao. Jin Yubai pouted, still not fully sober from her drunkenness. Bye-bye, you're awake. That's great. Gui Tongyao stared at Jin Yubai in surprise, hugged her to her chest and kept kneading her. Jin Yubai's throat was choked by the two large white balls on Gui Tongyao's chest, and she was almost unable to breathe. She quickly pushed Gui Tongyao away and asked curiously, "What is this place? Why am I in the bathroom? You are drunk. I am helping you take a bath." Gui Tongyao said excitedly, blinking her beautiful big eyes. "Where's my brother? Didn't he say he would come see me?" Jin Yubai shook his head reluctantly, looking unhappy. "He said he was going back today." Gui Tongyao didn't know where to start, so she had to tell Jin Yubai the news that Jiang Dongwen had left. Jin Yubai burst into tears after hearing this. "I knew him. What a scumbag. I love him so much. But he doesn't care about me at all." Gui Tongyao panicked, but didn't know how to comfort Jin Yubai, so she could only say, "Brother Dongwen came here today, but he just left after seeing you drunk." "I'm drunk." Jin Yubai gradually recalled the wine he drank in the KTV room at night and met bad guys like Dawn Filong, and he couldn't help but feel scared. At this moment, Jin Yubai's face turned pale. What happened to those bad guys later? Gui Tongyao smiled and comforted him. "It's okay. Brother Dongwen saved you, and he saved me too." Then, Gui Tongyao recounted what happened in the KTV room. In particular, the scene where Jiang Dongwen bravely fought against the bad guys in order to save the two of them was described with exaggeration. "HMPH. You stinky brother, he obviously loves me. As soon as I said I was teased, he immediately passed my friend verification. What a hypocritical guy. When I see him, I will definitely punish him." Jin Yubai clenched his fists with joy, muttering with a flushed face. "That's right, Brother Dongwen even took a few punches from those bad guys for you. He was injured." Gui Tongyao continued to add fuel to the fire, trying to help the two of them get back together successfully. "Really? Is he okay now? It's all my fault for believing that Ju Mary's lies." Jin Yubai bit her fingers, looking very worried about Jiang Dongwen, and wanted to call Jiang Dongwen immediately. Gui Tongyao shook her head. "It's okay, the doctor said it was just a skin injury, and he applied some medicine and sent him back." Jin Yubai bit her lip, recalling the scene at the KTV. "I felt betrayed by Ju Mary. She was the one who insisted on dragging me to the KTV for a classmate's birthday party, and it turned out to be filled with uncles and aunties." Gui Tongyao patted Jin Yubai's forehead and said, "Don't worry. Those bad guys have been taken to the police station, and Ju Mali has also been arrested. Don't worry." At this time, in the wardrobe on the first floor, seeing that there was no movement outside, Jiang Dongwen was curious about which movement the two women's love march was at, so he tiptoed, pushed open the closet door, and walked out slowly. He followed the sound of running water, quietly lurked at the bathroom door, and eavesdropped on the conversation between Gui Tongyao and Jin Yubai. At this time, Gui Tongyao's voice came, "Don't cry, bye-bye. Brother Dongwen will definitely come to you on his own initiative when the time comes." Then came Jin Yubai's voice, "But I don't want to wait anymore. Every time I have to wait for him to take the initiative. What if he doesn't come this time? Xiaoyao, please help me think of a way to get back together. I really love him too much." Gui Tongyao seemed to pause for a few seconds, then said, "How about, after you finish taking the statement tomorrow, ask him out shopping together. Then you can find a chance to act like a spoiled child and get back together with him." Jiang Dongwen listened to the conversation between the two people and found that the topic was all about him, which made him a little puzzled. Isn't this a rare sweet moment, an opportunity for lovers to have some ambiguous time? Why do we always talk about him? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. What's wrong with you? I feel a little sick to my stomach. I'm going to throw up. I'll call Brother Dongwen and ask him to take you to the hospital. At this moment, Jiang Dongwen suddenly found that the mobile phone in his arms was ringing, and his face suddenly turned pale. About to be discovered. Jiang Dongwen hung up the phone and walked around in panic. In a panic, he discovered that there was a large curtain on the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The curtain was so large that it could completely cover a person. I can't care about so many things, just hide first. Just as he hid himself, he heard voices not far away. Is anyone here? This was Qin Yubai's lowly voice. There's no one here. Did you hear it wrong, bye-bye? Let's go upstairs first. This was Gui Tongyao's sweet voice. Then there was the sound of two women coming up the stairs. Jiang Dongwen hid behind the curtains, sweating profusely. After the two women entered the room, he planned to eavesdrop at the door. Tonight, we will definitely get solid evidence of the closeness of their relationship. Just as Jiang Dongwen was planning. Suddenly I felt a blow on the forehead. Someone is hiding here. Hit him! Before Jiang Dongwen could shout out, his vision gradually blurred. Chapter 42. You are so heartless, I will punish you severely. Long before Jiang Dongwen hid behind the curtains, Gui Tongyao put on her clothes and walked out of the bathroom cautiously. She found the handheld fire extinguisher placed in the entryway and began to inspect the first floor. The clever Gui Tongyao quickly discovered the black shoe prints on the floor and pointed to the floor-length curtains not far away. On the curtains of the floor-length windows, there was a clear arch of a person's head. Someone is hiding behind the curtains. Jiang Dongwen had just left not long ago. Could it be that the accomplices of the bad guys just now came to seek revenge? Gui Tongyao was terrified and quickly returned to the bathroom to tell Qin Yubai the news. Qin Yubai was also very scared. She wrapped her hands in a bath towel to cover her white chest and asked anxiously, "What should we do? Call the front desk. Call the police." Gui Tongyao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Don't be afraid, he should be alone. I'll knock him out with a fire extinguisher. You help beat him up too. Also, we'll go to the living room later and pretend to say we're going upstairs to let him down." Gui Tongyao was bold and careful, and Qin Yubai nodded repeatedly after hearing what she said. Afterwards, the two of them deliberately stepped on the stairs a few times, saying they were going upstairs to the bedroom, but they quietly came back, Gui Tongyao holding a fire extinguisher in her hand, and Qin Yubai holding an iron clothes hanger. Gui Tongyao's hand gesture signaled to launch an attack. The two men walked over at the same time and smashed towards the head protruding from behind the curtain. With a muffled groan, the other party fell to the ground, revealing his true form. Just as Gui Tongyao was about to hit him a second time, Qin Yubai covered her mouth and screamed, "It's my brother, stop it." Gui Tongyao was so frightened when she heard this that she threw the fire extinguisher in her hand aside and hurried forward to check. Qin Yubai was so frightened that she knelt beside Jiang Dongwen, lying on his chest and crying loudly, "Brother, please don't die. I want to get back together with you, I love you so much." Gui Tongyao felt ashamed and guilty. If she had not been so reckless as to knock Jiang Dongwen unconscious, this would not have happened. But this matter cannot be blamed entirely on her. After all, she encountered so many gangsters tonight, and she had psychological trauma, which led to this stress reaction. It's all Jiang Dongwen's fault for not being serious and always playing pranks. Don't worry, bye-bye. Let me see if he has a heartbeat. Gui Tongyao quickly stepped forward and leaned over Jiang Dongwen's chest to listen. She then used her hand to check his breathing and checked the wound on Jiang Dongwen's head. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, he just fainted." Qin Yubai burst into laughter when she heard that Jiang Dongwen was not dead. She reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "So what should we do next?" Gui Tongyao looked him over and said, "Let's carry Brother Dongwen to the bed to rest. He'll wake up on his own later." Qin Yubai bent Jiang Dongwen's body and smiled bitterly, "I can't lift it." Gui Tongyao shook her head helplessly and said, "Then each of us will take one side and support him as he walks." So, the two of them each carried Jiang Dongwen's shoulders and used all their strength to lift him onto the bed. When Gui Tongyao saw Jiang Dongwen lying in the middle of the bed, her heart beat faster. This scene reminded Gui Tongyao of that night when she secretly kissed Jiang Dongwen on the lips, which was an act of betrayal to Qin Yubai. Gui Tongyao felt guilty and turned her gaze away from Jiang Dongwen. "I'll sleep in the middle tonight." Qin Yubai didn't seem to notice Gui Tongyao's abnormality. She had already made up her mind to sleep with Jiang Dongwen tonight. Moreover, Qin Yubai's burning gaze fell on Jiang Dongwen's face, a little impatient. Gui Tongyao did not object either. After all, there is only one room here, and Jiang Dongwen is also unconscious, so nothing strange should happen tonight. By the time the two of them finished cleaning up, it was already late at night. Shortly after Gui Tongyao turned off the lights, soft breathing sounds were heard in the room. At this time, Jiang Dongwen slowly woke up from his coma. "My head hurts." He was stunned at the scene before him. When did three people sleep in the same bed? Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but recall the situation before he fell into a coma. He had been planning to secretly investigate Qin Yubai and Gui Tongya's misconduct, but his cell phone rang and he hurriedly hid behind the curtains in the living room. As a result, he was knocked unconscious by Gui Tongyao with an unknown heavy object. Damn it. It was all in vain. He touched his aching head and thought bitterly that he didn't know when the next time would come with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Dongwen then slowly shifted his gaze to the side. Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao seemed to be sleeping soundly. Gui Tongyao was sleeping on her side, face up, and looked incredibly beautiful in the moonlight reflected outside the window. Qin Yubai pouted, opened her eyes, hugged his arms, and pressed her soft chest against him. His nose could smell her body fragrance very well. This made Jiang Dongwen gasp. What is Qin Yubai doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? He glanced sideways and noticed Qin Yubai mumbling something. "Dear brother, do you know? Every time I wash clothes, I will think of your hand touching me. The days without you to wash clothes are so sad. You promised me that you would take care of me until we grow old. Now you want to abandon me again. Do you really not love me anymore? You are so heartless. I really want to punish you." Jiang Dongwen sighed silently in his heart when he heard this. Punishing me? Isn't that punishing yourself? He has done so many willful and rude things and still doesn't know how to repent. Not all love is taken for granted. When you get me, you have nothing to fear. Only when you lose something do you know how to cherish it. You don't change, you don't fight. Then you will really miss the good things, and who will be willing to look back at you in the future? Jiang Dongwen recalled the bitterness of the past alone, secretly glancing at Qin Yubai's delicate face. I feel reluctant to let her go. I really love her, I have loved her. People have paid too much sunk costs, so they can't help but love. He thought for a moment. The reason for his rebirth might be because he had a strong possessiveness towards Qin Yubai and didn't want to admit defeat. Just when Jiang Dongwen was immersed in sadness, suddenly I felt a smooth feeling on my neck. He squinted his eyes and looked down with his peripheral vision. Qin Yubai, that damn guy, was actually licking his neck with his tongue. Brother, I love you. Let's get back together, okay? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you and hurt you. I'm sorry. Qin Yubai's eyes were filled with tears. She grabbed his hand and kept leaning towards him. Just as Jiang Dongwen was about to react, suddenly a love option appeared. Trigger the love option, please choose your behavior carefully. Option 1, you turn over and take the opportunity to press Qin Yubai under you, and make love to her in front of Gui Tongyao. Option 2, you push Qin Yubai away, yell at her, saying you've broken up, and ask her to stop pestering you. Option 3, you continue to pretend to be asleep and ignore Qin Yubai's behavior. System, I choose 3. Jiang Dongwen felt that the third option was appropriate, and he had not completely conquered Gui Tongyao and did not want to lose her relationship value. Secondly, he didn't want to continue arguing with Qin Yubai late at night. So he squinted his eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. The most Qin Yubai would do is kiss his face and hug him. It's not like she hasn't kissed him before, and a kiss wouldn't hurt a lot. But Qin Yubai was so engrossed in the kiss that he seemed to have forgotten that Gui Tongyao was still sleeping beside him. Brother, play with me, please. You always play games alone without me. If I find out you're duo queuing with other women to gain points, you'll be in trouble. Qin Yubai's kiss kept groping, but she seemed unsatisfied. She then reached out and put her hands on Jiang Dongwen's chest, kneading it continuously. She smiled sweetly, biting her lower lip tightly, and her eyes became blurred. The blush on her face gradually spread, and her body pressed against Jiang Dongwen gradually became hot. Jiang Dongwen became anxious upon seeing this and cursed inwardly, Gui Tongyao is still right next to you. What do you want to do, you idiot? However, Jiang Dongwen's inner curses would not reach Qin Yubai's ears. She kissed him passionately and became obsessed with it. The small mouth kept groping all over Jiang Dongwen's body, as if carefully checking every part of his body for any traces of other women. Jiang Dongwen experienced more than 10 minutes of discomfort and itchiness, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Yubai stop. The smile on Qin Yubai's face seemed to indicate that he was very satisfied with the examination results. However, Jiang Dongwen never expected that Qin Yubai would suddenly reach out and do something to him. Jiang Dongwen's muscles were all contracted into a ball. I almost hummed in pleasure. Qin Yubai, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 43. Deep down she wanted to learn. Qin Yu's porcelain white hands continued to explore. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she found that Jiang Dongwen was quick to react and strong and healthy. All this was enough to prove that her ex-boyfriend still strictly abided by the family rules and did not use public grain to support the third world. Qin Yubai's little hand finally withdrew from Jiang Dongwen at this time, and Jiang Dongwen, who was nervous, temporarily relaxed. Option 3 was executed successfully. Received 100 points as reward, now the total points are 730 points. Obtained primary psychic clarion X1, inventory 2. Obtain primary attribute free bonus point card X3, inventory 2. Obtain permanent attribute sensor X2. Qin Yubai's relationship value has increased from 0 to 88. Ex-girlfriend. The relationship value is increasing too fast, isn't it? Qin Yubai, how much do you like me? There was a hint of warmth in Jiang Dongwen's eyes as he looked at Qin Yubai. Now that there happened to be permanent attribute sensors, Jiang Dongwen used 2 permanent attribute sensors on Qin Yubai to check her attributes. The attribute perception results came out quickly. Love Brain Princess, after falling in love with you, she won't fall in love with another man unless you completely abandon her. A woman with the love brain attribute is prone to being caught up in her inner monologue, pursuing unrealistic romance. If she doesn't receive your love in return, she will fall into extreme anxiety and do unexpected and crazy things. Black-hearted little devil, she loves to play pranks, which are usually harmless and are just a way of expressing her love for you. Jiang Dongwen sighed endlessly. In his previous life, he had a deep understanding that Qin Yubai was a love-brained and little devil. I remember one time when they were traveling for a takeaway, Qin Yubai unexpectedly got under his arm when he was washing his portable thermos. Are you done washing? I want a hug. It's been more than 10 minutes since I last had a hug. Qin Yubai's tone was soft and cute at the time. She kept blinking her big eyes to flirt with Jiang Dongwen, which was so cute that it was outrageous. No, I'm still washing cups, don't come over here. It's dirty. Jiang Dongwen didn't want her to come over and get in the way, so he held her head down. Qin Yubai pouted in dissatisfaction and suddenly reached out to block the faucet. The faucet suddenly splashed with water due to the increased water pressure. It shot Jiang Dongwen in the face. All right, we're all dirty. Let's take a shower together. Qin Yubai gave him an ambiguous look and ran into the bathroom. Jiang Dongwen was very angry at the time, and finally taught Qin Yubai a lesson. Whenever he thought of this, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, Qin Yubai seemed to be motionless. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Jiang Dongwen started to add 5 primary attribute free point cards in his inventory. Add some charm points all at once. Host, Jiang Dongwen. Charm value, 8893. Endurance, 62. Intelligence, 79. Emotional quotient, 61. Congratulations to the host for increasing his charm by 5 points. In an instant, he felt some changes in his body. Not only did his muscles become stronger, but his face also felt itchy. Is it that the overall shape has changed? He becomes more handsome. This is cause for celebration. When Jiang Dongwen was happy, for some reason, Qin Yubai looked at him and became restless. She leaned over again, staring at him infatuatedly. Brother, you are so handsome. Woohoo! I am addicted to touching you, I want to touch you. Could this be the effect of increased charm? Jiang Dongwen was overjoyed. From now on, I can easily control the arrogant Princess Qin Yubai. Why are you touching me so late at night? Jiang Dongwen wanted to scold Qin Yubai harshly. But when he realized that Gui Tongyao was sleeping soundly next to him, he thought, forget it. I'll let you touch me. If you don't feel comfortable, I won't let you touch me. Jiang Dongwen's heart was full of contradictions, as if he had become the ridiculous character who said no but actually wanted something in his heart. I don't know if there is telepathy. Qin Yubai boldly moved towards Jiang Dongwen again, still caressing from head to toe. But it still feels light and itchy, a bit like ear cleaning. Jiang Dongwen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. What the hell are you doing? Seeing that Jiang Dongwen still hadn't woken up after being touched for a long time, Qin Yubai finally became more bold and unrestrained. But when he touched the key points next, Jiang Dongwen couldn't help but frown with pleasure. Qin Yubai's fingers were very tender and smooth. After all, she was the only daughter of a wealthy family and had never done any rough work. Her palms had no calluses, and she used more high-end hand cream than he had eaten salt. However, at this time, Qin Yubai seemed unsatisfied. She stretched out her legs and gently straddled Jiang Dongwen's body. The silky touch of skin without socks instantly made Jiang Dongwen go crazy, and his whole body felt hot like dumplings in a pot. Qin Yubai, when did you learn this trick? Jiang Dongwen's lips trembled with shock, and he felt like he couldn't pretend to be asleep any longer. At this moment, the noise made by Qin Yubai's body rolling sideways woke Gui Tongyao up. Gui Tongyao narrowed her eyes, glanced at Qin Yubai beside her, and whispered, "Bye-bye, are you still awake?" Qin Yubai was so frightened when he heard someone suddenly speak that he didn't dare to move. "Sorry, Xiaoyao. I have a little insomnia." "Oh. Don't think too much and go to bed early. You still have to take a statement tomorrow." Gui Tongyao responded with a red face when she heard this. She actually saw Qin Yubai lying on Jiang Dongwen and guessed that the two were in close contact, but Jiang Dongwen looked so asleep that he probably didn't know that Qin Yubai was lying next to him. It's better to continue sleeping and pretend that you know nothing. Thinking of this, Gui Tongyao blushed and turned slightly to the side and continued to pretend to sleep. Qin Yubai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gui Tongyao turn over to sleep. The little game between complacent and Jiang Dongwen was not exposed. So she looked at Jiang Dongwen again and found that he was still squinting his eyes and breathing evenly, so she guessed that he had not woken up yet. Qin Yubai suddenly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Jiang Dongwen to hand in his homework. Jiang Dongwen must hand in all the homework he has accumulated over the past few days, and he must not be allowed to hand it over to other women. When Qin Yubai thought of this, a surge of anger ignited in his heart. She then secretly lifted Jiang Dongwen's quilt with her hands. Jiang Dongwen felt something strange and opened his eyes to look down, only to see Qin Yubai sneaking into his bed. "Qin Yubai, you're crazy. What are you doing so late at night? Gui Tongyao is right next to you." If Gui Tongyao saw this, would her relationship value plummet? Jiang Dongwen didn't dare to move. A current girlfriend and an ex-girlfriend. It's not easy to offend both of them. Continuing to pretend to be asleep seems to be the only way out. Seeing that Jiang Dongwen didn't react, Qin Yubai became bolder. She pulled the quilt over her head and disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Dongwen was confused when he suddenly realized something was wrong and almost shouted out in surprise. "Qin Yubai, get out here. Don't make trouble in the middle of the night." He was just about to get up, pull Qin Yubai out from under the quilt and give him a good scolding. But the next second, Jiang Dongwen found himself locked and unable to move. In the darkness, Qin Yubai could be heard breathing softly. Jiang Dongwen was very nervous. He turned his head to look at Gui Tongyao. Sure enough, Gui Tongyao was still conscious. She glanced sideways curiously for a second, then immediately turned back. Her shyness was so adorable. Gui Tongyao had never experienced anything between men and women, so she was naturally curious about the actions between boyfriends and girlfriends like Jiang Dongwen and Qin Yubai. Especially when Qin Yubai touched Jiang Dongwen, she was already very curious. Can a man feel something just by kissing? Although Gui Tongyao was unwilling to admit it. Deep down, I also want to learn and I am eager to learn. I want to become an excellent woman like Qin Yubai, who can control a good man like Jiang Dongwen. When she saw Qin Yubai hiding in Jiang Dongwen's quilt, her figure moving up and down, her face suddenly turned red. This can't be the kind of thing between men and women. She was very curious and wanted to lift the quilt and go in to learn how this was done. But the next second, she hesitated and became afraid again. After all, she is just Qin Yubai's good friend and secret lover, and she must not hinder Qin Yubai and her boyfriend from getting back together. So, Gui Tongyao bit her lip, imagining the scene of Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen studying and communicating, and her body gradually became hot. Chapter 44. Were you worried about me last night? The night is getting deeper. The time is 4 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Dongwen couldn't withstand Qin Yubai's skillful techniques and finally surrendered for the second time. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was over for tonight. Unexpectedly, Qin Yubai went further and kissed her passionately with evil intentions. This move was the prelude to the third wave of offensive when the two were still boyfriend and girlfriend. Qin Yubai. Are you done yet? It's the middle of the night and you're not even going to let me rest. Jiang Dongwen coughed twice in anger. His sudden cough frightened Qin Yubai so much that he sat up, rolled over twice, and fell back to pretend to sleep. Afterwards, Qin Yubai turned over unwillingly and squinted his eyes to see if Jiang Dongwen was awake. But when she realized that Jiang Dongwen didn't open his eyes, a satisfied smile appeared between her white teeth. After Qin Yubai found satisfaction with her ex-boyfriend Jiang Dongwen, her anxiety over a broken heart improved significantly. She stared at Jiang Dongwen's profile, thinking that her first love was still the most touching, and her brother's body was so strong and nourishing. Moreover, during the breakup period, there were groups of men lining up outside to flatter her, asking for her WeChat, asking for dates, giving her luxury gifts, and driving luxury cars with flowers, but these men didn't seem to have the slightest desire to like her. As she thought about it, Qin Yubai suddenly realized that even after breaking up, she still loved Jiang Dongwen very much, and her body only had feelings for him. Therefore, she secretly swore, I will never leave Jiang Dongwen for the rest of my life. Qin Yubai stared at Jiang Dongwen with infatuated eyes, curled up her little feet, and hugged Jiang Dongwen's arms with both hands. A feeling of love spread in her heart. She wanted to look at Jiang Dongwen like this for the rest of her life and hug him for the rest of her life. As long as Jiang Dongwen doesn't abandon her, no matter how difficult the future life will be, she will be willing to follow Jiang Dongwen. At the same time, it was difficult for Gui Tongyao to pretend to be asleep next to him. She felt the word desire for the first time. It turns out that this is the feeling a woman wants from a man. She constantly wants to hug him, kiss him, and be loved by him. Even though Gui Tongyao didn't know what happened between Qin Yubai and Jiang Dongwen in bed, she could still vaguely guess that he must be very happy in there. Otherwise, Qin Yubai wouldn't have that unique expression of satisfaction on his face that comes from eating something delicious. Gui Tongyao suddenly envied Qin Yubai. She suddenly wanted to replace Qin Yubai, enter Jiang Dongwen's quilt, and have something happy and indescribable happen. This crazy idea made her blush. No. Jiang Dongwen is Qin Yubai's boyfriend. Although they broke up, they have been in love with each other for 4 years and are each other's first love. It is normal for them to get back together. And she? Nothing. Jiang Dongwen said he liked her, but he might just want to use her to annoy Qin Yubai. If one day Jiang Dongwen and Qin Yubai reconcile, will I be the light bulb squeezed between them? Should she leave the two of them earlier? Leave them a peaceful world. As Gui Tongyao thought about it, her consciousness gradually became blurred, and she fell asleep in a trance. The early morning sun shines on the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting patches of light and shadow. Jiang Dongwen rubbed his eyes and woke up. Fortunately, their primary medical kit had a 24-hour lasting effect, lasting 24 hours lasting. The blows from Gui Tongyao and Qin Yubai to his head were quickly healed by the medical kit. However, the fatigue caused by Qin Yubai's 2 waves of damage last night to Yazi was not cured by the medical kit. This kind of injury doesn't belong to trauma. When Jiang Dongwen looked around the room, it was empty. No one knew where the 2 women had gone. That's perfect. No need to be too embarrassed. Let us just go back to the dormitory. Jiang Dongwen put on his shoes and started walking downstairs, but so that Gui Tongyao had already bought breakfast and was setting out the tableware. Qin Yubai sat at the dining table, playing with her phone, looking like a daughter waiting for her mother to call for dinner. Gui Tongyao glanced at Jiang Dongwen on the stairs and greeted him warmly, Brother Dongwen, you're awake. Come brush your teeth and have breakfast. Qin Yubai glanced at Jiang Dongwen slightly, his eyes cold, as if he was still indifferent to him. Her meaning seemed very clear. If Jiang Dongwen's attitude did not soften, she would not easily forgive Jiang Dongwen. As an experienced person, Jiang Dongwen naturally knew that Qin Yubai was pretending, so he deliberately sat opposite her, looking relaxed and ready to eat breakfast. Seeing that the two were still in a cold war, Gui Tongyao couldn't help but worry. She thought that the two of them had reconciled after their intimate contact last night. But what's going on now that we're in a cold war again? Qin Yubai thought that Jiang Dongwen should be satisfied physically and mentally after giving him so many sweet favors. However, she didn't expect Jiang Dongwen to have no intention of reconciling. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and deliberately teased him. Brother, were you worried about me last night? You came all the way from the city. Jiang Dongwen smiled slightly, not intending to fall into the surrender trap designed by Qin Yubai. I'm worried about Xiao Yao. She went to the KTV just for you. If I hadn't shown up, you two would have been doomed. His words not only diverted Qin Yubai's attention from wanting him to surrender, but also established a new connection with Gui Tongyao. It was a double kill. Gui Tongyao blushed, knowing that Jiang Dongwen was making fun of her to annoy Qin Yubai, and hurriedly said, "Stop it, both of you. It's all over now. If anyone wants to mess with him, brother, you are a scumbag. Very bad. Lululu." Qin Yubai put his hands on his hips, glared, stuck out his delicate tongue and made a face. Jiang Dongwen smiled, unfazed by Qin Yubai's grimaces. He simply continued to stare at Gui Tongyao and said, "Xiao Yao, you were so brave last night. You helped me drive away those people with a fire extinguisher." How could I? It was you, Brother Dongwen, who drove them away. If you say who is the most powerful one, you are still Brother Dongwen. Gui Tongyao blushed immediately after being praised by Jiang Dongwen. Qin Yubai had originally wanted to reconcile with Jiang Dongwen after he gave in, but suddenly felt like he was being fed Gui Tongyao and Jiang Dongwen's dog food, and immediately became annoyed. What about me? I'm brave too. I hid in the bathroom to delay. I'm the MVP of the whole place. Jiang Dongwen suddenly smiled and said, "That's not called bravery, that's called being a coward. But you were so stupid at the time, why didn't you just run away?" Qin Yubai shook his head, recalling the scene at that time, because the man called Brother Long was already blocking the door of the private room. He looked like he was ready to attack me at any moment. I was afraid and had no other choice but to hide in the bathroom. Gui Tongyao smiled when she heard this. Okay. Everyone's performance is great. Let's finish the transcript and go shopping together later. After saying that, she winked at Qin Yubai. Qin Yubai nodded knowingly. When they go shopping later, she must find a way to make her brother soften up, hug her slim waist and shout, "Bye-bye, I love you." Chapter 45, Foodies are quick to divert attention. Inside a busy police station. A police officer took off his hat and sweat from his forehead slid down his temples. After taking a sip of water, he said sternly to the three people in front of him, "Thank you for your cooperation in taking the statement. We found a large amount of contraband in the suspect's residence. If all goes well, these criminals will face more than 10 years in prison." Qin Yubai sat on the chair, his eyes full of confusion. Then why did Ju Mary trick me into going to KTV? The police officer glanced at the innocent girl and shook his head. Ju Mary has admitted to accepting 10,000 yuan from Dong Filong to lure you to a KTV and get you drunk, making it easier for him to kill you. There have been many victims like you, but you are lucky to have escaped this disaster. These words seemed to have touched a fragile nerve in Qin Yubai. She covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Ju Mary, I trusted her so much, and she actually lied to me. I really misjudged her. Seeing this, Gui Tongyao quickly walked forward, gently patted Qin Yubai's shoulder, gently embraced her in her arms, and whispered comfort. When Jiang Dongwen heard about the heavy sentence, he wondered how many years Ju Mali would receive, so he asked, "What consequences will Ju Mali face?" The police officer paused for a moment and replied seriously, "Because she assisted Dong Filong in committing crimes many times, she may face criminal liability for more than 5 years. Jiang Dongwen took a deep breath after hearing this, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. "Thank you, officer, you have worked hard." When the three men came out of the police station with solemn expressions. On the street where autumn is deepening. The golden fallen leaves rustled under my feet. Qin Yubai lowered his head and remained silent. She was obviously upset because of Mary Ju. Gui Tongyao didn't know how to comfort Qin Yubai. Suddenly, she remembered her suggestion and said to the two of them, "Let's go to the commercial street to eat something." Qin Yubai bit her lip and said softly, "I'm not going." Jiang Dongwen saw Qin Yubai's unhappy look and deliberately said to Gui Tongyao, "Okay, will I treat you to some squid skewers later, Xiao Yao?" Squid skewers are Qin Yubai's favorite snack. Qin Yubai instantly understood that Jiang Dongwen was teasing her. Is this a sign of reconciliation? Qin Yubai raised her eyebrows and said to Jiang Dongwen shyly, "If we're going to eat squid skewers, I can barely eat a little bit." Jiang Dongwen looked at the cute dimples on Qin Yubai's cheeks when he spoke and couldn't help but smile. "Who said I'd treat you to a meal?" "I said I'd treat Xiao Yao to a meal." Gui Tongyao blushed slightly and waved her hands awkwardly. "No need, brother Dongwen. You and Bai Bai can eat it alone. I'm afraid of getting a sore throat from eating barbecue." Qin Yubai thought he had given Jiang Dongwen an opportunity, but he didn't take it seriously at all. She couldn't help but puff out her lips, walked up to Jiang Dongwen fiercely and looked at him directly. "Why did you only give it to Xiao Yao and not to me?" Jiang Dongwen lowered his head and stared at her. "Why should I give it to you? Xiao Yao is my girlfriend." When Gui Tongyao heard this, she was so frightened that she broke out in a sweat. She hurriedly waved her hands to clarify, "Bye bye, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not his girlfriend. Brother Dongwen is just teasing you." Jiang Dongwen winked at Gui Tongyao and said, "Xiao Yao, have you forgotten that day at the door of the boys' dormitory, in front of everyone, I loudly announced that I was your boyfriend?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Yubai and Gui Tongyao were both stunned. Qin Yubai slowly turned around and asked in a trembling voice, "Xiao Yao, is what he said true?" Gui Tongyao's face was as red as a ripe peach, and guilt surged into her heart like a tide. She stammered as she explained, "That day, I went to the boys' dormitory to discuss going to KTV with brother Dongwen. I didn't expect someone to think that brother Dongwen was teasing me, so I said that in a hurry. Anyway, I wasn't." Qin Yubai chose to believe Gui Tongyao, because she felt that Jiang Dongwen was playing with her girlish heart. She hugged Gui Tongyao's arm tightly and glared at Jiang Dongwen angrily. "Don't think I don't know, you are trying to use Xiao Yao to make me angry. Let me tell you, I'm not that easy to be fooled." Jiang Dongwen looked at Qin Yubai's silly look and couldn't help but smile. This stupid loli is really funny. She doesn't even believe me even after I confessed the truth. You can't blame him from now on. Qin Yubai looked at Jiang Dongwen and saw that he suddenly smiled at her. She was caught off guard by the gentle smile. Qin Yubai blushed when she recalled the scene of him and Jiang Dongwen spending a long time together last night. She wanted to tear off her arrogant disguise right now, rush into Jiang Dongwen's arms and yell coquettishly, "Brother, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I want you to be my exclusive swing." Qin Yubai fantasized for a long time, and finally, by insisting on it, she got Jiang Dongwen to agree to buy her a skewer of grilled squid. The three of them took the subway and arrived at Renmin Road Pedestrian Street, a famous old commercial street in the city. There are a lot of cars and people here, and internet celebrities can be seen everywhere live streaming dancing, singing and making memes. There are also a wide variety of gourmet food stores, with flavors covering all corners of the country and around the world. Jiang Dongwen bought 3 skewers of grilled squid, gave one to Gui Tongyao, and then took 2 skewers himself and devoured them. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Dongwen with a blank look in her eyes, tightly gripping the fragrant squid skewers. The alluring aroma made her swallow her saliva uncontrollably. "Didn't you agree to give me 1 skewer? You lied. Come and get it." Jiang Dongwen raised his hand and held the squid skewers high. He looked at Qin Yubai with a smug smile, and looked at her aggrieved little mouth with great satisfaction. "It's not that I don't give it to you, it's that you can't get it. Give it to me." Qin Yubai's eyes were full of pleading. "Don't you have money? Go buy it yourself," Jiang Dongwen said with a smile while taking a bite of squid skewer. Gui Tongyao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help herself and scolded Jiang Dongwen, "Give it to her. Brother Dongwen." Jiang Dongwen saw that Qin Yubai's expression was gradually getting closer to tears, and he was unwilling to miss such a fun thing. He lowered the squid skewer a little. "Jump up and you'll be able to reach it." But Qin Yubai was irritated and jumped onto Jiang Dongwen, causing him to lose his balance and take a few steps back. Before Jiang Dongwen could react, Qin Yubai bit the squid skewer at the corner of Jiang Dongwen's mouth. "You, what are you doing? Qin Yubai. You hurt me. Idiot." Jiang Dongwen was snatched away by Qin Yubai's tiger mouth and was hit by her claws. He was very annoyed. Qin Yubai proudly slipped off Jiang Dongwen and kept chewing the squid skewers that had the smell of Jiang Dongwen on them. Her ears turned red. "Blame me." Qin Yubai put his squid-flavored finger into his mouth and sucked it, his expression arrogant and complacent. She looked at the tenderness that flashed in Jiang Dongwen's eyes and thought that at this rate, they should be able to get back together after lunch, right? After getting back together, I must cuddle, hug and lift Jiang Dongwen up every day. Of course, the lesson of happiness must also be learned every day.